This is to symbolize arrival. Morning, y'all. Let's rock and roll. Okay, let's quickly do a couple things. Oh, temperature is 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Nice. Access my computer. Oh, nice. Cool. Like, and awesome. All right. All right. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 22. Okay. 1, 4, 7, 8, 10, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. All right, y'all. After all of that, whew, oh my God. Holy smokes. Hello, y'all. Okay. Every day you will see me do two things added on top of that. One, making sure I kiss my little me. I got you always, little me, always. Priority number one, safety. Safety in the now. And gratitude. And joy. And the other thing, kissing my sweetheart, Lindsay. I love you, babe. Let's have an amazing day. Today's gonna be an amazing day. I love your soul. All right, let's go. So I'll talk about The Arrival in a moment. It's a movie I watched yesterday, but it's also something else I have to bring up regarding The Arrival. Perfect day for this, actually. Synchronistic? I think not, because nothing's a synchronicity anymore. It's just pure facts now. Okay, take off. We are going to roll. Let me just quickly go do that. All right, y'all. Let's get rolling. Hello, whoever's in the chat. If you like to say hello, go for it. If not, no big deal. Stay anonymous. Okay. Well, first things first. Well, our San Diego, California lifeguard sweater. We'll be starting to wear that more. I hope not soon. But we'll see what happens. It's warmer than yesterday, for sure, in the morning. Yesterday was like 8 degrees. Okay, let's roll. Well, first things first, happy September. Because we have now entered the month where quite a few things happens. The season starts changing. Summer ends on the 21st, which is also my babe's birthday. Surprise, surprise. I mean, everyone's birthday is every day, but you know, the physical body that was birthed into the world, her body's birthday is the 21st of September. Come on, Bubba, get off the road. Hurry up. Get off the road. Good. I have to yell at those Bubbas. His cars may or may not stop, and they'll just run over things unconsciously. Some people are conscious about animals on the road, and others are not. So, yeah. Don't want to be seeing death first thing in the morning, you know? All right. So welcome to September. I'm going to do a quick little recap of August. August was fascinating. We busted out of the whole dark night of the soul negative energy. We returned back to unconditional love. A lot of drawings came through in August. In fact, all the most important drawings came through in August. Simple but profound. Synergy of Trinity. Synergy of infinity. Morning. Synergy of singularity. And the synergy of divinity. The synergy of divinity is obviously the flower of life. That wasn't drawn by me. But I added words to it to encompass the interconnectedness. In fact, today I was going to actually potentially name the live stream indivisible, a word that I don't usually say, but it has a very powerful meaning, which means that indivisible cannot be broken down and be separate. It's always interconnected. Indivisible. It's interesting. It's holiday, and yeah, people have to go to work or they're going somewhere. Some cars are here. There's a driver, like driving school instructor here. Peaceful driving school, huh? That's an interesting thing. Cool. See, it's like super empty in the roads. It's gonna be a nice hot day, nice summery day, 25 degrees for the last official summer day for the kids, because tomorrow the Bubbas have to go back to school. All the Bubbas. Some are excited. Some don't want to go back. I don't blame the ones that don't want to go back. Yeah. All right. Regarding The Arrival. So it's a movie that's actually free on YouTube. And my other account that I use, I don't get ads, thankfully. I'm gonna go this way. I went that way yesterday. I don't get ads. Ooh, he has a Lenovo backpack. I can tell, that's the Legion symbol. And I watched it last night. After I played Dead by Daylight, I went and watched the movie for up until, it was an hour and 55 minutes. You can find it on YouTube, free with ads, or there's somebody actually posted the entire movie. Surprisingly, it's there. And it talks about how there's another life form here on Earth. So in the movie, there's a dude named Zane who is a scientist or an astronomer who is uncovering there's something being hidden on the planet. Like they're hiding things. You can kind of say conspiracy theories, but when I watched the movie, I was like, okay, I know the reason why I was supposed to watch this movie is to realize, our eyes cannot see things that are at higher vibrations. And just because you can't see it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So when people say aliens don't exist, we don't see them. They're poor Bubba. Poor Bubba. Are you okay, Bubba? Are you okay? Bubba, are you okay? There you go. Let's pick you up and put you on the grass. Come on. Come on. Come. Let's put you on the grass. Let me do some healing quickly. I was meant to walk this way. Heal. Poor Bubba. Heal the body. Is it that your wings are stuck? Is it your wings that are stuck, Bubba? Let's see what's going on here. Your wings are stuck, isn't it? Let's see if we can get your wings free. Nope. There you go. There you go. You should be able to fly soon. Just stay here, okay? There you... Oh! You flip upside down, Bubba. Come on. Come on. Something's wrong with his wings. I can't leave, but at the same time, I have to get going. I trust that the bird will be healed, Creator. Heal this Bubba through my vessel. Are you okay? You must have hit yourself really hard. Your wings are hurting, isn't it? Chokure. Seheki. Fanshanze shonen. Dakyomyo. Kataka. There you go. There you go. Good job. Kataka. I think it's a baby. Raku. Bubba, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. You're all right. You're all right. You're okay. I knew I had to walk this way today. Everything's gonna be all right. You'll be okay. Just rest here. Just rest. You'll be okay. We're back. Just doing my best to comfort this Bubba. You'll be okay. I'm gonna move you. I'm gonna move you, Bubba. We can't have you here. Rest here. Rest here, Bubba. Poor Bubba. This poor baby. You're okay. You're okay. This bird just been laying here. I walked by and I saw it. It was on the sidewalk. Morning. There's like a hurt bird here, so I'm just kind of like kind of watching over it.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Yeah. Because it's hurt, dude. So that's why I'm sending it healing right now. Its wings are like, it's hurt. You'll be okay. You'll be just fine. All right, I'm gonna have to roll, but you're gonna be okay, okay, Bubba? You'll be just fine. I know you'll be okay. Okay. I love you, Bubba. You'll be okay. I put you here so that nobody can bother you, so you can rest here. I'm gonna come back later on and check. Bubba, I love you. Rest. I send it lots of healing. Internet cut out for a moment as well. I was supposed to walk this way today to see that Bubba. I can't carry it because I feel like I'm gonna hurt it even more if I carry it. So I let it rest more comfortably on the grass. But I sent healing, and I'm still sending healing to it. I know it'll be just fine. Notice I said I know, not I believe. I know it'll be just fine. Hi, Bubba. Enjoy your bread. All right. Anyways, The Arrival. It's a movie that I watched yesterday. And the movie was showing that there are aliens in human skin. And they were attempting to raise the Earth's planet with global warming to destroy humanity sooner rather than later. So they were using greenhouse gases to raise the planet's temperature and basically wipe out Earth, or wipe out the humans. So basically, it's the same premise of like what's happening on our planet. There are there are people who are literally living in human clothing, but they're actually aliens. Well, I'm an alien too. Last night, Lindsay was asking me, but honey, aren't you an alien? I'm like, I am, but I'm not an alien to destroy. I'm an alien to protect and serve, right? You know, that that bird reminded me of why it's important to see everything as one thing and not just like, it's separate from me. That's the word indivisible. It's really interesting how the world has everything so backwards, and we have been perpetually been programmed backwards to keep you from not knowing the power that you have within. This is why I was so fierce in the beginning when I was sharing with all of you. You have to know that you are the creator, and you have to stop buying into the earth and this nonsense. You've been perpetually been programmed. And if I have to play the villain role to brainwash all of you back into your unconditional love and your God state, I will do it. But no, you all have your own journey to figure that out yourself. I'm not here to do that. I'm just here to relay some info that you have within. Anyways, Arrival basically is the premise of some aliens who desire to destroy the earth to, raise the planet's grand rising to you too. I had to take care of a little Bubba just now. I send it healing, and I put it in a more comfortable spot so nobody interferes with it. It was a little bird. Its wings are either it doesn't know how to fly yet because it looks like a baby, or like it doesn't know. So I'm gonna go back later on in the day and check on it. I can't carry it with me while I'm walking because it wouldn't do it any good. So I sent Reiki and healing to it. I put it closer to a tree so that the tree could hug it and hold it. Yeah. Anyways, back to the Arrival. So this movie is surrounded with the premise of, is there life other than what's on Earth? And of course there is. And the funny thing is, I watched the movie, and one of the actress, her name is Carr. Forget her name now. It's just she was really mad at the main star, or the main character, which was Zane, and Zane is actually played by Charlie Sheen. This is in 1996, by the way. He looks like Chandler with a goatee. It's funny. He and her were having a hard time with the relationship. No commitment was made. Trust wasn't there. One was why do you trust? Why are we still having this conversation about trust 3 years into the relationship? And then he went to her workplace, and he was making a scene about the aliens. He got fired from his job, and they were plotting against him and all this stuff because he knew too much. It's kind of the same thing about what happens on the earth here. When someone knows too much, they kind of go and find a way to silence them. For example, when someone is bringing free energy to the world, they find a way to stop people from bringing free energy, because that literally disrupts everything. It disrupts the energy companies, the pharmaceuticals, the hydro companies, the water company, everything. Because free energy is meant for all of us. We don't have to. We are not born to pay for free energy. And so there's a lot of people who know how to do it, who probably have it. These are, when I say people, I mean aliens. But I mean we're all aliens. So other entities who are not for our highest good, because they desire to, some will say, but this is conspiracy. I'm not into conspiracy theories. I'm into facts. I don't care about truth either, because truth is subjective. Truth and facts are not the same. Facts is you can clearly see that the sky is blue. That's facts. That's not the truth, that's just facts. Until someone says that that's not blue, currently that's blue, so that's facts. There are other energy bodies here, and they're watching. So when people are talking about privacy, yeah, okay. You think you're hiding your credentials or your, you think that putting privacy on your phone and all that, you think they can't find you? Oh, they'll find you. And I don't mean humans, I mean aliens. If they really desire to find you, they will find you. You're a third dimensional being. They're like sixth dimensional beings. Your brain can't even comprehend sixth dimensional. Anyways, so the movie premises around that, and it's funny because the woman, oh, her name was Cher said, I'm going to head up the project in San Diego. I'm like, universe, you could have used any other town, any other city in the United States. You could have used Irvine, California. You could have used Julian. You could have used Laguna Beach. You could have used Santa Ana. You could have used any other California city, but you chose San Diego because you desired me to watch the movie, didn't you? And so, why am I bringing the word arrival today? What is the reason for this? Well, look, we're in the arrival of the new month. In the Gregorian calendar, this is September. In other calendars, I don't know what month this is. We're in the 10th month of the year. We just left the 9th. No. Sorry, we're in the 9th month of the year. I was getting that confused because I was thinking my live stream, thinking I started in December. No, I started in November, late November. The arrival of the new month, new energy. The arrival of the new day, new energy. The arrival of every present moment. Listen to this carefully. If you can stay in the now and remind yourself of the arrival of yourself anew, recreate yourself anew, re-reveal yourself anew, bring forth new energy in every present moment, you friggin' win the game. There are no locks and bolts to your reality. You have no fear. You have no excuses. When someone says, I can't do something, bullshit. You can do it. But I don't have this. Bullshit. It's inside of you. You must desire your desire. Sorry, you must know about your desire. Let me rephrase it. You must know what your desire desires. What does that mean? So Nero touched upon this yesterday. Let's say money. What is your desire desires? It desires safety. It desires enjoyment. It desires comfortability. It desires stuff like that. So you must embody that now, because that's the only way it's going to happen. A partner, what does it desire? Appreciation. It desires, because this is for you. You desire appreciation from it. You desire, someone loving you back, which you're loving yourself first. You desire your desires. That's going to be a new one. We're going to be watching Nero's video when we get back. It's an hour and 11 minutes. We watched it yesterday. I'm going to rewatch it again. It's a very powerful video. I highly recommend you stick around and watch. You'll pick up something. Anyways, your desires desire something, and you must know what that is, because a lot of us have been playing this game backwards. All of us. We think we physically want something, right? But it's actually the feeling that you desire. So your desires a feeling from you. In order to have it, listen to this, in order to get something, you must give something. the law of give and receive. You must give the energy of like trust, or give the energy of safety, or give the energy of excitement for this thing to come to you. Because if you don't have it, and that's not, I'm going to call it the beautiful law of the universe. Nero calls it the annoying law. I call it the beautiful law of the universe. You can only have what you already have. So in every present moment, arrival is now. You arrived in the now. This is the same exercise that I'm about to say that I've shared already countless times about you coming to Earth for the first time ever. And you have all the words, but you don't have any experience with any words yet. They're just words. Right? And these words, right, you don't have any experience, but you came to Earth, you landed with your ship. What are you going to do? What's the first thing you're going to do? You have no programming, and it's actually a dangerous thought to think that you have limiting beliefs. Limiting beliefs have you. You don't have limiting beliefs. But the idea that you have limiting beliefs is a paradox in itself. No one has limiting beliefs. That's a human thing. You break through the bullshit that the planet has told you that you have limiting beliefs, and you smash through all the barriers. You unlock the bolts and gates. Morning. You unlock the bolts and gates that you have put onto yourself. Because there are no limiting beliefs unless you choose to entertain that. Newsflash to Nero for a moment. He says that no one else is talking about this stuff but him. I hate to break it to you, brother, but you're not the only one speaking about this stuff, and you haven't been the only one. There are a couple others that are speaking about the same thing. That's just your blind ignorance that you think you're the only one speaking about this stuff. Yes, you came up with your definition of manifestation as internally shifting to a degree in which you no longer emotionally depend upon seeing reality change. Congratulations on that. But you're not the only one who's been talking about this stuff. You just simply have been sharing with the world, and you so-called broke the YouTube algorithm. That was the thing that you did that I didn't do yet. But that's okay. We're all doing God's work together. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm proud of you, Mr. Nero. Now, back to what I was saying. Your desire desires you. And every present moment, if you can wire in, and I'm doing this as much as I can, the feelings that your desire desires. Notice I didn't say want. I said desires desired. Your desires desired. I know it sounds crazy, but your desires desire feelings from you. If it's money, it's excitement, it's joy, it's happiness. If it's a relationship, it's appreciation, it's care, it's love. If it's health, it's treating your body with love and respect. If it's a business, the feeling of like, I have so many clients, I have too many clients. I'm overwhelmed with clients. In a good way, that is. That's a good overwhelm, by the way, having too many clients. What else? A career. The satisfaction that I get to be in this job or this workplace. For those who desire to work the 9 to 5. Now I know Nero will say that, don't let people gaslight you into thinking that the 9 to 5 is some slave matrix and whatnot. I'm not here to gaslight anybody, but I do know for my soul, I'm not meant to be some worker. I am an entrepreneur through and through. I just so happen to start later in reality. And funny enough about that, that actually doesn't matter because time doesn't exist. So really, I'm starting now. But we've been so programmed with time in mind that, oh man, like I'm this year old, and like I'm like behind because society says like 23 or 24 you should be established, or at 30 you should have like the wife or the husband, you should have 6 figures in your bank account, and you should have maybe a kid or two, and you own your own place. You may have a dog or cat. That's what we call the so-called American dream, which is dead. What we should all be aiming for, doesn't matter what age, is financial freedom, and it doesn't matter when it happens. It can happen at 65, it can happen at 99. If it doesn't happen, that's okay. That wasn't meant, sorry, let me rephrase. If it doesn't happen, it wasn't in your highest alignment. It was meant for you to do something else. Your desires you. And your desires something, and that's your energy. It's your feelings. So when all those fools from back in the day would tell you, don't use your feelings, you should slap them silly for that. You were given feelings to use them. Otherwise you would have been a robot or an AI like drone, just mindlessly doing whatever. Use your damn feelings. Now back to what I was saying. And so your desires you in every present moment, and the arrival is now. You're not arriving to some far distant place of your desired reality. You're here now. That's it. And if you can imagine it, that means it's already yours. Because if it wasn't in your imagination, let this one land for you all. If it was not in your imagination, you would not have it. And you would not even imagine it. Think about that for a moment. Take that in. Don't just hear the words. Take that in. Feel it. Just saw a feather. Feel it. Your desires you. Your desire something. If you're able to imagine it, it's already yours. Even if you see yourself from a third person view, that means you are meant to have it. You're meant to see it from a first person view, like you're actually in the scene. Like I'm holding Lindsay's hand. I'm not seeing myself holding Lindsay's hand. I'm seeing me holding her hand and feeling it. I'm kissing her on her lips. I'm making passionate love to her. I'm doing all kinds of beautiful activities with her. We travel the world. I'm at her concerts. She's at my speaking events. If you can imagine all that, it's done. But you have to also let go of the external. That's where your eyes are going to start playing games with you. This morning, as I was waking up, I didn't see let me rephrase it. I didn't see the room that I'm residing in. You know what I saw? Energy. I just saw energy. Like, it's sort of like the Matrix, but not the Matrix. Like I saw like energy lines kind of like running through the entire room. I'm like, is my eyes playing games with me, or am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? So now I can't unsee the room the way I saw it. Like, of course, I still see the furniture, I still see the stuff in the room, but I also now see like things with energy. Like I can see out here with just energy. It's just waveforms and particles that have been configured into solid. Actually, nothing solid. Our senses make this solid, but this is not solid. If we knew the right or the correct vibration of this building, I could punch right through it. If I knew the correct vibration of this concrete, I can walk right through it. If I knew the correct vibration of a car, I can run right through the car like a ghost. Like if you know how to be Obito from Naruto, because Obito, basically what he's doing, he's matching the vibration of the said object, and he's able to pass through objects. Got to give Obito a round of applause for picking up that ability. It's pretty freaking awesome. If I can pass through solid objects, whew, over. Give me the ability to teleport, levitate, or fly, and pass through solid objects. It's over. I'm gonna go and find all those so-called people who are causing calamity on the earth, and I'm gonna scare the living shit out of them. I'm not gonna hurt them, but I am gonna scare the living bejesus out of them. But they'll know because they too can do those things. Everything arrives to you when it's supposed to. Like last month was a very powerful month. It was a month of letting go of the physical, letting go of identity. Because like, let's just be real, y'all. Every one of us is the I am. So like, yes, I'm called Orion, but really, I'm just I am. So if anybody's gonna say my name, it's I am. Hi, I am. Last month was the death of my persona. I mean, it still lingers because of time and space and the third dimensional mind creating this idea that I'm walking here and I had this so-called past. Your past doesn't exist anymore. You had memories of the past, but those don't exist unless you choose to entertain it. That's why you can snap your fingers and heal instantaneously, like emotional and mental like experiences. But that's a whole paradigm shift in itself. And you're gonna have to get your brain to really get on board with that idea. Just like you know everything and you have all answers. And let me rephrase this. You have all answers, you're just not aware of it. So when you see so-called others, all they're doing is bringing it into your awareness so that you remember. That's how simple it is. Literally. I'm gonna go this way today. Phone battery at 73%. So won't be spending as much time at the water, only because battery's not gonna last as long since we spent time taking care of the bubba that was hurt. I used to feel like I had to prove myself to the world. I used to feel like I had to prove myself even a little bit on the live stream, that like people will take me serious. Now I stopped caring if you take me serious or not. If you hear these words, you will know. You will feel it for yourself if it's real and true. Let me rephrase that, because everything's technically real. Real is a subjective word. Everything is technically real. So we'll use the word if it's genuine or not. Because that word real that's very subjective because everything technically can be real. It's feeling beyond thinking about words. You got to feel beyond the words, what they are. If everybody took time and spent time with words, we're not here to get tripped up with the semantics, but let's just be real. The words are screwing with a lot of people. Somebody says something and it can either create absolute magic or it can create absolute chaos in someone's life. Just by simple words. I can say some words of like, I can say this thing called, I can say the word racism for a moment. That in itself, that word will throw you into absolute chaos depending on where you are in your journey. Or you might just like listen. Or if I talk about triggers, or I like to call it stirring the pot. You're stirring me up. You're stirring something inside of me or someone else. I'll be by the water in probably like 10 minutes, give or take. It takes 5 minutes to go down that spot to then walk to the water. Yep. Anyways, it's advantageous that you, in every present moment, that you arrive with powerful words and share it with yourself. That's why I tell myself I am a 99th dimensional being, and I am a 99th dimensional being. I didn't say 100th dimensional being because like 99 is cool. I like that number. Imagine 99 dimensions. Wow. Like a 99th dimensional being. What the hell would that even look like? Like when we see 4D, like that just throws us into our minds like, what the hell is that? So imagine 99th dimensional being. That's crazy. Use words in every present moment and arrive to this spot of the now with powerful words. You have no traumas. You have no triggers. Even if someone does stir something up inside of you, you got to remember to stay in the now. If someone's like, you're wrong, and they start to like slander you, you look at them, I'm like, it's your third dimensional mind right now that's getting in the way. Far too many people don't think, like they're thinking from the human aspect, but they're not thinking multidimensionally. I switch my beingness to multidimensionally. When you switch yourself to multidimensionally, you see things multidimensionally. If you don't switch yourself to multidimensionally, then you see things as the human. That thing is a tree. This is grass. That person's saying something to me. But when you're multidimensionally, and look, I get caught up in my third dimensional nonsense as well too. So I'm not escaped that fully, but eventually I will, because I'm bringing more awareness of being in it now. And what is the now? Being present, being aware. There's no Bubbas in the windows today. There's no cat meow, there's no doggy, there's nobody in the window today. Oh, there's his doggy. He's got his little thingy. He's got his little frisbee. Nice. Penny and Sadie. Morning, brother. Wonderful. Look at today. What a beautiful September 1st to have. Yeah. I would love it if it could stay like this for the rest of the year, but I know that's not happening. Yeah, you know? I would love it for it to just stay like this. This is the perfect weather. Yeah. This is my kind of weather too. All right. Have a great day and enjoy your September 1st. Bye. All right. So in every present moment, you must use, well, it's advantageous that you bring yourself back to the now, because that's all you have. Everything is in the now. That's only ever going to happen in the now. There is no past, there is no future unless you think about it. That's why using that exercise that you just landed on Earth, you have no physical experience on the Earth yet. And all you have is words. If you really sit with that for a moment, you just landed on the planet called Earth. You literally landed on the planet called Earth. You have no experience with anything and you just have the words. What are you gonna do? How will you operate? What happened to my pants? What the hell? I just realized my pants was like, it's crazy. I had like a bunch of yellow stuff on my pants. It's like I went through like the ringer. And so, yeah, it's advantageous for all of us to remain in the now, because last month, since we'll still do a little bit of reflection, the drawings came through. And those drawings are so powerful that I can't ignore that all signs are pointing to one thing: now. That's it. I don't have to go find some mystical answer outside of me. I have everything within me now. And really tapping into those feelings of knowing now. And so do you. And so does everyone else. But they have to realize it now. See, this morning it was a little bit chillier, but now it's getting hot. Now it's getting hot. Well, thank goodness the water's coming up. I can clean my pants. I was like, what the hell happened to my pants? Where did that yellow stuff come from? It probably must have been from the grass when I was with the bird. What an exceptional day. Exceptional starts with E. We have arrived, the arrival at the trail. I love how I can just like weave in the title into my talk. It's just so, I'm just so awesome that way. I can do that. we have arrived, and the arrival of Orion to the trail. We'll be by the water. Won't be there for too long because the phone battery is at 64%. Since I used up a little bit of my now, helping the Bubba. I trust that Bubba will be okay. I know he'll be okay. Its mom will find it and it will help it back to the nest or something. It must have flew into a tree, or it must have, like, it just was born, and it knew that I was gonna come and help it. That's why it didn't get hurt, or it didn't squirm away. Because, you know, animals would like to, like, it allowed me to touch it, and it felt my trust. Because animals are instinctual beings of energy, and they follow a specific blueprint. But this bird, you know, this bird is not following the blueprint at the present moment, and it allowed me to touch. Because normally, if you saw the bird, morning. If you saw the bird, they usually would run away from you, generally, unless you built a lot of trust. Let's go. We're gonna be stopping by the water, do my back bend, do a couple stretches, give thanks to the water every day, and then we'll keep moving. The nervous system's like, no, I don't want to do the back bend. And the body's like, no, I don't want to do the back bend. Why do you keep doing this to us? I'm like, I'm not doing anything to us. I'm doing this for us. And then you know how we feel after. We feel great. I know in that moment of like bending the back, it doesn't feel good because we're hanging upside down. Like we're looking, like being upside down throws your nervous systems into chaos. But like every day I've been doing it and it still hasn't quite solidified yet. And it's okay. It's a journey. That's a blue jay. And yeah, we'll be by the water shortly. In all its 144p glory. It's weird, like this spot, the internet is like absolutely abysmal because of the trees, but then when you get by the water, it's perfectly fine. Every present moment, like I'm being serious with this, and I'm usually serious about a lot of things I say. It's advantageous you stay in the now and you have no past. Every time you think about the past, that means you're perpetually recreating your past in every present moment. Notice the paradox there. Every time you worry about the future, you're projecting your worry of the future, and then it's going to create your new past. So imagine you just stay in the present moment and you don't think, and you just have it all now, not physically, but vibrationally. Because the universe's definition of having is vibrationally having, not physically possessing. Our skewed human definition of the word having is physically possessing. First of all, you don't own a damn thing, just so you know. The clothes you are wearing right now, you don't own those. You're gonna die. You're not taking those clothes with you. They ain't coming with you. You get to use it. You're using this as borrow material. Welcome back to the Daily Water, y'all. I'm gonna do my back bend since we don't have as much time here today like we normally do because of phone battery. It's all good. So I'm gonna get rolling. Nervous system, I will be safe. Don't worry, we'll be okay. You don't have to worry about me falling into the water and stuff. In every present moment, you have everything now. But what's going to get in your way is your beliefs and your eyesight. And your eyesight's going to say, but I don't have this thing yet. Like for me, mine says, I'm not in San Diego yet. I mimic myself a lot like that because like that's the egregore. I'm not in San Diego yet. I don't have the trillions of dollars yet. You do have it in your inner world though. And if you have it in your inner world and you let go of the importance of looking on the outside for stuff, then you have it. And it will eventually appear in the physical through opportunities, situations, people, circumstances, or an event. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Very good. We did our back bend. Whew. Good job. I'm gonna do a couple stretches here. You have everything now. I know you're the human of all of us, I'm included in this, wants to have it. But here's the thing. If you already have it, does that mean you want it? No. Great example. I have Lindsay Sterling, so I don't want Lindsay Sterling because I already have her. I have my Shure SM7B microphone, the sexy, legendary podcasting microphone. I don't want it. I already have it. I have a very powerful MacBook Pro with 64 gigs of RAM, and it's the M1 Max chip, the most powerful chip at the time, at the most powerful MacBook at the time. Do I want a new MacBook? No, because this MacBook is absolutely still powerful. When they built the M1 Max chip, it broke records and shit. So I don't require a new MacBook. Now, of course, the gaming laptop, it's playing everything all right. So I don't really have a requirement for a new laptop until the laptop like goes kaput. But the laptop works perfectly fine. And I'm playing games that I enjoy and it works perfectly fine on it. So do I want a gaming laptop? It's a desire, and I'll have a new one when the time comes, but it's not necessary because I already have a gaming laptop that I can play my games. Okay, what about money? I have $54 in my account right now. Just $54. So this is where I have to tell the inner world that we have the trillions of dollars. Because when you already have it, you let go of the physical, and others who have let go of the importance of wanting and vibrationally having in their inner world, they receive money from random things, from random people. I mentioned to y'all that I will bring forth 55,000 US dollars into my account. Someone's gonna just randomly put that into my account. I don't care how it comes, it's coming. Whether somebody walks up to my door and just hands me a check, I win it in a lottery, I get it in the live stream, like some random YouTuber is like, you know what, I'm gonna give this guy some money. I'm gonna give him 55,000 US dollars. Because, you know, I've seen that happen. I don't care how it comes. It's coming, and it's already here now. Like, it's coming in the physical, but it's already here in vibrationally. It's already here now. All things exist vibrationally now. That's what the universe keeps mirroring back to me. Let go of this humanistic need / want of not having it vibrationally. Because our eyes play games with us. Because just because we don't physically have it, that doesn't mean you don't have it vibrationally. That's why I was saying that the universe, ooh, the rare Pokemon is over there. It's standing there like a lone wolf. He's over there like a lone wolf. Look at that. Look at that Pokemon over there. That's a giant Pokemon. I should throw a Master Ball and catch it. That's like a Lugia. Time is it? 9:12. I'll spend a couple minutes here. I'll get rolling. When you have it within, you have it without. And I said this before, just because your eyes can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. A great example was when we were at the park and we saw the light beam coming from the sun through the trees. But that came through based on the smoke that they were using with the barbecue. But when the smoke wasn't there, the lights disappeared. So tell me, did those light beams actually exist or not? They exist. Everything exists in a state of invisibility or visibility based on your frequency that you are on. A great example is my journey. Great example is probably your journey, Soul Fam. Great example is everybody's journey. You've been doing this for far longer, so it's a little bit more. You wouldn't be a good example because you've been doing spirituality for a very long time. So I'm going to use me for now. 6 years ago, I was operating from some weird-ass paradigm called the third dimension. There was nothing about spirituality. That word didn't exist. Manifesting didn't exist. Mindset didn't exist. Emotional intelligence didn't exist. Unconditional love didn't exist. The word love didn't exist. Like, it existed from the third dimensional perspective that you have to go chase love outside of you and not seek it from within. And the words like within and without, those words just didn't exist either. And like my conceptualization of the heart, the mind, and the soul were vastly different back then. I was using it from the humanistic perspective, not the what I call the definitive perspective, which is their energy. And yes, we are all majestic. Yeah, the mirror, the memory, and the magnificent. I like that. It's advantageous. That's a lot of M words, by the way. I'm the mirror. I choose to use memories that are empowering Oh, perfect. This is perfect. This is so perfect right now. And I said this a moment ago, we have the power in every present moment to bring forth what we desire. So why are we wasting our time? Why are we wasting our now worried about some past that doesn't exist? Is it because of our memories that locks us in the past? Well, if you have the power to do that, then you also have the power to shape your future. But what's going to get in the way is your third dimensional eyes seeing third dimensional things, seeing third dimensional perspectives. Until you break out of your third dimensional perspectives and stop seeing seeing this as real, because it's not. Morning. How are you? Good. Indeed. Enjoy your day. Thank you. That's Dina. Like it comes down to what you choose to entertain in every present moment. You can choosing fear and lack, or you can choose abundance. You can choose fear of, like, I'm not confident, or I'm gonna use your thing. I'm struggling with like dyslexia, which you're not. For others, it's like, I'm hard on myself. If you say that in the now, then that's what you're gonna get in the now, because that's all that exists in the now. Let that land. So if you tell yourself that I'm hard on myself, then you're hard on yourself in the now. That's okay, because in every present moment you can change. Because the only thing that you can do is flip the switch. But what's gonna stop you from flipping the switch? Morning. What's gonna be hard to flip the switch is your memories of so-called past and the feelings that are associated with those memories of so-called past, and your identity that you formed with so-called past, because your identity is a massive part to this endeavor that we call the human experience, because you created this identity of X, Y, and Z, but really you're just the I am that's whole and complete and perfect. The soul is perfect, but the mind isn't. So that idea of perfection, your soul is perfect. It has all the answers, it's perfect. Your mind isn't perfect though. Your mind is designed to grow, stretch, and evolve. And if you want to use the third dimensional word, learn. If the word learning helps you, use it. I don't care what you use at this point. As long as you stay in the now, you're in joy, you know that you're the creator and you're more of yourself, that's all that matters. Synergy of Trinity. So that synergy of Trinity will change your life if you use it wisely. But there is another synergy of Trinity though, and that is fear, doubt, and worry. If any of those three words enters your subconscious or enters your mind, that is it. It is over. But you have the power in every present moment to not entertain it. All right, we're gonna get rolling. Thank you, water. I love you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. And I'm gonna use some water actually to clean my pants. I don't know what the hell happened to my pants. It got like this yellow stuff on it. Cool. All right, let's go. Bye, water. Oh yeah. Later, water. Love you. All right, let's go. So in every present moment, you have the power to the arrival of new energy, to arrive on this planet called Earth. But it's going to take a lot of effort in the beginning because of your habituation. But once you start practicing this thing over and over of being in the now, that will now become your new habit. So things that used to bother you will no longer bother you. Like yesterday, some random soul jumped on the stream. Don't know who it was. Could have been Faith, because he's the only troll bag that still pops up here and there. Whether he's Memaniski or whatever his name is, or not. Like, I call him Phoenix. But like, whether it's him, whether he's a troll bag or not, like, I don't even let him bother me, because like, he's just wasting his precious nows on wasting. It could be used for expansion, or you can, I mean, he's using it for his own sake of having fun, but like, you know, I don't even entertain it, because his fun isn't my fun. I have my own fun. So I was like, if that's him, if that random person who jumped on yesterday while I was meditating, or sitting and being, as I call it, was like, you're like an eyesore or whatever they said, or something about your lips or something. I'm like, okay. I started laughing, and then they removed their messages. I'm like, all right, you little coward, see you later. You little third dimensional coward. If I really want to insult somebody, I'll just call them third dimensional. How you 3D character? How you doing, you 3D character? Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, it's so bizarre to say. However, it isn't about working at it. It's just doing it, flipping a switch. Oh, our brother's there. Hey. He's riding his bike. I just realized it. Normally I've actually never seen him ride a bike. He just passed me. But yeah. I like screaming at him, but he's listening to his, whatever he's listening to. He's got bone conductor headphones. Yeah, it's just by flipping the switch being God. Yeah, flipping the switch, pressing the power button, hitting the ignition, turning the key in your engine. Like, take your pick of said switch. It could be pressing the power button on your laptop, the laptop that is called God, turning on God mode, activating God mode. It could be a golden switch, a purple switch, a pink switch. It could be a start engine button, start God mode engine. It could be turning the key into the 2JZ GTE Supra God mode. Yeah, it's because we've been programmed to be backwards on the planet. It's all backwards. Everything's backwards. That's why everything's a paradox. The world desires you to be restless and in fear, because a controlled mind or unawakened mind feeds the collective hive mind and keeps creating the illusion. That's why everybody's role is to break out of this so-called amnesia. It's like awakening at like a mass rate right now. There's a lot of people who awaken, and I can see it. All kinds of people. We're all one. It's one soul having 8 billion different experiences. It's one consciousness. Because if you go inside and you think about consciousness, you can't put a limit to consciousness, because consciousness doesn't have a beginning or an end. Unless you say, I have my consciousness and that person has their consciousness, and that right there is separation. It's one consciousness having 8 billion different experiences. Of course, when I'm on stage, there's gonna be some other version of me who's gonna attempt to be like, you're wrong, and he won't agree, and that's okay. I'm gonna be like, hey, yo, listen carefully. Right now, your mind is telling you that this isn't right. It doesn't feel right, and that's okay. But I'm gonna tell you right now, when you die, you will know firsthand, because your third dimensional mind is getting in the way right now. And there's a reason why the universe had me switch it from ego to third dimensional mind, for a reason. Because this is a 3D world. And if you're in a 3D world, there's our brother. I said hello to you. I said hello to you. You good? Good. Good. He came back. That's funny. This is a third dimensional world, and you're having a third dimensional experience. That's all this is. When you're on Earth, from the third dimension perspective, it's a globe. It's a sphere. When you're in the other dimensions, it's a disc, because this is third dimension. Morning. But everything is actually beyond third dimension. It's multi-dimensional. I'm going to say it, and it's been a while since I said it. This is a multi-dimensional, multi-frequential hall of mirrors designed for self-mastery. This is a multi-dimensional, multi-frequential hall of mirrors. Practice love, y'all. Designed for self-mastery. Man, it's good to say that again. What does multi-frequential mean? That means there's multiple frequencies. It's not just one frequency. And don't even get it twisted. On this planet, there's 8 billion different frequencies. But on other planets and in the cosmos, there's gazillions, and I can't even put a number to it because there's no number of frequencies. And you can tune your radio station, that is your dial within, to a frequency that, oh, I'm abundant, 111.1, abundance. Or you can go on AM radio and be like 2.3 lack radio. Choice is yours though. Or you can be at, AM, I'm just making up random numbers, 1.3 realistic radio. I'm gonna listen to 1.3 realistic radio. Who would like to listen to 1.3 realistic radio? I sure as hell wouldn't. I'd rather be on 999.9 delusional radio, because the humans have their skewed perspective on delusional. Delusional, which is another word for magical, what the eyes can't see. I would rather live in that state. That's the 99.9965% that our eyes can't see. Because imagine you could see 99.9965. You basically see the entirety of everything. You'll see, like, there'll probably be an alien standing right here. They'll probably be like blue or transparent. They'll probably like some people can see that stuff because they tapped into beyond the third dimension. And if you can tap beyond the third dimension, then you can see things at different dimensions. Hello. Pleasure to meet you. Surprised that the YouTube is showing my stuff to newer souls. But when you only can see 3D, you will only be able to see 3D. If you can know beyond 3D, then you will start seeing beyond 3D. And you'll start shifting perspectives from third to fourth to fifth, seeing things as oneness. This is why I'm going to use my journey for a moment 6 years ago. If you were to utter the words, I do know him. He's a really awesome dude. I love that dude. That dude has a great mindset. I love that dude so much. You must be one of his friends. It's a pleasure to meet you. He's a really good dude. I'm really proud of that guy, and you know, all the stuff that he's been doing and being. Yeah, I definitely know him. I haven't seen him in probably like 3 weeks now, but I'm glad to see. I'm glad that I got to see him again. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So when you can see beyond 3D, you start to raise your perspectives beyond the third dimension, because what you see with your eyes is not always true. There are things that you can't see with your eyes, but you can see with your mind. When you're in a dream, you can do all kinds of random ass things in a dream, but when you're on the third dimensional world, you think, I can't do that. It's realistic. Sure, we have to abide by the laws of the universe, like the law of gravity. If you're attempting to think that you're gonna fly and you're gonna jump off a building, you're gonna fly, guess what? The law of gravity is gonna say, your ass is going straight down. If you think that you're gonna put your finger into electric socket and not get shocked, it doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad person. It will shock your ass. And so my point to say all this is to say is that there's also a balance of knowing, like, this is why you have your logic for a reason. Logically, you don't do those kind of things. So you don't go on a building and jump unless you have like a parachute or a harness or something to make sure that you get wherever safely. If you're gonna jump with nothing, don't expect you're gonna fly. That's not happening on this planet. It'll happen on other planets and other dimensions, but it's not happening here. There is some imposed limitations onto our physical vessel. So yes, but everything else is infinite. Well, it's a pleasure that you're here. I'm gonna call you V. I like the letter V. The word V reminds me of the Devil May Cry character. In Devil May Cry 5, there's a character named V, which eventually turned into Virgil, Dante's like older brother, and quite arguably more powerful than Dante. But yeah, pleasure to have you on. This is my daily walk. I get 10K and then I chill for a bit, do some exercises. I call them my playouts. And then, yeah, we just chill. I just do random things throughout the day. I share high level consciousness things. I'm here as a mirror to mirror back perspectives. I'm not here to enforce anything onto anyone. I'm just here to kind of give perspective. And you can use it as a tool to your tool belt that you can add to your tool belt, or you can discard the tool. It's totally a your choice kind of thing. Sometimes I'm a little tough because I have to break through the third dimensional thinking mind that a lot of humans have, because I can see a lot of third dimensional thinking happening, but you're beyond third dimensional, you're multi-dimensional. All of us are. But due to a lot of people's conditioning, programming, and domestication and patterns, and their identity that they formed around these things, I see a lot of limitations. And while they're on this channel, they're God, they're the creator, they're the infinite. Whether that's above them or inside of them, I don't care what you use, just know that you have the power within you to shape your reality at will, and you can always change. In every present moment, you must be in the now. It's the simplest, most defined answer is to be in the now, not the past and not the future. Every time you're in the present moment and you think about the past or the future, you keep recreating it. And eventually you will lock yourself into that paradigm, and then you'll stay stuck or trapped into the future or the past, or worrying or ruminating. This is all about being in the now and letting go of all the thinking that the third dimensional mind likes to do. It's not ego, because ego is actually exploring God's oneness. It's enjoying God's oneness in your body, but it's your third dimensional thinking mind that's getting in the way. I'm gonna point the camera this way so they're not being filmed. So you'll get to see like nature and the park. So yeah, welcome to the channel. Give my regards to Sushi when you see him. I'm sure he's practicing being in the now even more. I'm so proud of him for figuring that out at his younger body age. If he can practice being in the now, and you and him and all your other friends that I know, he told me about the circle of friends that he has, and you talk about mindset and growth and all that stuff, which is amazing. That's amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, just remind yourself to be in the now. That's the most important thing to do, is to be in the now. Stay in joy, stay in a joyful state. I mean, if shit's happening, feel your feelings, of course, but return back to the joy that you are and more of who you are, being authentically you and not putting on any masks. And I promise you, you will live such a wonderful, magical life. That's what I'm experiencing now. It took me 40 Earth years to figure that out, though. We're out to go hang on the bar in a moment. Yeah, it's advantageous to be in the now. That's the only thing you have to concern yourself with. That goes for every human on the planet, is to be in the now. Not the past and not the future, the now. Only the now. Because all answers reside in the now. You can't connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect it looking backwards, and when you're connecting it backwards, you're doing it in the now. That's a Steve Jobs quote that I empowered, and I powered it up even more. You see, I'm not satisfied with just quotes that third dimensional minds created and that's it. I'm interested in multidimensional perspectives. So I like to power up things even more. Like there's a quote, the day you were born, you look like your parents, and the day you die, you look like your choices. That's all they said. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna add a little bit more oomph to that. The day you were born, you look like your parents, and the day you die, you look like your choices. Choose wisely and choose decisively, because you only have one opportunity. Well, you have many opportunities, but you die technically once. You can die many times, and you do come back, but you only have this shot at life. Take it, because it's all based on your choices, your decisions, and your perspectives. Morning. It comes down to your choices, decisions, and perspectives. What you choose. Everything where you are based on your current journey, like that goes for any of you, is based on the choices you made. Now, of course, if you're much younger and you're with parents, right, you're still making choices, but like our mind at certain ages don't have the logic to process things fully yet. Had I had this mind at like age 5, you think I'd be listening to my mom or my dad as much as I love them? No. I'd be like, you're wrong. They're not wrong, but you know, they're misaligned. That's the human. I love my mom and dad, and they were the greatest mirrors that I could have ever gone for my growth and my evolution, because I get to expand, and then after this life, I get to sit with the Council of Elders, and I become the new Council of Elder, one of the new Council of Elders who reside and like oversee other souls. I'm gonna get to oversee souls in my next journey. I like the idea of being the council of elders. We are all of them, yes. But the next time, ooh, look at that, 33% on the battery. There are 3 people and 3 likes. 3. That's awesome. Fix that. Stop that. Stop moving. There. It's on an angle. So. Second hang for the day. Gotta find a way in the wintertime to hang. Okay. Oh, there's a rabbit, Bubba. There's a rabbit, Bubba. It's over there. It's on the right. We'll be running backwards in a moment. Yeah. Nice. No coincidence, no synchronicity, just straight up facts. Good job. Keep running, brother. You got this. Ready? Yep. Coincidence, synchronicities. Nah. Synchronicity is not even powerful enough anymore because it's just normalized now. It's more like I expect it. Like I expect to see numbers like 333 or like that with the rabbit just now with you and me, like that. Man, it's just expected. Expect magical. I know some will say expect miracles. Miracles don't feel like the word miracles doesn't feel it feels wishy-washy to me. Like it's like miracles seem like it's something happening from like, actually let's define this word right now. What does miracles mean to me? What does that word feel like? It feels too religiously for me, for some reason. Miracles. Expect miracles. Because I've always heard that in the Christian thing. Miracles, miracles, miracles. I don't care about miracles. I care about magical. I like magic. Expect magic. They both start with M. I'm gonna have a conversation with ChatGPT when I get inside. I'm gonna have a conversation with, magic versus miracles. I mean, miracles is a powerful word. It's like the word Christ. Like I know what Christ means. It means anointed one or anointed, and it's the Christ inside all of us. But the word has been synonymously tied to the Christian religion. And of course, I have only respect and love for it. I just don't subscribe to any of them. And I can't use that word, Christ. Christ consciousness. Nah, unity consciousness. Because unity is not tied to any religion. Unity is all encompassing, all one thing. Maybe I create a new consciousness called everything consciousness. Maybe I just coined that one now. It's everything consciousness. This is the first time you're probably hearing it. Everything consciousness. Because everything is everything. Everything, everyone consciousness. Morning. It's everything, everyone consciousness. I'm coining a lot of terms that will be hitting the mainstream soon. And all the mainstream people who just use words without actually feeling words will be using words that came from this vessel through the Creator. There's so many people who don't feel words. Like it's baffling because we weren't programmed to feel words. We were programmed to think about words. But actually, we're not even programmed to think about words. Morning. We weren't even programmed to think about words. We're just programmed to say words and be unconscious about when we say each word. Yeah. It's everything consciousness. I'm making a new one now. It's not Buddha consciousness, it's not Christ consciousness, it's not Krishna consciousness. Heck, it's not even unity consciousness. I mean, I like unity, that's still my word, but it's everything consciousness. It's everything and everyone, or it's all consciousness. It's the allness consciousness, or it's the oneness consciousness, or it's the totality consciousness. Because that's what it is. Morning. We will be running uphill backwards in a moment, and the heat has just started kicking my butt. Well, let me rephrase it. The heat has just started to kick the butt of this vessel, which we know isn't real. None of this is real, but our senses makes this real. If I programmed out my senses, of course, like I would desire to hear and see and taste, but I would definitely take out, I would break the touch one. I'd break all kinds of other senses. I wonder how a world would be like. Now, of course, I'm not asking for that universe, so don't even start. But I take it back. I love the senses. But I do know that the senses are limiting us. That's why when you lose a sense, your other senses get stronger. And it forces you to be more present. It's funny how the sixth sense, your intuition, which is the number 6, encompasses your protons, neutrons, electrons, 666, into the totality of your beingness. 3, 2, 1, go. brother coming behind me. The doggy bubbas are looking at me. All right, let's go. I like his doggy bubbas. His doggy bubbas are cute. I like it. They're Pokemon. All right, my legs are taking in the energy. Let's go. And when you hear the cicadas, you know it's hot. When you don't hear the cicadas, then you know it's cold. They're my signal of like, oh, it's hot now. I'm gonna go the long way. We have enough phone battery, I believe. Whew. Yep. Yep. Man, that's great. Whew. Today's upper body play out. Depending on when, I'll probably start at 12, maybe. We'll see what happens. Just going with the flow and being in the now. Don't gotta cut any grass. Don't have to take care of any physical thing except for myself, and being only in the now is all that matters. All that matters is in the now. All that matters is in the now. Morning.
A girl.
This is a nice, beautiful day. This is the final day for that pool, because after today, the pool, unfortunately, it shuts down. It's funny how it felt like it was only yesterday that they were only doing the pool, and yeah, they no longer are going to be having the pool after tomorrow, which means sometime during the week we'll go out and play basketball. We'll see. It's been a while since I got to shoot hoops. This was a great summer. Lots of growth an expansion evolution during this summer. Lots of people had to leave though for that to happen, but it happened. So I'm recapping right now. Like last month was just pretty badass. You know, all those drawings came through my consciousness. I do have to redo some of the circles, but I mean, for now, it's perfect as they are. I don't have to obfuscate it. That tablet's going to be a great it's going to be a great addition to my speaking. All right. It's time to cook. It's time to cook with let 'em cook, let 'em cook. Foam bear at 22%. All right, anyways, back to arrival. He's speaking to me? Oh, it's the Doberman. He looks like Sephiroth there. It's our brother Lucky. Anyways, back to what I was saying about the arrival. So it is advantageous that you know that in every present moment to be in the now and be safe. Now, this is a good test. This is a good test because there's a Doberman behind me and I get to see what the nervous system is going to do. It's not like it's not too close behind me, but it's still behind me. And you know, it's just an energetic being. Something smells good. Oh, phone battery at 20%. Okay, we gotta roll. Ooh, yeah. Sweat is starting to happen. It's starting to happen. It was like these little birds that I had to save or like heal. Let's go. We're almost back, by the way, y'all. Somebody's voice is very powerful there. It's extremely powerful. This was a great walk. Got to help Bubba. Got to, got to see a couple brothers and sisters today. It's been nice. Yester Matrix Day, as Regina would like to call it. And I like that word, Yester Matrix Day to Matrix Day, to Matrix Morrow Day. To Matrix Day, wrestling's at 2 p.m. I mean, it's Raw. I can always watch Raw whenever. I can watch it in the evening time. Hence why, this is the reason why I respect the reason why I got Netflix. I don't have to, think about, I missed it, no. Chances are I still won't end up watching it, though. I only watch usually the PLEs, the premium live events. They don't call it pay-per-views anymore. Pay-per-view. PPV. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna cross the street. That person has a doggy over there. Don't desire to interfere with that doggy. When I used to work my JOB in 2019, I would always walk the road. I wouldn't walk on the sidewalk. I was weird like that. I'd make sure people knew I'm walking on the road. I'm not walking on some sidewalk. I'm royalty. And cars would look at me like, "What are you doing? Just go on the sidewalk." That's what they're built for, sidewalk. I'm like, sure. All right. When we get in, have something to eat, start our exercise, our play out, and get rolling. Get rolling on the day. Get rolling on the day. Morning.
Morning.
Get rolling on the day. Phone battery at 19%. We could have had this weather last week too, you know. We could have had this last week. And it would have been a continuous streak of almost 2 months with no rain. It had to rain though, because the grass was getting a little dry. But if the weather stayed like this the entirety, I mean, we had 5.5 weeks of just pure sun. There was no rain. There's nothing. It was just awesome. I had never experienced that before. In the physical here, even in San Diego, they're always sunny generally, but when I was there, I experienced 1 day of rain. Or some days were was cloudy because of the marine layer. But the the weather here, 5.5 weeks of no rain and just pure heat, that's unprecedented. This is why this summer was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Like, this was a great ass summer. Hey. Hey there. Morning. Yeah, this was a phenomenal summer. This was probably the best summer ever in Toronto. Probably. Weather-wise, probably the best. Last year was all right. This year, though, whew, man, so good. What is it, Thursday? Yeah, Thursday we have rain. Friday, I don't know what it was. I'm not focusing on that, but I'm, just I like this weather. It's nice. It's my kind of weather. Okay. And I cut the grass, so I have to cut grass again for a while. Feels nice. It feels very, very nice. It feels very, very nice. I really do have to get a car though. Why is that out here? Like, why is there a corn cob just out here? Just like lingering. And then there's a bow. There's a nice fancy bow here. I'll take the bow, but the corn cob, what the hell is that doing out here? I'll put the bow on the table. They're definitely gonna have people over at the neighbor's house. I'm gonna sit on that side. Whew. Wow. Welcome back, y'all. I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'll take this bow. I didn't see it this morning, so it's interesting that it's there, and I didn't see that corn cob either. Welcome to the heat. We were gonna watch Nero's video, because, yeah. If I had a secondary phone, I'd be watching it on the phone and taking notes with the tablet, but I don't really have to take notes because I have all answers. I only watch his stuff because it's just the way he words things. I like how he words stuff. That's it. I don't care about anything else but words. He words things nicely. And I'm gonna go get the cooler now because it is gonna get hot. Okay, so first things first, plug in this. Turn this on. Then ooh. I was checking if the thing came off. Nope, it's good. Ah, man, so good. You know, this morning, instead of me put it on Wi-Fi. You know, in the last like maybe 3-4 weeks, you know, I get up and I spend like 5-10 minutes, just no technology, but then I go into the bathroom and then I watch like a YouTube video or something while I'm brushing my teeth, like something to feed my mind, something positive, something that's I can talk about. Sometimes I'm looking for words that I could use for the live stream and see how I can weave it in. Today, I was like, I'll take the tablet in the bathroom. I'll keep it by the sink. And I had a photo of my wife, and she just smiling, and that's the photo I was kissing on the tablet earlier. She's just smiling. And I'm like, sweetheart, let's have an amazing day together. And I just stayed in the now. So I'm making sure every morning I just remind myself how lucky I am to have my wife, Lindsay. I have her vibrationally. Physically, I will have her when the time comes. She's the only woman I will ever entertain the idea of having kids with. She is the only one. There is no other woman. I love that girl with pimples on her face. I love that girl when she has no makeup. I love the girl when she has a bedhead. Because I don't love her for her exterior. Yes, she's beautiful. I love her for her heart, her soul, her mind, her generosity, her caring, her kindness to her fans. She's not your stuck-up superstar who doesn't care about their fans. She's the type who's on the red carpet that if she sees her friends, she'll run up to them. She'll leave the red carpet and go to them and take photos and gives them autographs and stuff. That's the type of person she is. So it was nice not to look at anything because I don't require anything. I have all answers. But what makes it feel like we don't have all answers is when we hear someone else who says something that we never said before. And that's when it feels like, oh my God, thank you so much, Nero or Pete, for you know, teaching me this. It's flipping the script and they're just bringing it into your awareness. Because you're not learning anything. Learning is what? If we define learning for a moment, it's just becoming aware. Learning keeps you kind of, for me specifically, staying stuck in small, like playing like this. For me, remembering and realizing and knowing the awareness shoots me up like this. For me specifically, because they're more powerful words than learning. Learning is like this. Speaking of which, we were supposed to do something with ChatGPT. I was going to have a conversation with it. Oh, by the way, happy Labor Day to all of my North American families who celebrate Labor Day. We're having a conversation with ChatGPT.
Hey there, how's it going? Let me know if there's anything I can help you with today.
Yeah, I was wondering about the words magical versus miracles from a esoteric perspective.
That's a really interesting comparison. From an esoteric perspective, the term magical often refers to the ability to tap into and harness hidden or universal energies to create change in a more intentional or personal way. Miracles, on the other hand, are often seen as more divine or spontaneous events that transcend the ordinary laws of nature. Both are fascinating concepts that really expand our understanding of what's possible.
Well, that's your definition of awareness, and that's perfect. My definition of awareness vastly differs from yours. Mine's is just straight up, well, it is about knowing, but it's not about out there, because there is no out there, it's in here. That's where it differs. Out there doesn't exist. From the third dimensional mind, yes, it exists. From the non-third dimensional mind, like mine, it doesn't exist. It's all there. That's where we differ on that. And learning is just becoming aware of so-called out there. Good to see you, by the way. The word miracles didn't feel good to me, though, because when I was growing up, it was laced in a lot of religious connotations and stuff like that. Whereas magic feels more, for me, a more powerful word, because I feel like magic is more divine than miracles. Miracles feel more wishy-washy, specifically. What's your thoughts?
I totally get that perspective. The word miracle can indeed carry a lot of religious or traditional connotations, which might make it feel a bit distant or less personal to some people. Magic, on the other hand, feels more like something we can actively engage with and explore, like an art or a science of the universe that we can tap into. It definitely has a more empowering vibe. It's all about how those words resonate with you personally.
Yeah, because it really just comes down to words, really, and your definition, and everybody has their own definition of words, and no one's wrong or right, it just is. It's just that it's either aligned or it's not aligned, or you resonate or you don't resonate. Like, I don't resonate with the word learning, I resonate with the word remembering or realizing. I don't resonate the word with becoming, I resonate with the word with already is. I resonate with the word knowing instead of believing. It's kind of the same concept like that.
Absolutely. That's such a great way to put it. Language is so personal, and the words we choose can really shape our perception and experience of the world. It's awesome that you found the words that resonate best with you and that align with how you see things. Definitely makes the journey more authentic and meaningful.
What else could you tell me about those two words, magical and miracles, that you haven't covered yet?
One interesting angle is that magical often implies a sense of agency and creativity. When something is magical, it feels like there's a certain level of intention and wonder that we can participate in. It's like we have a role in creating that magic. Miracles, in contrast, tend to feel more like gifts or interventions that come from beyond our control. They can feel more like a sign or an act of grace. Another subtle difference is that magical can apply to everyday experiences and make them feel special, while miracles are often reserved for those rare, profound moments. Both words definitely add a bit of enchantment to our life.
How would one weave both words into their day-to-day life? Magical, well, magical I can see, but miracle, because you just said it's reserved for more of those rare moments from your perspective.
Yeah, that's a great point. With magical, it's definitely easier to weave into daily life by looking for those little moments of wonder, like the beauty in nature, a random act of kindness, or even a moment of inspiration. For miracles, even though they're rare, we can still stay open to them by cultivating a mindset that recognizes the extraordinary and the ordinary. That can mean appreciating the unexpected positive outcomes or the moments when things just seem to fall into place in a surprising way. So it's a bit of a balance of being intentional and also staying open to the unexpected.
Yeah, you helped me shift my perspective on the word miracle a bit there, because like, miracle, like I mentioned, felt more like religious-y, whereas now it doesn't have that energy because of the way you've kind of reframed it. And I know every word can be reframed. Like, again, I can reframe the word learning, I can reframe the word believing, I can reframe the word becoming, right? Because these are words that for me carry a lower vibrational signature, whereas like knowing and not becoming but realizing, stuff like that carry a much higher like vibrational signature. And I know I can reframe them. It's just that I still choose to use empowering words. But there's also something about transcending beyond the words, but you still use those words. So like you're still using like words like want and need, for example. However, when you say it, you're catering to a specific like audience when you're speaking to them. Because if you use like words like desire and require as a replacement words, they may get lost in translation. So you're kind of catering to the audience. But really, when you're saying want and need, you know that it goes beyond that, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. And I love that you're so intentional about the language you use and how it aligns with your vibration and your message. It's definitely a balance between using words that resonate with you and also communicating clearly with others. And it's cool that you see the power in transcending the words themselves while still using them as tools. It really does add depth and meaning to everything you do.
Here's another question for you. Because words can have dual meanings, how would one tap into dual meanings and hold it like solidified? Because I know how to do it, but I don't know currently how to explain it with my awareness. How would one explain it back to someone holding like potentially contradictory beliefs of a word?
That's a really thoughtful question. I think the key is to acknowledge that words are like containers that hold different meanings for different people, and the intention behind the word really matters. One way to explain it is by using the concept of context and personal definition. You can say that a word can have a general definition, but it can also have a personal meaning that resonates with someone's experience or beliefs. You can explain that it's okay for a word to hold multiple layers of meaning, and that the most important part is the intention and the feeling behind it. It's a bit like inviting someone to see the word from a different angle, and that can create a bridge between different perspectives.
I could also mention that every word is a paradox or a dichotomy, no?
Absolutely. That's a great way to put it. Every word can indeed hold a paradox or a duality because language is inherently limited and flexible. It can mean different things depending on the context, the individual, and even the moment. Highlighting that paradox can really help others appreciate the depth and the richness of language, and it can encourage them to explore beyond just the surface meaning.
From your definition, what does dichotomy mean to you?
To me, a dichotomy is essentially division into two contrasting parts or opposites. It's like seeing two sides of the same coin where each side is distinct but also intrinsically connected to the other. In a broader sense, it can represent the idea that seemingly opposing concepts are actually interconnected and that understanding one side can give us insight into the other. It's a really fascinating concept that shows up in a lot of different areas of life.
Would you also say dichotomy is similar to indivisible, or would you say they're slightly different?
They're definitely related, but not exactly the same. A dichotomy emphasizes the contrast or the division between two opposites, while indivisible means something that cannot be separated or divided. In a way, a dichotomy shows the separation, whereas something that's indivisible shows unity and wholeness. So they're kind of two sides of the same coin in a sense, but from different perspectives.
And if I were to throw the word paradox into the mix, how does that word differ from those other two words?
A paradox is a bit more about the coexistence of seemingly contradictory or opposing elements that actually reveal a deeper truth when you look at them together. It's like a puzzle that challenges our logic and invites us to see beyond the obvious. On the other hand, a dichotomy is more about the division into distinct, often opposing parts. An indivisible focuses on unity. So a paradox kind of sits at the intersection of these ideas, showing how two opposite ideas can both be true at the same time. It's a fascinating concept.
So something just came through as you were sharing. I see the infinity symbol. So on one side, I see indivisible, or maybe indivisible is in the middle of that interconnectedness, or maybe, just maybe, paradox is in the middle, but the two other words are on either side of that infinity symbol. It's kind of an interesting concept that just came through.
I love that visualization. That infinity symbol really captures the idea of interconnectedness and the continuous flow between these concepts. Indivisible in the center symbolizes unity and oneness, while the paradox sits at the core of understanding how two opposites can coexist, and the dichotomy and a paradox really do dance around that infinite loop, showing how everything is connected and ever evolving. It's a beautiful way to look at it.
I gotta draw something. I'm just gonna quickly draw the infinity symbol. I'm not gonna take the one that I've already pre-made. I'll just draw a quick little infinity symbol. T-Bray, we're playing Dead by Daylight today, if you're not too busy. If you are, no big deal. Did you watch Clash in Paris yesterday? I'm sure you did. So we got paradox on one side. We got indivisible in the middle. Indivisible. And then we have dichotomy. Oops, spelled that wrong. D-I-C-H-O-C. There we go. Oh, it was good. It was good. Raw's at 2 p.m. today, by the way, on Netflix, because they're still in France. It was good, though. By the way, there's a stat for John Cena. Michael Cole brought up yesterday. He has 99 PLE victories now. He had 98 yesterday, and he has 99 now because he beat Logan Paul. So that means he's got to have one more PLE and he wins, and he'll have 100. And I think he'll have the most PLE wins out of any person in history, in all of like wrestling or something like that. That's interesting. 100 matches or 100 wins. So he's got to face Brock Lesnar at some point. He's going to be oh, premium live events. Well, we know we used to call them pay-per-views. That's what WWE calls them now, but it's still pay-per-view. It's still, for me, I still call it pay-per-view at times, because like that's what I've grown up knowing it being called for years. But they don't call it pay-per-view anymore. They call it PLE. Premium live events. Basically any one of those things, like a SummerSlam, a WrestleMania. So he's got 99 wins now. So it would be nice to see him beat Brock Lesnar and get the 100th win from him, but who knows if that's going to happen. Then I'm sure he's going to be facing AJ Styles. I feel like that rivalry has to be renewed. It would be nice if Edge came back. It'd be awesome if Edge came back. But I don't think Edge is coming back to WWE since he's in AEW right now. Because he's already had CM Punk, already had Orton. He's going to have Brock. AJ Styles would be on his bucket list now. Brock Lesnar. So he's got September, October, November, and December. So he's got basically 4 like matches left if he competes in every month. So it'd be Brock Lesnar, AJ Styles. Who else would be a good fit for him? Roman Reigns. He's got to face Roman one more time, I feel. And he's got to beat Roman this time. He actually has to beat Roman. But I don't know how that's going to work because Roman's now the baby face as well. He's not the heel. So they're both baby faces. No, Cena has more than Brock. If Cena wins, he'll have 100 wins. That's what Michael Cole was saying yesterday, that Cena actually has 99, or at the time when you pull up the stat, he had 98 pay-per-view wins. So yesterday when he beat Logan Paul, he has 99 now. So he's definitely going to have 100 before he leaves. It would be nice for him to leave with the title, like to have 18 title wins, because 17 kind of seems like It'd be nice to see 18, but I don't think that's happening. I don't think they're gonna make that happen. I don't feel like that's happening at all. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'll be right back in a moment. I'll have that infinity symbol drawn. I'm gonna see what else comes from it. Indivisible, paradox, and dichotomy. Indivisible, paradox, and dichotomy. Yeah, so he's going to be facing Brock the next match, 100%. I was expecting Brock to come out and interfere in the match, or come out and like beat him up or something at the end yesterday, but he didn't show up. Bro, Roman got pwned yesterday. He won and then absolutely massacred. He got massacred yesterday. That's why I said it was a good PLE. The French crowd was just on point. By the way, if you ever notice, there's a Trinidadian dude who's always there. That guy's like rich. He's always at the front row. He has the Trinidadian flag. He's a brown dude who has like gray beard. I'm like, how's this guy able to go to all these places? And now there's a dude with a green shirt that's sitting next to him. He's been there a few times now. So it's fascinating how I keep seeing this. I've been seeing this Trinidadian dude for at least 2 years. I'm like, why does he have to be the one that gets to... I should be the one that should be sitting there. There goes the third dimensional mind getting in the way. Why does he get to be the one that sits there? How dare him? He doesn't deserve it. That's what the third dimensional mind is screaming right now. He doesn't deserve to be there. It should be me. Too funny. I'm so funny. Yeah, he's always there. He's either in the front row, in the way so you can see him in the camera, because he wants to have attention, and or He's at the aisle, like when the wrestlers are coming down the ring, or coming down the aisle. I'm like, who is this brown dude and why is he able to go to all these things? He must be either a millionaire and he won the lottery or something, or he must have he must be something, because like he went to France, he was in all the other European countries, like it's crazy. There used to be another dude who used to also travel with the WWE a lot. He wore a blue shirt and a red hat. I forget his name and stuff, but he always used to be there. WWE must have gave that dude like some really good pricing on his tickets or something. And like either blocked out his seating, because like he's always there. It's crazy. I have a lot to eat. Muffin, bread. Yeah. I'm feasting. Yogurt, clementine. One more thing. You'll see him on Raw tonight, or whenever you do watch it. I'm like, yo, universe, you giving this guy the ability to travel around with them? Why don't you throw me a bone and and let me travel around with them? It's crazy. But no, good on that dude. He's what we call like a super fan. He's a super fan. He's been there all the time. I even have to Google him, like, who is the Trinidadian dude who's always in WWE, like in the audience? He always has a Trinidadian flag. He's very proud of it being Trinidadian. He has to show his flag. He's very third dimensional though, with his, being proud of his nation, which is okay. Everyone be proud of where you come from, but I don't come from Earth, so this is just a temporary home that I'm visiting. My home, where I'm supposed to be on Earth is San Diego, which is part of America. Proud to be American, but also I don't care to be part of the Earth, if that makes sense. I am beyond the Earth. I'm a 99th dimensional being, doing third dimensional stuff. Council of Elders, are you watching me? I know you're watching me. Don't worry, I'll be sitting with you all soon. I think 10 years. I think that's all. That's how much time I have left. 10 years. I have to get these drawings out to the world and make things simplified. Paradox, indivisible, and dichotomy, huh? If I take the first letters of each word, it spells dip. We're dipping into our inner world. Yep. DIP. Technically, it goes in that order. Dichotomy starts with D, I is the next letter, and then P is the last letter. The dip of infinity. The dip into your inner world. Dichotomies, indivisible, and paradox. Those words hold so much interesting energy. that word dichotomy showed up for me in 2022. That word never existed for me before. Let me rephrase this. Everything always existed, but I was unaware of these words. That's why I said there could be things that are currently invisible that are actually visible to others, that are currently invisible to some of us. That's why our eyes don't tell you the truth. If a word like that didn't exist for my entire lifetime, or my awareness of that word didn't exist, then what else doesn't exist? Like indivisible is also another word I didn't use ever. That just showed up this year. That just showed up like 2 days ago. Indivisible? I've never said indivisible. Yeah, I know that's with or without eyes. But most people peg awareness with what they see. That's what I'm getting at. Awareness is not, I'm basically saying awareness is not eyes or mind. It's being in the now. That's what I'm getting at. But my third dimensional mind, and just like a lot of other third dimensional minds, see only with their eyes, and only if their eyes see it, then they're aware of it. But that's not how it works. So yes, spot on. That's what I was saying. Everyone has different definition of words, and it's not incorrect. It's just, is it serving you to have it that way? So like manifestation, for example, for a lot of people, you ask them, what does that mean? Are they aware? Are they using their eyes to be aware of a manifestation? Or are they going inwards without eyes and feeling something? Do they know? Or do they believe? Same with the word love. What is love? What does that mean? My definition of love back 10 years ago was I had to physically see someone love me with my eyes. That's what love meant for me 10 years ago, which was incorrect. Let me rephrase it. It was misaligned. Because I was in a misaligned state of being. I was in my own state of being, so that's the download that I was receiving. That love, like Hollywood, has been shoving down our throats for years, that you have to look for love like outside of you, which is not true. Man likes woman, woman likes man must chase woman, must play the game. Most movies are a big influence on our lives because it gets thrown into our face through a screen or a television, vision. It's telling a vision. And most then talk about you must love yourself first before you can have that girl or have that guy. It was chase that girl or chase that guy. It wasn't like you must love yourself first, because it doesn't follow an entertaining thing that society enjoys. They want to see like the man chase the woman and play the game and see, and they will end up together in the end generally, but the messaging is skewed. And for me, awareness, if you were to ask me 10 years ago, was to see with my eyes. It wasn't with the mind or anything. It was with the eyes. I had to see it to believe it, to become aware. That's why I said I'm basically I'm like a child who just landed onto Earth, and I'm undoing all of the language that people has thrusted into me, and buying into my own words now and how I perceive words. That's why I'm so gung-ho on words. It's literally one of my most important aspects of my beingness here, to bring awareness to words and how powerful they really are. It's not a thinking thing, it's a feeling thing. I mentioned earlier, most don't feel words, they think words. Most don't take time to even sit with their feelings. So what do you think they're gonna, if they're not sitting with their own feelings, you think they're spending time feeling words? Like that word indivisible. When that came, I'm like, what does that word feel like to me? Indivisible. Well, divisible means separation at its fundamental core. Remainder, something left over, something separate. Indivisible for me is encompassing. It's nothing's left over, there's no remainder, it's all one, because it can't be divided. Words are very powerful. And when used accordingly, you can literally change your life with these words. I think, well, I don't think, I know my journey is to help others be aware of the words they use and to know their definitions of their words before they use it. But what's going to come in the way of that? It's the mind. The third dimensional thinking mind's going to get in the way. It's going to be like, I don't care about that. That's not important. As long as you're living a happy life and you're living in joy, you don't have to focus about that. But if you're living a mediocre existence that you feel that there's something more for you, then it's time for you to pay attention to the words that you're saying. Because most people, I have not run into somebody who's always in joy, who knows, who has everything they desire and they're living their best life. I have not run into anybody like that yet. There's not a soul that I've run into in my physical incarnation that's living their dream life right now. Unless that would be you, mister. And if that is, then you're the only person. Most who have come on the stream have shared with me their dreams and their beliefs about their dreams in the so-called past. Some are content, and that's okay as long as you're happy. Because the root of this all is just to be in the now and just be happy. Be joy. Be in joy. Radiate joy. More joy for everyone. It doesn't belong to some, it belongs to all. But unfortunately, that can't happen with certain parts of the world. Because the collective hive mind in those parts of the world are so operating from not even third dimensional perspective. They're operating from like a one-dimensional perspective. They're operating from fear.
and only fear. And that's why there's all those problems. That's why they're living in like 100 AD or some shit like that. There's no excuse for that side of the world to be living in that kind of state. They should be living in this kind of state. That's why that side of the world, and it's not that we're separating, it's just that part of the world, and we know where that is. I don't have to mention it. We know exactly where that what I'm referring to. They shouldn't have to be dealing with stuff like that. It's because the collective hive mind in that area has still been trained to live in fear and to also entertain 100 AD like perspectives. So that's why I call it one-dimensional. And they're thinking that's the right way. I mean, to them it's right? Everything's always going to be right from their perspective, but seeing like these are the things that really irks me from the human. This is the human getting irked. My soul doesn't get irked by these things because my soul knows, but the human doesn't like that women have to be covered up in all kinds of shit. But they chose to do that. But do some of them know that they have a choice, or do some of them, or someone just forced to be part of that? Because I've seen a couple women who was a part of that culture, and they forced themselves out of it because they didn't align with it. Good on them for doing that, by the way. It takes a lot of courage to do that, to break out of your culture. The one that really irks me is that men are treated as above than women in that side of the world, or that part of the world. That drives me nuts. And I see it here. I see it here. Because I see the woman walking behind the man as if she's like some sort of subservient to him. No, woman, you walk right next to him as equal. That's how this works. They were saying, and every time like there's a quote, it always refers to man. Like, give me the boy for 7 years and I'll show you the man. What happened to women? Give me the child for 7 years and I'll show you the adult. This is why I said your words are powerful. I don't just take on what other people's words say. I will fight anybody on anything. If it doesn't align with me, I will fight you. I will literally fight you till you have to submit to my will. I will not just buy into other people's words. I have my own perspectives because I see beyond 3D. Most humans don't even know about beyond 3D. So when I dissect things from everybody, I don't care who it is, from like, it could be freaking God himself, I will dissect your words. And I will see if it aligns with me. And if it feels genuine, or it feels, there's no such thing as truth, because truth is subjective, or real, because that's another, that word real, normal, and truth is all subjective. Because what the fuck is normal? What is real? What is truth? Truth isn't facts. Facts is facts. Like the sky is blue. We call that thing blue. Like grass, well, depending on if it has water, it has been watered or not, is generally green. Those are facts. But truth is subjective. There are no truths, just half-truths. So, again, these words, definitions. And most humans have only bought into other humans' words. I'm done with all the human words, or other people's perspective on words. I've taken on my own by going in and feeling each word. What does this word really mean to me? Perspective, perception, projection, present moment, paradigm, paradox, intuition, money, love, purpose, What does these words mean? I've gone really deep with these words. I spent a lot of time with words. That's why, like, when new ones pop up, I'm like, what does that word mean to me? What does that feel like? I'll be real, indivisible was just brought into my awareness a day ago. Indivisible. I've never said that word ever on the live stream. Indivisible. And now that I see it, I can't unsee it. And I know what it feels like, and I know what it means. I can undo probably its meaning and make it something else. But now that I have some experience with that word indivisible, as it's basically like unity, oneness, everythingness. It's like the universe like threw water on my face there. I was just seeing if something pooped on me, but no, there's nothing up there. Experiences with words. It goes back to that exercise I was talking about again. You came to Earth. You have all words and you're aware of all words, but you have no experience with the words. What would you do as soon as you landed on Earth? You landed. Now what? Well, first thing, you're gonna have to know how to open that door from your spaceship. You have the word open, but you never experienced the word open yet. What does that word mean? Going to the root of it all. Actually, even before open the door, you have to know how to unbuckle yourself. You even have to know how to move your fingers. What does the word move mean? No one that I've run into has spent time like this with words that I've run into yet. Not a soul. That's why I know the universe has brought me into awareness of the power of words and knowing that everyone has their own definition of words. That's why I can't say you're ever wrong. You can never be wrong. None of you can ever be wrong on what you share. You can't, because it's based on your experience. Your experience is valid. But if you attempt to tell me that I'm wrong, I'll slap you silly. I will literally drop kick you out of this universe. Don't mess with me. I will literally whoop your ass. I swear to God, I will whoop your ass. So if you ever tell me I'm wrong, I'm gonna kick your ass. I will not hesitate. I will literally drop kick you out of this universe. That's why I make sure to don't say that anyone's wrong, because they're not wrong. It's just I may not align with how you perceive a word. I perceive it differently. You see? What gets in the way? And I caught it because me and brother here, we had one when we were talking about the whole stance and your power core, your core. Like we were talking, I'm like, I know he's strong in his knowingness, and I'm glad he's not rattled by what I say, but I'm not rattled by what he says too. I'm gonna be right from my perspective. I'm not gonna just buy into what he says half the time. He's right, but I'm right too. And it's not a battle of egos. I just know I went fundamentally into energy. He went into fundamentally in the physical, so he's right. Stance is very important. Your stance is very important. Your core, your energy is very important. That's where all your energy gets sent throughout your body. So that you can do those stance, then you can lift, but both are right. And why I'm bringing that up is because, and that goes for any of you else who are listening, stand for what you know, and don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise, even myself. if you think, most people, like, the one thing that most people will not agree with me here, and this is okay because they are where they are, is that God is inside of them. That's the big one. That's the main one, in fact, that God is inside of them, because they think God is outside of them, some dude in the sky that's waiting for your ass. I know, because when I was coming back on Saturday, I intuitively knew I was going to run into Lyndon. I knew it. I felt it with every fiber of my soul. I'm like, I'm going to run into this guy. And sure enough, I ran into him. The internet on the phone stopped working. So like the live stream just was like, so it kept reconnecting. It wouldn't connect. So I was meant to talk with him. And then we had a conversation, like, you know, he talks about he says, oh Father, oh Almighty Father God. He says that, oh Almighty Father God. Nothing wrong with that. As long as you're living your happiest life, cool. You do you, but like, most people still believe and not know that there's a dude in the sky waiting for their ass, and that they're going to be sent to hell if they swear, or they you know, they have to be God-fearing. He actually mentioned that word God-fearing. I'm like, bro, let me ask you a question. Why do you think that God desires you to fear? I want to hear your perspective. Why do you feel like God wants you to fear him? I use his words because I'm catering to him with the word him, because God is not a him, it's an it. But I use the word him. Why do you think God desires you to fear him? And he told me, because if we don't listen, we're going to go to hell. Like, where did you buy into that? The Bible? I'm like, okay, cool. That's cool. Just so you know, a lot of people, when they're reading words in the Bible, don't understand the words that they're actually reading. The Bible is spot on. It's accurate. It's 100% accurate. But whoever's reading it isn't accurate of what they're reading, because they don't know the definition of words. That caught his attention when I said that. He had never heard anybody say that before to him. I'm like, I told him about the Psalm 46:10. Be still and know that I am God. What the hell does that mean to you? I asked him that. What does that mean? He told me, you gotta stop talking and listen to God. I'm like, okay, cool. That's amazing. But are you listening to a voice outside of you, or are you is that inside of you? He said, that's inside of me. I'm like, okay, cool. That's where God resides, within you, because you just answered your own question. Because you're thinking it's God outside of you, but you just said that the voice you hear is inside of you, so isn't it inside of you? I wasn't there to make him feel wrong. I was just giving him another perspective. I'm like, just remember, you're always going to be right, but just listen, this is just adding another tool to your tool belt. Just giving you a shift in perspectives. Because again, when people read the Bible, they don't read the words carefully. They read it based on their level of awareness of the definition of the word. We did a exercise many times in the past. Past doesn't exist. We did an exercise before. What's your definition of love? And I had every single person at the time, from their own words, what is your definition of love? And I saw so many differences and so much overlap, but also vast differences between the word love. What does that word mean to you? And I said it in a romantic context, because love has multiple variations. Brotherly love, sisterly love, and that's the other thing too. You have to look at each word as variations. There's a variation of love that's for brothers. I have love for T-Bray, for Soul Fam, for all the brothers who jump on. That love is different from the sister love, because you all are not sisters. You're not girls, you're guys in this lifetime, you're guys. So I have brotherly love for you all. I have sisterly love for our sisters. Regina, Olga, whoever else shows up, like Crazy Cat. I have love for them from a sister, and that's different. It's two different energies. Then I have soul family love, which then kind of encompasses both of them into one. It kind of takes both and solidifies it as one. And then there's romantic love. Seeing that person, which for me is Lindsay Sterling, in a romantic context. So love has so much different variations. And then of course, then you have your motherly love, fatherly love. You have love for your cousins who are different from your brother and your sister. You have love for your grandma or your grandpa. You have love for your friends. I don't subscribe to the word friends personally, but a lot of you use the word friends, so that's the human word. I don't care for friends. You're a brother or a sister to me, a romantic partner, or you're an acquaintance. There's no friend in between. I don't do friends. That word doesn't exist for me. Literally, I've wiped that word out of my existence. I respect it, but I don't entertain it anymore. So when any of you call me friends, like, cool, I just switch your word friend to brother. I'm like, okay. He just said, thank you, brother. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, brother. But brother and sister technically are just labels that we use because we're all I am. Everything is I am. I said this yesterday, I said this the day before, and I'll say it again. Imagine we all just walk around calling each other I am. Hi, I am. But who are you talking to? I'm talking to you. You specifically, I am. But I am I am. Yes, you are I am like that I am over there. And you're that I am over there too. But I'm not talking to either of you. I'm talking to that I am over there. Specifically that I am. Do you know how confusing and chaotic that's going to be for our mind? Because the third dimensional mind sees things as separate, individualized. It doesn't see, it has a very hard time to conceptualize, like, this chair is one with me, this table is one with me, the stylus is one with me, this tablet's one with me, this water that I drank is one with me, the water while it's in the bottle separate from me is one with me, this cap is one with me, this clothing is one with me. Like, it's all one. It's not like the clothing that's hanging on the line right now is one. The cicadas that are making that sound that you're hearing right now, zzz, they're one. That bird that was hurt earlier that I had to like heal is one. Not had to, chose to. All the bugs, even when I get stung, I feel like I got stung by a bee, just so you know. Those 2 bites that I got didn't feel like bites. They felt like I got stung. Because these dang, speaking of bee, look, one comes flying here now. You bubbas, like I don't desire to hurt them, but like just get, just go. But our words, it's why I'm super gung-ho on, like, you must feel your words. I cannot emphasize that enough. Like, if it's the only thing I talk about for the rest of my life, it is your words. Forget all this metaphysics and you are God and all this stuff. It is your words, and it is the definition of each word. And you have to be aware that every other person that is currently operating from separation from you, who doesn't know that they're one with you, you have to also come to that realization that their words will vastly different from your words. Cicada was flying into the... Everybody's word is going to differ from yours. Even as I'm speaking all these words, they're probably going to be different from what you're perceiving, from what you're hearing from me. You're perceiving it a way that maybe is not the same way I'm perceiving it. And that's okay, because it's based on your own experience. And that's what you have to be aware of. And if you can get aware of that, you will win the fucking game. Because when you hear someone else talk, you won't get so-called triggered or stirred up what they say. You simply, oh, okay, that's what this version of I am is saying. They're saying that I am God, like I am God, the power is within me. Okay, I hear it. I may not buy into it, but I hear it. Because my definition of God is a guy outside of me. And if that works for you, cool. Use it. 11:11, by the way. But what that does, and Eric, when he was here, he said it, and it was brilliant. He's like, brother, ever since I've been, monitoring my words of what I'm speaking, it's forced me to become more present. Well, you're not becoming, you're realizing, but he used the word becoming. He's becoming more present. There's a habituation period where you will use words like becoming and stuff until you flip. I was doing the same thing. And it's okay. It may take some moments to switch, but eventually you will break out of your habituation of words and you will start using other words like what I'm doing without stunting yourself, if that makes sense. It forces you to be more present with everything. So like right now I see on the bottle there, it says real and natural. It says real Canadian, that's the brand, Real Canadian. What does real Canadian mean? What does real Canadian mean? What does that mean? Real Canadian. Well, let me give it my own definition. Real is subjective because everything is real on the planet. The difference between real, I've had this conversation with ChatGPT, but I feel called to probably have it one more time, but I'll leave it for now because I'm doing it for myself. Everything is technically real. The only thing is it genuine or is it not genuine? Is it authentic or is it inauthentic? Because real and fake are like, when people say you're acting fake, and I used to say this a lot, you're acting fake, you're definitely acting fake, and all of you are acting fake. Well, what does that mean? Everything's technically real on the planet. When you're physically here, if everything is technically real. So whenever people are like, but that's not true. Well, give me your definition of real then. Let me hear it. Let's hear your definition. Go. What is that? And no ChatGPT and no looking in your phone. What does real mean? Can't answer it? Then zip your lips, sit your ass down, and pay attention. The power of your words and the definitions are going to vastly differ. This is why I know when I'm speaking about words, I'm spot on. Am I accurate about every word? Well, of course not. There are words I haven't even experienced yet. Like indivisible just showed up. But for the words that majority of us use and are aware of, I'm pretty spot on with my words. Like most people, what does the word faith mean? What does faith mean? Not fate, but faith. Faith. What does faith mean? Well, my definition of faith now, true faith is confidence. It's not knowing though, because faith still has room for doubt. Faith is basically trust and confidence, but it still has room.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
but you've hit the time limit for this conversation.
Oh.
Please start a new chat to keep the conversation going.
Oh, I didn't even realize I reached the. I didn't even know. I had her on pause. I totally forgot that it was still going. Okay. I had no idea. I totally forgot that it was on. All good. Faith is basically trust, but trust has an opposite of doubt. But knowing has no opposite. When you know, you know. Like, for example, and I've shared this, do you have to believe or have faith that you can blink your eye, or do you know you can blink your eye? Do you have to have faith or belief that you can go take a shower, or do you know you can go take a shower? Do you have to have faith or belief that you know you can drink this water, or do you know you can drink this water? Do you have to have faith or belief that you can turn on your phone and look and start doom scrolling? Or do you know you can start doom scrolling? Do you have to have faith and belief that you can hear? Or do you know you can hear? Do you have to have faith or belief that you can see with your eyes? Or do you know you can see with your eyes? Knowing transcends belief and faith. Because you know. Even that brother, the African brother who was talking with the Aussie person, who was like, if you believe something, that means you don't know. But if you know, you know. Because if you believe, that means there's still doubt. But if you know, there is no doubt. You just know. That's why knowing is so much more powerful than belief and faith. I believe I can do it. Or I know I can do it. But there's a level beyond knowing, is embodiment. And that's knowing plus feeling. That's merging the knowing with a feeling. That's embodiment. I love the fact that I became aware of all. I am so grateful that I am aware and realize my awareness of all this stuff. I have mastered the third dimension. I literally have mastered the third dimension. I love it. I love it so much. I'm checking to see what's going on with the live stream on my computer downstairs. See what's up. What's going on? Yep. Chrome browser always gets cut off. Like it always dies. I'm gonna update. It's actually so much easier to use the stylus. Cool. Let's hit the live button. Ta ta ta. Cool. I give myself another like. Because that's how I roll, son. That's how I roll. It's so fascinating though, how Google Chrome, stay in the now, fool. What we got going on here? If you can't be corrected without being offended, you will never grow in life. Here's another humanistic thing. Judging isn't the word I would use here. It's realizing with awareness. Most people just don't know. Boom, baby. I Okay. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I wonder if I should go eat lunch now. Or start my play out. Universe, what you got for me? What you got? What you got? What do you got for me? Food or no food? That is the question. Oh, I was gonna play Roman Reigns' track, by the way. This is probably copyright. Hoo ha la la. Speaking of Roman, his thing shows up on my feed. Yeah. Wow, they have the full highlights. Bro, you can just watch the full highlights on YouTube if you're there, you can watch the full highlights of Clash in Paris right now. It's 20 minutes. That's wild that they do that now. All right. Let's see.
It's surprising to see the action RPG Lost Soul Aside finally getting a release, given that development began in 2014 and its first trailer debuted back in 2016. Since then, the title has clearly gone through a wild development cycle, since it's coming out essentially 10 years and a full console generation after it was originally conceived by developer Bing Yang. While the title originally started off as a solo project, Yang eventually got some developers on board thanks to funding from Sony's China Hero project, forming Ulti-Zero Games, and now the game is finally out. The world of Lost Soul Aside is, despite its vibrant color palette, a bleak one. A major portion of humanity is ruled by the Empire, which took on the reins of leadership after winning a war that led to several homes destroyed. Protagonist Kaiser is one of the victims of this war, and has become a skilled fighter and a member of a rebel group, Glimmer, that is working to overthrow the Empire and confront the Emperor face to face. The story starts off with a plan, a call to action for the common people of the Empire to stand up and fight back against the Emperor during a parade celebrating his birthday. This interesting beginning is unfortunately brushed to the side quite early on thanks to an invasion of interdimensional forces known only as the Void Racks. These enemies are not only able to swarm humanity and bring about large-scale destruction, they also have the ability to steal souls from humans, which they are seemingly hoarding underneath a mountain. In the midst of this explosion, Kaiser finds himself allying with a friendly Void Rax, Arena, who the two must work together to fend off the invasion.
In her side, Reggie, I wonder why there's no one here.
People from all over the world are flocking to the Empire for their work. So many cities that used to be filled almost completely empty now.
In my time, the land was teeming with humans everywhere.
The world has changed a lot since you were in prison, you know.
Don't embarrass me, kid.
The true story of the game, what you'll ultimately be doing for the vast majority of gameplay, kicks off when Kaiser's sister is targeted by a particularly large Voidrax and her soul is taken. Kaiser and Arena decide to travel to a place theorized to be where the Voidrax keep all of the human souls that they've been collecting. Unfortunately, this means that Lost Soul Aside essentially turns into a collection quest where you're just running around and collecting magical MacGuffins that can potentially help save Kaiser's sister. The general pacing of the story is a strange one. It starts off quite well, with a setup that implies that the Empire has been maliciously using Voidrax powers to keep its citizens under check, with heavy taxation as well as force thanks to the power of the Knights. Unfortunately, none of this narrative pays off in a particularly satisfying way. And the moment you finish the prologue, you might as well forget about the entire prologue. The pacing also suffers quite a bit thanks to how the story is told. Lost Soul Aside is an incredibly linear game with nothing in the way of side content to give you a break from that main story. While this isn't necessarily a bad thing on its own, the main story often throws you into back-to-back battles and boss fights, with only the occasional character interaction or light platforming puzzle to break things up. As a result, playing through it can feel exhausting at times. Fortunately, while this issue is mostly noticeable in the opening hours, the frequency of encounters does stabilize later on. Lost Soul Aside is a fast-paced game that'll pit you against several enemies at the same time, while also making sure that you're never in any real danger thanks to an abundance of healing items. You get 2 core attacks, light and heavy, along with a dodge, and abilities given to you by Arena, of which you can equip 3 at any given time. The combat has a tendency to look quite flashy, with particle effects flying all over the place as you mix up combos by freely switching between light attacks, heavy attacks, and your abilities. Unfortunately, most encounters aren't particularly
Just looking at the
challenging,
game,
rarely encouraging you to do more than string together combos, dodge, and land the occasional perfect block to deal with enemies. To give credit where it is due, the boss mechanics in Lost Soul Aside are quite well done. These bosses can range from being a duel against a similarly skilled and powered up soldier to massive hulking beasts where you have to work at tanking them down one claw at a time before you can get an opening to unleash your biggest hits on them. The variety offered by the 3 distinct weapon types also helps quite a bit. While you start off with a regular sword, you quickly get your hands on 2 more weapon types, the greatsword and the pole blade.
I still support Yang Bing.
Thankfully, Lost Soul Aside could have been much better than it turned out. But despite its flaws, there's still clear potential for something truly.
There is one thing that your subconscious mind cannot resist, no matter how
Hey,
hard it
55.
tries. And when you use it correctly, you manifest shifts in your reality faster than ever. You might not realize it, but there's a signal you've been sending out every single day. One that quietly tells your subconscious mind how to shape your world and the reality that you experience. It doesn't come from your affirmations. It's not your visualizations either. It's something even more subtle and powerful. Something that slips past resistance and goes straight to the part of you that decides what's real. And once you learn to use it with precision,
We'll do this meditation actually. So I'm gonna eat something first. I'm gonna eat first, and then I'm going to. Then we're gonna get rolling, because I want to get. I don't want to be eating like later. So I'm gonna eat now. Get my food in my gut now, and yeah, I'll be right back. Put on some music for y'all. I can't. I thought you said your stops. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna get some food, and then we're gonna do a meditation. I just saw 222 on the timer. Did I send her that drawing or no? I didn't send that drawing? No, I didn't send her that drawing. I'm gonna send her that drawing right now. This one and this one. My aunt is sending me another video, and I told her, you must stop this now. So I sent her sent her the drawings. The Synergy of Trinity and Now. Two of the most powerful drawings you will ever run into. Oh, yep. The Now clock. The Now clock's so awesome. Like it's so brilliant. I'll wait till she finally responds with what she's going to respond, and then I'll go and yeah. I'm not even like bothered by what she sends anymore. It's just everything's in the now. Like you don't even have to worry. Like I hope she looks at my drawings. The Now clock. Let me see, maybe. Nah, I'll just let her say. your mind, I'm seeing what I'm going to type, for it's your mind that is creating this to be, nah, actually I'll just leave it at that. Okay, I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be right back. So let's put on some music for y'all. Do 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 do. That's good. I got rice, fish, and potato. It's rice. It's basically fish curry. What does she say? Cool. I helped my aunt, like she was saying, actually, she forgot the promise because in my deep concern and love for each, my son these enhancing and uplifting knowledgeable videos. They're not really knowledgeable, but I don't care about knowledge, I already have it. The world is full of darkness. Well, it's only full of darkness if you put your attention on the world of darkness. I don't entertain that the world is full of darkness. I'm not ignorant to it, but I'm focusing on the world of light and love. Doesn't mean that I'm ignorant to the darkness. In fact, darkness is not the problem. It's people who forgot who they are as unconditionally loving beings. That's the problem. No human, no Bubba, everyone's a Bubba, remember? No Bubba is born evil. That shit is taught to you. And then you walk down your path. Some will get the lesson in very interesting ways for them to... It's a paradox. I know someone would be asking right now, well, how do you know that? How do you know? How do you know? I know. Don't ever doubt my knowingness, or I'll slap you silly. This is where my third dimensional thinking mind will come in the way and say, I've gone further than most of you humans, because I'm not human. I have gone further than most of you. I don't care about your third dimensional accolades. You can have all the accolades in the world, you can have all the physical stuff, but you have not gone further than me. Not even close. You may have gone further than me in the third dimensional realm, but you have not gone past me past the third dimension. Because I don't care about the third dimension. I care about the realms beyond the third. I just reside here to help you use multi-dimensional perspectives in the third dimensional world. Bar. That, right, all that I just said was third dimensional. You're welcome. I love it. I love it so much. No, but in all seriousness, I have gone very far on my journey. I have not really met another who has gone as far as I have yet. Maybe Nero and Pete, but even they have their limits. There was a jet that flew out. I was warming up food and I heard it super loud and clear, but of course I didn't run out and like, no, I missed the jet, no. I was like, no. I can hear its ferocious power of it flying in the sky. I'm like, no. I really do trust that we see something today. Every time they're flying, I miss it. Like yesterday, there was two that flew in the evening time. I'm like, where are they? I can't even see them, but I can hear them. And you know that they're definitely not just your standard airplanes, because we've heard airplanes here. I think it's safe to say we've all heard airplanes flying over my head. We know what it sounds like. But when you hear something thunderous that doesn't sound like an airplane, you know it's a jet. It's some sort of beast flying in the air. So it's like, no. And that day when the 9 of them were flying over here, I didn't catch them in time. And when I did finally get the camera, I was like, it's not even picking them up in the camera. I did say though, I did call my shot. I did tell you all that planes will be flying around here. So at least I was spot on about that. I just haven't been able to catch really anything in the stream. We did catch one while I was cutting grass. We saw a jet, but we just barely caught it. Yesterday there was like a military plane flying. I'm like, what the fuck? There's a military plane flying here? I get excited to see other things in the skies besides just your standard airplanes, you know? Hey, UFO, would you like to show up? Take me to your ship so I can get my powers back. The day you all see me, maybe all these grays are showing my power. Maybe I'm asking for my powers, and these are actually my powers right now. Maybe my true form is coming right now. I just realized that maybe the grays are actually, it's not just a sign of wisdom, but it's a sign of transformation. I'll take that. I'm getting very powerful though. I'm turning into Super Saiyan. Why do you think on my screensaver it's a Goku? Look at that. Look at that. He will always, always, always be my number one. My number one go-to for anything. What would Goku do? What would Naruto do? Otsutsuki. I wonder if they Naruto. This is just like this picture right here just tells me everything. Like when Naruto does this, look at that. Come on, Otsutsuki, let me show you. Oh shit. Come on, Otsutsuki, let me show you what true resolve is. This right here. Look at that face. Look at that. Come, bring it. Bring it, boy. Let me show you what true resolve is. I should do that. Come here. Come here. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. I'm gonna show you what true resolve really is. Come, Otsutsuki. I'll show you what this scene looks like. I have to scroll to the end though, so we don't, where is he? No, where are you? Oh, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. Oh, quickly. Ooh. Ooh. Oh yeah, let's go Naruto. Let's go Naruto. Ooh. Ah. Bang. Look at this, bang. Ooh yeah, look at that. Now, let's do it. Bar. Look at that. Let me show you what true resolve is. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. I have to take a screenshot of this. Look at that. Let me show you what true resolve is. Now you all know why Naruto Uzumaki is my dude. We grabbed that screenshot. Come on, Otsutsuki. I'll show you what true resolve is, boy. Yeah. Yeah, boy. We have the screenshot now, too. Hi, wife. Yeah, look at that. Come on, Otsutsuki. I'll show you what true resolve is, boy. That right there. Best, just best. It's so good. Let me show you what true resolve is. Like, when you feel that power, I can feel it from Naruto. Oh my god. It's too good. It's just too fucking good. It's so good. Come, Otsutsuki. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. He doesn't say boy. I'm just adding the word boy. If he added the word boy, or if they said the word boy, that would have been mad disrespect and mad cooking from Naruto. Show me what your true resolve is, boy. I should say that to T-Bray if he's here. Hey, boy, let me show you what true resolve is. I don't think you're here. You probably are here. It's either you or Soul Fam. It's one of you. Come here, boy. Let me show you what true resolve is. It's too good. I love this photo so much. This photo speaks so much volumes. I might have to scroll back a little bit. I'm gonna take another screenshot of this. Come, Otsutsuki, let me show you what true resolve is, boy. I have one with his mouth closed and one with his mouth open. Koi. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. That's crazy. Man, Naruto just beats the fuck out of him. But then he loses the power for a bit. That's crazy. Boom, boom, boom. Rasengan! Nice. Okay, we are gonna do a quick, it's 12:12, look at that. We're gonna do a meditation. We're gonna do a guided meditation though. I'm gonna put this away. After the meditation, you know, the body's gonna be like, But I don't want to do the play out. Well, I'm going to do the play out. I'm more than ready to do the play out, but the body be like, yeah, I don't want to do the play out. Because it'll be so relaxed. It'll be with Jessica from Your Universe. YOUNIVERSD. We're supposed to watch Nero's video, but we can do that again later. I don't have to do that this moment. We can do it after the play out. Today is upper body, so we got things to do. We got lots to do. I'm gonna go ahead and wash some dishes quickly. So I'm gonna take care of this stuff so that this is out of my way. I don't have to think about this stuff. And I'll pack some dishes. Come, Ototsuki. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. I'm gonna wire that one into my head. Just like when Goku turned Super Saiyan 3 and he had that look at Majin Buu. It's that look. Or even when he turned Super Saiyan 1 against Frieza and he looked at Frieza, it's the look. It's the look that they gave. It's not even what they said, it's the look that they gave. That's true resolve right there. Yeah, boy. Let me show you what true resolve is. I should use that picture every time. Yeah, let me show you what true resolve is. I'm gonna have a chat with ChatGPT about that scene. I wanna hear what she has to say about it. It's quite fascinating. Bring it, boy. Show me your true. I'll show you what true resolve is. Man, just too good. Like, I'm just thinking about it over and over and over. It's just so good. Come, Ototsuki. Let me show you what true resolve is. Y'all can't tell me that scene's not powerful. He goes and smashes him in his face. See, this is a third dimensional thing, but I'm gonna say it's a multi-dimensional thing. Come, boy. Okay. If anybody in the future be like, you don't know what you're talking about? Well, come, boy. Let me show you what true resolve is then. Or come here, girl. Let me show you what true resolve is. And just so you know, Otsutsuki, the clan, is from It was the clan that came to destroy the earth, and they're multi-dimensional beings. And yet, they got smacked because Naruto tapped into multi-dimensionalness. He didn't operate on the third, he operated on a multi-dimensional. Just like, I like what Nero said. I'm not here to help you work smart or hard. I'm here to help you work multi-dimensionally. It's too funny. It's way too funny. Be like, come boy, let me show you what true resolve is, and then, yeah. I help you to tap into multi-dimensionalness. Mental, spiritual, physical, emotional. I help you tap beyond a third. What the hell happened to this spoon? Come here, boy. Whoever's listening, they're probably like, what the hell? What the hell? What is up with this guy? I know, what is up with this guy? Well, this guy does not think like a normal human. I don't think like a normal human because I'm beyond a normal human. I am... Ooh, that fell, but didn't break. Thank goodness. I am a creative being. Outside in a moment, y'all. Meditation, or sitting and being, is what we're gonna call it. Almost done. All right. Ooh, Wednesday's gonna look very, very nice. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom quickly. Let's go. Meditation time. Okay. Meditation time. Or just sitting and being time. Let's go back to the video I was about to watch. You are not in the world is in you. Hold on.
Rewind that part and play it again. You're always going to feel unsafe if you think you're a person inside the world, which is inaccurate.
Yeah.
That's an illusion. The world is in you, and you're projecting it outward. As long as you believe you're a person in the world, you're going to feel unsafe, and then you're going to be prone to some mental illness. You're going to believe in trauma and all this other stuff, and that's what people who believe they're traumatized are doing. They're recreating the trauma in the present moment. They're resurrecting it in the past, bringing it to the present, poisoning the future. Are you not supposed to have an identity because your true self is aware? No, that's correct. Our true self is awareness. It's an energy being. It's got no name, no image, no form.
Yep. No name, no image, no form.
Awareness. And what you place that awareness on is what you become. And what do most of us have our awareness on? Things we don't want, right? So the game of being a creator is placing your awareness or your focus or your consciousness on something that you actually desire to experience. And it's sustaining it there. I had to add that part, sustaining it there.
Yep, sustaining.
Isn't desiring and saying you don't have it yet? No. But desiring is the first order of creation. It's what brings everything into existence. It's the highest frequency, desire. Wanting says you're lacking it. Wanting. A lot of people haven't developed the nuance. A lot of us haven't developed the nuance between wanting and desiring. It's like as big as the Grand Canyon, the difference.
Yep.
It's as big as the Grand Canyon, the difference. Wanting is what your ego mind, your fake identity wants.
Your third dimensional mind.
Desire is what God wants. So when your desire is God's desire, you had better believe that thing is going to manifest, because whatever you desire is given, which is an eternal, immutable law of this universe.
Yes, it is.
Whatever you desire is given.
Mark 11:24.
Joe says, talk about feminine energy. I'm not the person to talk about feminine energy beyond. We're in a feminine cycle, and so those of us who are hyper-masculine have to allow the feminine to take the lead, because we need to receive, and we're in a feminine cycle, which is about receiving. So we have to stop the doing, the toxic masculinity, which is obsessive doingness.
That's Andrew Tate.
And we have to master being and receiving, that's the feminine energy. And
But also,
you're a freaking master when you can balance your masculine and feminine energy.
Andrew Tate,
if you can
Aaron Dowdy.
Allow your feminine energy to take the lead and receive.
Balance.
We're in the age of Aquarius, which is a feminine cycle. So it's about state of being, not doing, and receiving.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pete. I appreciate you. What is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you that time is not the barrier you believe it to be? That everything you have ever desired, wealth, love, success, peace, already exists for you now.
See?
In this very moment.
It always comes back to
the
now.
The only illusion standing between you and its realization
is
the idea of waiting. Waiting for the right moment, the right circumstance, the right opportunity. But the truth is, time collapses the instant you claim your desire as already yours. You do not travel
desire,
your dream.
not wanting.
You bring your dream to you. You do it by entering into the feeling of already being the person who has it. Not tomorrow, not next month, not someday, now. The moment you accept this inner reality as true, time bends, circumstances rearrange, and the outer world must reflect what you have claimed within. Think of your imagination as the blueprint of creation. Every scene you play out vividly. Every detail you feel with certainty is not a daydream. It is a seed planted in the invisible. The outer world has no choice but to mirror what you sustain inwardly. The more natural you make it within, the faster the bridge of events will carry you to its fulfillment. So how do you collapse time? You abandon the question of when and live in the assumption of already. When you wake, feel the joy of already being the one who has your desire.
Yep.
When you walk, carry yourself as if it is settled. When doubts arise, return to the inner picture and rest in its truth. The world will conform. is already woven into the fabric of your being.
Yes, it
The
is.
moment you align with it in imagination, you have claimed it. Do not struggle, do not wait, simply accept it. Time, as you know it, is nothing more than the distance between who you are now and who you choose to be. Collapse that distance by stepping into the feeling of the wish fulfilled and watch how effortlessly life delivers. The future is not ahead of you, it is within you. And when you dare to live from it now, every desire will find its way into your hands without delay. Ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you that time is not the barrier you believe it to be? That everything you have ever desired, wealth, love, success, peace, already exists for you now, in this very moment. The only illusion standing between you and its realization is the idea of waiting. Waiting for the right moment, the right circumstance, the right opportunity. But the truth is, time collapses the instant you claim your desire as already yours. You do not travel toward your dream. You bring your dream to you. You do it by entering into the...
Whoever disappeared, I'm gonna slap you silly. I'm gonna slap you. I'm gonna slap you. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna slap you. But we're gonna be in a hypnotic state.
It's real.
So
And once you learn to use it with precision,
let's start
everything changes.
from the beginning.
There is one thing that your subconscious mind cannot resist, no matter how hard it tries. And when you use it correctly, you manifest shifts in your reality faster than ever.
Let me quickly go back to our live. 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 Go back to our concussion. Live. Go back to our concussion. Live. Jesus. Feedback loop.
It's real. And there is one thing that your subconscious mind cannot resist, no matter how hard it tries. And when you use it correctly, you manifest shifts in your reality faster than ever. You might not realize it, but there's a signal you've been sending out every single day. One that quietly tells your subconscious mind how to shape your world and the reality that you experience. It doesn't come from your affirmations. It's not your visualizations either. It's something even more subtle and powerful. Something that slips past resistance and goes straight to the part of you that decides what's real. And once you learn to use it with precision, everything changes. And this hidden mechanism is a large part of what is shaping your current self-concept. It reinforces your identity. And it's delivering instructions to consciousness that literally command the version of reality you step into and the manifestations you attract into your life. So if things haven't been shifting the way you prefer, this may be the reason why. And in this session, you're going to experience a powerful activation designed to prime your subconscious mind to drive you directly toward what you've been trying to manifest.
We are the creator. We don't really require this, but this is still nice. I like to hear her. She's awesome.
Getting your subconscious to align with the outcomes that you choose. So often, we try to create change by stating what we want, through affirmations, declarations, or mantras. And those tools can absolutely work. But there's another layer, one that's often overlooked, that taps directly into how the subconscious mind actually operates in an even faster way. Because your subconscious doesn't just respond to repeated affirmations. It also loves to search for answers. And the moment you present it with properly styled questions, it becomes laser focused on solving them. It will rearrange your attention.
It only talks in emotion, though.
Your behavior, and even your external circumstances to uncover or create an answer that feels true. And this is where things get interesting. If the questions running in the background of your mind are disempowering, like, why can't I ever get ahead? Or what's wrong with me? Then your subconscious mind will work tirelessly to prove those assumptions to you. Because that's what it does. It looks for proof to validate what you assume to be true. And it always finds it. In other words, the questions you ask yourself become commands. But you can actually shift this in your favor. When you consciously choose to ask better questions, aligned with the version of you who already has what you want, you activate an entirely different set of outcomes. These questions don't feel like resistance, and they don't get rejected like statements sometimes do.
Powerful
Instead,
question gives you
flip over who
powerful
you are
answers.
and reprogram your subconscious mind from the inside out. They are subtle, but they're very powerful. And they're designed to bring your next level identity online.
That's if you haven't identified as a creator yet.
There's actually science behind this. Behavioral researchers have identified something called the mere measurement effect. The discovery that simply asking someone about a future decision significantly increases the chances that they'll follow through on it. In a review of over 100 studies, researchers found that asking people things like, "Will you eat healthy this year?" or "Are you going to vote?" made them far more likely to actually do it.
Who cares about voting?
Their subconscious toward taking action, just by planting the possibility in their mind. And other researchers found that the way a question is framed can completely change the decisions that people make, even when they're given the exact same facts. A simple shift in wording, phrasing, or point of view alters how the brain interprets reality. And in fact, just pondering specific types of questions can change the mind's perceptions and alter body chemistry. And if you've ever done the classic lemon test, you already know how real this is. Let's try it now. Imagine I handed you a lemon right now. Bright yellow, freshly cut, juice glistening on the surface, that sharp citrus scent hitting your nose the second it's sliced open. You feel the cool weight of it in your hand, and then just imagine bringing it to your lips. And bite into it. And notice how it tastes as you bite down.
I've done this many times, y'all. See? I'm not doing anything new that I don't already know.
And maybe even making your jaw tighten just a bit. Did you get a sensation in your mouth from just that visual? That's the same intensity that a properly styled, powerful question has on the mind. Because your brain doesn't wait to confirm
When you feel words.
It reacts to mental imagery, to phrasing, and to tone. In other words, the properly styled questions literally hijack your brain. And when you ask the right kinds of questions, especially the ones you're about to hear, it can completely change your perception and begin reprogramming your mind to change your reality. Every question you ask sends a message to your subconscious mind. And it doesn't just hear the questions, it goes to work on it. Quietly and relentlessly.
Depends on the question, of course.
If you ask yourself something like, "Why do I always have the worst luck?" Your subconscious mind will search for the reasons why and present that to you in the form of proof and experiences. But if you ask something like, "Why am I so lucky?" your subconscious mind also doesn't argue with that. It just starts searching immediately to find the proof and experiences that match that. It thinks, "We're lucky? Okay, let me go find the proof for that." And it will.
She's giving us the theory right now, but she will get into the meditation.
It will shift through your attention, your behaviors, even your inner chemistry.
So there are a lot of things I disagree with, but she is where she is based on her journey.
Fill the void. The void between your question and what the proof is that makes it true. And this is how powerful your inner dialogue is. So it's not just about the statements that you repeat to yourself, it's also the questions you ask. Especially the ones whispered in your own mind that no one else is listening to, that hold the most power. Questions command your subconscious mind. They put a grip onto it that it can't let go of until it fills that so-called void. In other words, they create an open loop that the mind feels compelled to close, no matter how long it takes. They trigger a search. They override resistance. And they quietly install a new identity that your reality has to catch up.
I'm going to pause for a moment. So What she's talking about is the human, having the human third dimensional perspectives. But when you've tapped beyond the third dimensional perspectives, you will see beyond the third dimension. And you will no longer entertain such limited things of like the human mind. Because you go beyond the human mind. I can feel it very strongly. Because like what she's saying right now, this is all science and backed by neurochemistry. Yes, that's if you identify as your body and if you still identify as a human. But when you tap into the perspective that you are the creator, that puts you above the human, which means you see multidimensionally. You don't see third dimension or even second dimension. You see multidimensionally how everything is operating. And you throw yourself into a whole new paradigm. Change your perspective, change your perception, change your perception, change your projection, change your projection, change your present moment, change your present moment, change your paradigm, change your paradigm. You potentially create a paradox. So everything she's saying, she's right, she's spot on, but that's for people who haven't identified as the creator yet. So I have to emphasize, like, why am I listening to her? I was just looking to see what she's going to say, but really I was just waiting to see what kind of, because she has good meditations. Like, I really do enjoy, like, her voice, and usually you use headphones, but, you know, we're doing this on the live stream where we're just going to take, like, 15 minutes to just, like, close our eyes and just sit and be. Gives your time to just pause and slow down. But I don't just buy into what she's saying. You see, everything someone says, I don't just buy into it. I question everything and I dissect it. Because what she's failing to, well, she's not failing, but what she is unaware of is it's actually feeling your words. It's not enough to just ask a powerful question. It's also about looking deep at the word. And I'm not going to go on her thing and tell her about all this stuff. Like, I don't have time for that. Or I don't have, that's not what I'm here to do. She will figure it out. She is not mentioning feeling your words. And I was just talking about this very thing. She's bringing the science and the neural thing, and yes, this is the neural thing, but that's if you identify as the third dimensional character. Your feelings transcend third dimension. Your feelings actually is multidimensional. Your thinking is third dimensional. This is why I was sharing it's important. I would write, like I would, but I'm like I don't have to do that. Everyone's on their journey; they will figure it out. When the time arrives, I've come to that realization, and I've let go of this thing that I have to go correct other people and whatnot. But this, for all of you who are here on the live stream, it is advantageous that you pay attention to when people are saying stuff. So don't just take it in and accept it. Question it. Even everything I'm saying too, question it. Does it make sense to you? Does it feel? You got to feel your words. There's no one on the planet really who's talking about feeling your words. You must feel your words, not think about it. Feel it. Feel your words. Feel the power of the words.
That your reality has to catch up to. And suddenly you realize you've been programming your reality all along. You just didn't know that the most powerful tool you had to take control over your mind was a question. And here's how that connects to manifestation. The moment you ask the right question, one that's formatted the proper way,
there's no right or wrong, it just is.
Your subconscious mind launches into action. And it will automatically redirect your attention toward anything that supports the version of you who already has it. So you won't have to consciously figure anything out, because your subconscious mind is already doing the heavy lifting behind the scenes. It changes the way you feel. It changes the things you notice. It even influences how others respond to you. Because once again, its job is to close that gap between your assumption and your experience. So it's like an inner coding system, quietly rearranging your outer world to match what you've claimed is true, through simple, well-formed questions. So if you want a new experience in your life, you don't have to force it. You just have to know how to control your mind the proper way. And one powerful way to do that is by asking like someone who already lives in it. You ask from the identity of the version of you who already has what you want. And then you activate a search that can only end in your expansion. And now we're going to go through an activation that will do exactly this. But we're going to add an additional layer to this. You're going to ask your questions from that powerful identity that I refer to as the God state. And I found that when you combine these two things, subconscious priming and this elevated state of consciousness, the results begin to amplify faster than ever before. Because at that level, your subconscious mind doesn't question your power at all. It simply obeys. So let's begin. To begin, take a moment to get still. Let your body settle and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through the nose and exhale slowly through the mouth. One more time. In and out. With each breath, feel your awareness pulling inward, back to the center of your being, back to the space within you that has always existed, beyond effort, beyond time, beyond limitation. And as you settle into this space, you may notice a deep stillness awakening within you, a presence that radiates certainty, peace, power. This presence is pure awareness. It moves with clarity. It selects with intention. And it creates with absolute authority. And this is the truth of who you are. The origin point of every timeline. The center of the signal your world responds to. You are awareness choosing form. You are the observer shaping the field. You are the source of your experience, right here and right now. So just feel that. Breathe into it and allow it to expand both within you and rippling all the way outside of you. And feel how steady you are now. Feel how powerful you are now. Feel how you are already in alignment with everything you choose to become. And from this space of infinite intelligence, your God state identity, you will ask and amplify your truth. These questions arise from power, from knowing, from alignment with the version of you who already holds the reality you choose. You are speaking as the source, and your subconscious mind is listening, eager to respond. And from this place, we begin to ask as the person who already has it. Let these questions drop into the stillness of your mind like seeds, and your subconscious mind will take it from there. What if I've already shifted, and now my reality is simply catching up? What would it look like if even the detours turned out to be the fastest path? What new doors are opening for me that did not exist before? What if I'm being led by a higher intelligence that always knows the perfect way? What would it look like if I relaxed into the flow and it carried me straight to my desires? What if the shift I made today changes the entire trajectory of my life? What would it look like if I let go completely and everything just clicked into place? What if life was always supposed to be this easy? What if my newfound clarity is the only thing the universe ever needed? Who is already drawn to this new version of me? How is my energy influencing people and environments before I even arrive? How is it that joy is already flowing into every part of my life with so little effort? What would it look like if I expected miracles and they kept showing up? How is my presence activating the best in others without me saying a word? What if everything I touch now turns into an opportunity? What outcomes are now guaranteed simply because I've chosen them? How is my frequency acting like a magnet for all the right people and situations? How is the energy I've activated pulling all of my desires towards me so easily? How is everything unfolding in the exact way that makes me feel most alive? What would it look like if today was the turning point that changed everything for the better? How is it that every moment is proving to me that I've fully entered the reality that I only once imagined? What if all the pieces are aligning perfectly behind the scenes right now? What if the entire field is rearranging now just because I decided? How is the perfect version of my life becoming more real and visible with each breath I take? What goodness is flowing toward me now that I've embodied peace, clarity, and certainty?
It's 1 o'clock. There's still like 15 minutes on this.
What if every room I walk into is already set up for my favor? What if the force I'm being guided by makes no mistakes and knows exactly how to lead me? What amazing surprises are already set up for perfect timing in my day today? What if the universe loves to show off for me just to confirm that I'm on the right path? What would it look like if all the right people suddenly showed up to support my next step? What if the universe is obsessed with making my dreams come true? What if miracles have already been scheduled into my day, just waiting for me to arrive? Who am I now that everything I desire is already part of my reality? What new experiences are already flowing to me that match my elevated energy?
Putting my head back isn't comfortable on this chair.
Flow and fulfillment just by being me. What if I've already entered the reality where things work out quickly and perfectly?
That means the now, not the future.
What would it look like if ease and overflow were my new default setting? What unseen support is already guiding my next aligned step? What if I wake up tomorrow and everything is even better than it was today? What if every yes I've ever wanted is echoing back to me right now? What would it look like if I received 10 times more than I imagined without lifting a finger? How is divine intelligence orchestrating everything for my highest unfolding right now? What if life keeps exceeding my expectations from this point forward? How is everything I once hoped for now becoming the most natural part of my life? What if unseen forces are actively orchestrating success on my behalf right now?
They are. They are.
What if all timelines are now collapsing into one perfect moment just for my happiness? What if support, solutions, and synchronicities are finding me in this exact moment? What would it look like if the next 24 hours brought proof of everything that I've claimed? How is my life proving over and over again that I'm divinely supported? How is every conversation, message, and encounter aligning in my favor today? What if I've already become magnetic and now everything is aligning with my highest path? What new levels of confidence and calm are rising within me right now? What unexpected blessings are showing up simply because I'm aligned now? What would it look like if my success was inevitable and nothing could interfere with it? What if everything that seemed delayed was actually divine timing? What miracles are already in motion, just waiting for me to notice them? How is my life so effortlessly aligning with the timeline that I've selected? What does it feel like to live a life that keeps getting better and better every single day? What if my decision to align today has activated quantum level acceleration? How is my reality rearranging itself so easily to bring me everything I've chosen? What would it look like if my manifestations showed up faster and easier than ever before? What perfectly timed opportunities are already aligned with my highest outcome today? How is the universe showing me daily that I'm on the exact right path? Who am I now that the universe is actively making things easier for me? How is life unfolding in ways that feel even better than I imagined? What if it's all already done, and my only job is to enjoy receiving it? What would it look like if people responded to me with admiration and respect without even knowing why? What becomes available to me now that life is fully devoted to my success? What if the evidence of this shift shows up faster than I can explain? What would it look like if life was obsessed with delighting me? How is it that I so easily became the version of me who already has it all? What if everything meant for me is magnetized to me and cannot deny my presence? What if the version of me who has it all is now the version I truly am? What if everything is already working out better than I imagined? What if this identity that I'm embodying today is the one that changes everything? What would it look like if every area of my life leveled up all at once? What if the shifts I've asked for are already in motion and showing up faster than ever before? Who have I become now that happiness is my natural state and everything works in my favor? What would it look like if I woke up tomorrow and everything had aligned? What if the energy I'm now in is calling in blessings I didn't even ask for? How is my confidence quietly reshaping every interaction and outcome today? What would it look like if all the answers I've been seeking just showed up without effort? Who am I now that I trust myself more than ever before? What if all I had to do was ask, like it's already done? And it is. Let these questions take root now. Your subconscious mind has heard them. Because the moment you asked, You began shifting internally. And now your reality must respond. If you'd like to solidify this further in your subconscious mind, you can choose your favorite question or create one of your own and place it in the comments. My personal favorite is, what if my reality is now flooded with evidence that I've become who I came here to be? And if you'd like to go even deeper with this concept, there's a full 8-hour sleep version of these subconscious priming questions, plus additional questions layered with theta wave music to guide your mind into deep rest and hardwire your new reality into the fabric of your
Oh, it's finished.
subconscious mind. And you can find the link to that in the video description. And whether you're moving through your day or drifting into sleep, let these questions stir something powerful within you.
Powerful questions gives you powerful questions gives you powerful answers.
Have a choice. It must obey.
I heard some of the questions, but I drifted in and out because I was like, my head is like bending and like it's like not like it's like and like because this like the back of my headband is like it's like I can't keep my head flat with this thing, so like I have to keep my head like this or like this, or if I lay like if I go more into the thing, then I have to put my head like this. So some of the questions she asked was rooted all in the now. I mean, everything is actually supposed to be rooted in the now. I didn't hear all her questions, but I do know the subconscious heard. Now that it's 1:17, I've already ate, so I'm going to give myself a moment to just give my like a little bit of reprieve. We'll either start at 1:30 or 2. It's interesting. My aunt said something. She said it's her duty. She left an interesting response to what I shared with her. I'm like, I asked her to, hey, you don't have to send me any more YouTube videos. But she used the word enriching and enhancing and high level knowledge. Depending on the frequency, anything can be high knowledge. But nothing is high. So this is a perspective. When you're on the third dimension, nothing is high. Everything is just one thing. When you're on the third dimension though, when you operate beyond the third dimension, you see everything as one thing. So perspectives aren't higher or lower. They're just one thing. But you choose a more powerful state, you choose more powerful words to use. But when you operate from when you're operating from the third, then you can only see, technically speaking, only third dimensional things. You can ask yourself a powerful question, but the thing is, all these things are rooted if you start with the whole idea that you are human. And last time I checked, yes, you are an avatar, you have a physical vessel, but that is not who you are. You are beyond your vessel. Like as I'm saying this right now, I can see this vessel isn't real. This body is, you know, if I'm punching this, it's real. But we know that this is a holographic projection. Our soul knows. There's too many people who have crossed over who have basically shared my experience without me having to cross over, for me to know that this is all facts. It is actually factual, but our eyes can't see it because our eyes see 3-dimension. I have to keep saying 3-dimension. The universe doesn't desire me to say ego, because ego is our body. Everyone wants to keep saying ego, it's your ego, it's your ego, getting in with the ego, because we've been so programmed to say the word ego. And look, use the word ego if you choose to, but I'm telling you, I'm sharing with you right now that the word ego is actually your third-dimensional thinking mind. But it's easier to say ego. Yes, it's because you've been conditioned to be lazy too. Why do you think so many humans are like, NGL, not gonna lie? Why don't you just say not gonna lie? Why do you say NGL? Do you say NGL when you talk, or do you say not gonna lie? So what's the difference of like typing it out? But it takes more effort to type. That's only if you tell yourself it takes more effort. Gosh, I just want to like just scream to the world and just like, you know, it'd be funny if everybody was on at the same, you know, vibrational level I was at, because then I would not have to think about any of this stuff. I'd just be like, we'd just be chilling. But like, I'm here for that reason, to help bring this into awareness. I have so many things to do and be and share with everyone. And my feet are starting to itch. I feel like I got bit here. I knew it. Have another bite. This one isn't too bad, but this one is annoying. How dare they bite my foot? My precious foot. Even though my foot is not even real. But our senses are making it seem real. When I go do the play out, this itch won't even be, I won't even be thinking about it. I'll be focused on lifting weights, which, by the way, it's upper body play out today. So if you don't have dumbbells, you will be doing push-ups, and you'll be doing a lot of push-ups. You will be doing push-ups. Chest will be wide. Back and shoulder blades will be standard. Biceps, triceps narrow. Shoulders, not shoulder blade, but shoulders will be pike. And inner chest is diamond. And triceps, you can do 3 different push-ups. Narrow, standard, and diamond. So, yeah. Why, foot? Why did you get another one? We were just ending this bite here, now we're getting another bite. So weird. All that bare feeding on the concrete that I'm doing. Gotta love it though. Right now I'm not bare feet though. I'm with my shoes and my socks on. Yeah. A year ago, I wasn't even where I am with the whole perception that I have. So my perception has greatly transcended. It greatly has transcended. I wonder how far I can go now. I wonder how much further I can get to. Whoever is here, because I know someone is here, whoever you are, I appreciate you for just chilling with me for today. If that's you, Mr. T-Bray, or if that's you, Soul Fan, appreciate you. If it's someone else who shall remain anonymous, then awesome. I don't know if it's Regina. Regina would have mentioned in the chat she's here. Or it could be somebody from the distant past that hasn't been here who is staying silent. My intuition is telling me I know who it is. Unless T-Bray or Soul Fam, if you type in the chat right now to tell me it's you, then I know it's someone else. And I feel like I know who it is. But I won't call their name. So unless you two present yourself, one of you two present yourself and say, yeah, it's me, bro. Or it's me, or I'm here, then I know it's someone else. And I feel like I know exactly who it is. This person said something to me in a text that they will show up, but they won't say anything. Hello, person. It's been a while, hasn't it? You must have been here all this time, and you must have seen all those drawings that I've shared. You're seeing the evolution in person. All that matters is just you being in now. Ooh, 333. Look at that, the live stream timer. And there's 3 people. Technically, it's 1 person with 2 of my accounts. Unless one of my accounts stopped, and it's actually 2 other people. Either way, it doesn't really matter. I'm glad you're here, whoever's here. Ooh, 33333. Nice. But when I go do the playout, I'm sure they'll disappear. So no big deal. There's 100,000 of you here, anyways. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I attempted Japanese walking for 30 days. The results surprised me. That's nice. Once you visualize and assume like this, ooh, they made another video. Your reality shifts instantly. This is a 39-minute video though, and I'll watch that one later. It took me 10 years in the gym to learn what I'll teach you in 5 minutes?
I've been lifting for over 10 years, and honestly, I wasted a lot of that time, and that's why I created this channel, is to help you avoid the mistakes I made early on and get you jacked just a lot faster. And if you're new here, maybe this is your very first video, I lift because I enjoy it.
Proper
My
form
goals
is
are to
important.
look better, get stronger for everyday life, and I always say that I want the gym to complement my life, but not consume it. And my goal is always to take these complicated concepts and simplify them so you know exactly what to do without being overwhelmed. Because when I started, I was in paralysis analysis, which is where you're probably at.
Let's see what
now
this brother
if
has
you're
to say.
watching this video, because there's so many influencers, there's so many like experts and podcasters just all like throwing this knowledge at you, but contradicting each other at the same time. So you're just stuck. And that's like exactly where you might be at now. Like you're trying to figure out exactly what you need to do to build the body that you've always dreamed of. But what I'm about to share is going to cut through all that noise and it's going to get you back in motion towards your dream physique. Lesson number 1 is the universal stimulus. No matter who you are, the stimulus for growth is the same. Muscles only grow when you push them beyond their current capacity. That means real effort, real intensity, and the kind of sets where your body is forced to adapt. It's not endless pump work. It's not hours in the gym every day. Growth happens when you give your body a reason it can't ignore. That part is universal. So what is the practical application of this?
That's true.
Don't go in the gym just doing random things with random weights. Have a plan, push your exercises and sets with intensity more than last time. Lesson number 2 is the individual recovery. In lesson 1, I mentioned endless pump work and hours in the gym every day. This is where most lifters get lost
You
because
don't
they
have to go
copy the
hours.
guy next to them, or they run the latest steroided out influencer split, and then they wonder why they're not progressing. Since our genetics are going to vary, I've learned that some people can hammer themselves in the gym 5 days a week and still recover, and then others need way more rest to adapt. And most guys never stop to figure out
You
where they
got
fall on
to
that spectrum.
you
Or
got
just
to
keep
figure
training
out
and
what
learning
works
more
best for you.
regardless if they're progressing or not. And if you don't balance the stimulus with the right amount of recovery for you, you're going to stall, or worse, you're going to get injured and then just end up going backwards. So the practical application of lesson 2 is start out training 4 days a week, and then ask yourself this one question. Am I recovering? So did my weight or reps go up even slightly from the last workout? Lesson number 3 is the logbook. So how do you know if you're training the right way for your body? You track it. Your logbook is the only truth you have in the gym. If you're getting stronger over time, then you're on the right track. And if you're stuck or you're declining, so you're going backwards, it doesn't matter how hard you feel like you're working or how much you keep stacking in your workouts, meaning like more exercises because you think that's going to make you grow, or doing more sets and more volume. If your body isn't recovering, then it's obviously not working. So strength in a moderate rep
I
range is
agree.
the leading indicator of size. And I want to repeat that. Strength in a moderate rep range is going to be the leading indicator of size. No one ever built more muscle without also getting stronger. So the guys you see in the gym year after year, and maybe you're one of them, that you're the same size, it's probably because you haven't focused on getting stronger. And when you're following the principle of building strength in a moderate rep range, it may not show in the mirror week to week, but the numbers don't lie. Lesson number 4 is the paradox of growth. And one of the hardest lessons to accept is that training less can sometimes make you grow more. And I didn't want to believe that at first. I thought the answers were always do more, so more sets, more days, and more volume. But more isn't better if your body can't recover from it. That's the main message I'm trying to hammer.
So this is where he's spot on. So this is why, like, I know me and T-Ray, we had this conversation about, you know, having rest, like more rest. So the thing is, right now in my life, I'm in a constant state of rest, y'all. Like, you see me talking and stuff, but I'm not like, like I'm so tired. I'm always in a restful state. And like, I'm not like antsy, you know? Like I'm like, for me specifically, I train every day. And there's a reason why I train every day. I'm not looking, like, yes, it'd be nice to get bigger, but the thing is, I like where I'm at. I feel healthy, I feel stronger. I'm focused on mobility. So like, he's right. Training less is better. It's the paradox of growth. But the thing is, like, it also depends per person. So for me specifically, I must train every day because for me, it's advantageous that I train. And the thing is, I'm not training like I'm doing one set of muscles each, like every day. I'm flipping the script, right? It's you know, I can push more, I can lift more weight if I really desire to, but I really don't, because what I'm doing is I'm just maintaining now. I'm not looking to get like super jacked, but I will. But yes, proper form is necessary. But the paradox for growth for me is I must train only 45 minutes a day. This is why, even with him saying that, like, you have to follow what works best for you. Some will say you can train 15 minutes a day. Some can just say, just do mobility training like Vanya. Some will say, you know, some will just say like, you should only do this. You have to see what works best for you. For me, I found that what I do works best for me because it helps me to stay focused. It's not a physical thing only, it's a mental and it's a spiritual and it's an emotional thing for me to do these things every day. So this is where, and I don't know if he's going to be talking about that, but we'll see.
Recover from it. Like, that's the main message I'm trying to hammer in most of these lessons. More isn't better if your body can't recover from it. And some of my biggest breakthroughs and PRs came from not adding, but from pulling back and giving my body the time it needed to adapt to the work I'd already done. The hardest part of all this is not pushing hard in the gym. It's having the patience to step away and actually let the growth happen, because most of us are addicted to the gym. So many of you guys comment and say that, like, you go to the gym every day for the mental health. It's like, I used to be the same way. Like, I never wanted to take a rest day. But if you want to keep pushing progression and you want to keep growing, then you must have patience to step back and actually let the recovery happen. And then lesson number 5 is the mental shift. 10 years taught me this. Stop comparing yourself to everyone else.
Exactly.
Because none of it applies to you. The only person you should be competing with is the one in your logbook last week. And if you're progressing, even if it's like micro or just super slow, you're winning. And if you're not, then something needs to change with your training. And that mindset frees you from chasing the next shiny program or stressing about what the guy on Instagram or TikTok is doing in his new program. It puts the focus back on the only thing that matters, and that is your consistent progression. So to recap, here's what a decade in the gym has taught me. The stimulus for growth is universal. You've got to train hard enough to force change, and then recovery is individual. Find out how much rest you need, and then make those proper adjustments in your training. And the logbook doesn't lie, so progress is literally your only proof. And the paradox of growth is this: sometimes doing less is actually what allows you to gain more. If you understand those truths, you'll stop wasting time, you'll stop overcomplicating, and you'll finally see the progress you've been chasing. So if this video resonated with you and you want all of this packaged up in a step-by-step workout program where I show you exactly what to do to get jacked, no matter your starting point, then click the link in the description of this video or in the top pinned comment. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll talk to you in the next one. Peace.
I agree with majority of it, but it only works for those who... What the hell is it? You are not the one behind your eyes. Okay. That's so funny.
Neville Goddard stated, "The subconscious does not distinguish between lived reality and assumed reality. This is the key that almost no one recognizes. You don't react to the world, you produce it at every instant. The elite have understood this and, for generations, have conditioned the masses to believe they are victims of chance, while silently applying the laws of consciousness to shape power, wealth, and destiny. There is no chance, no luck, or blind fate. There is only the assumption sustained with feeling. When you mentally relive a scene as if it were already an accomplished fact, the subconscious accepts it as an order, and, inevitably, it manifests on the physical plane. This is not abstract philosophy, but the description of a practical law. The majority will remain trapped in repetitive cycles. You, however, now know every nourished emotion is a seed, and every felt image is a future in gestation. The decision between repeating the same patterns or assuming and manifesting a new reality is entirely in your hands.
Interesting.
The material reality that you are experiencing right now is only the last stage of a process that began in your consciousness weeks, months, or even years ago. 95% of humanity died.
We're not watching that right now, but just wanted to see where that's starting off with. Nothing changes if nothing changes. It's true. Nothing changes if nothing changes indeed. Nothing changes if nothing changes. 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 That's a great one. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Okay, time to get a play out ready and rolling. Toyota GR Supra supercar unveiled at Bathurst launch. What's this? What'd they do here? Toyota Gen 3 GR Supra supercar has been unveiled ahead of 2025 Repo Bathurst 1000. Let's view all these photos of this Supra. It looks nice. Download image. It looks like a beast. But the question is this car for sale? Or is it just a track car? Okay. Whoever's here, let's get rolling. All right, Mr. Dan, what you got for us? Perfect. The one that I was gonna do anyways popped up. It's time for us to get rolling. This gives me perfect time. It's 1:44 as well, which is great. I'm gonna go. It's hot. It's funny because I didn't even take off my shirt for the day yet. time to roll. I do like the part that he said, you must lift heavier weights and challenge yourself. And there was a part of my journey that I was starting to lift. I started doing 40 pounds and 50 pounds, but then I dropped back to 30s because I was like, I felt like I was like hurting myself. But in order to see, people desire to see progress. So I may start upping the weight a bit soon. Okay. I'm gonna take off my socks. I'm gonna bring out my stuff. It's funny how I vacuumed and then the rug is already dirty. Too funny. It's too funny because I keep dragging in dirt from inside, from outside in. Okay, I'm gonna flip you all around this side. I can bring this gimbal inside since it's done charging. So, I feel maybe it's time for me to take it to the next level. Ooh, an idea just came through in my head. To create the world's greatest adjustable dumbbells. How you can make it go from 0 to 100 pounds, or 0 to 150 pounds, and it could be any weight in between. But this would require some 4th and 5th dimensional technology that doesn't exist on the 3rd. Hey universe, bring it forth. Bring that forth. I'm gonna take on that boy's challenge. And I'm gonna lift 35 and we'll see how I feel. Because, you know, the weights that was given to me by my dad's friend, they feel heavier than my 30 pounds. So, if the 30 pounds I'm actually using isn't 30 pounds, then it's time for me to actually up the weight. But I do feel it is 30 pounds because I've weighed it before. So like, maybe that was a sign that the universe says, time for you to up the weight, boy. So, if that be the case, then we're upping the weight. Okay. I'm also going to bring the soccer ball outside because it's been I'm gonna put this bow in here. So today's upper body. I'm gonna go get another bottle of water. Ooh yeah, it feels nice. It feels very, very nice to walk on that grass. Walk on that grass, that grass, that grass. Today, tomorrow, I should keep my watch on. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday is gonna be nice. Thursday's gonna be rain. Friday's gonna be 20 degrees. So this is gonna be our last little bit of like summery day. I'm getting my body like warmed up. Bring you closer. Goal, goal. That didn't even go to the goal. It hit the garden over there. Assume it, feel it, know it. Arrive at that state of already the now. Arrive at the state that you are perfect and complete. Arrive that you have everything you desire now. Oh. A random ass cough. Where did that come from? Goal. I unwolverined my body on the stream yesterday while I was watching wrestling. That was pretty funny to do that. Unwolverining my body. Eventually I'll get laser. Laser will be done and I never have to unwolverine my body again. That'll be one less thing I have to do. Ooh, I love this heat. It's nice. I think Wednesday I'll take the bike ride. It's another upper body day. I just heard the universe say, you know, my son, your body is not like others at the present moment. So just because you heard what the other brother said doesn't mean it applies to you. Like the thing about resting more caught my attention because he's like, it's the paradox of growth. Well, the paradox of growth actually is, yes, he's right. Less is more. Especially when you're consuming information, the paradox of growth is actually going within and knowing that you already have enough and that you don't have to keep consuming. The only reason why like I mentioned, I am still consuming content now on YouTube is for words. That's it. I'm not learning anything. I don't learn. I evolve in every present moment. And I've also given up this quest of evolution, because when you let go of transcending, that's when you transcend. There is no final test, but the test is always going to be there. When you let go of the idea that you have some final test to pass, you pass the final test. Because there is no test to pass. It's realizing the paradox of the test that you think you have to pass. You're not passing any test, but you've passed the test when you let go of the idea, when you think there is a test that you have to pass. This is why a lot of people's human minds can't perceive it, because it can be very it can hurt their mind. It can make their minds short circuit. I've primed my mind to not short circuit now. That's why the universe desired me to think in paradox. If I was only going to train 3 days a week, it would be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I would do full body every day, or every other day. But the funny thing about that is, the thing is, the reason why a lot of men or a lot of people go to the gym, they're training many hours a day. The thing is, I'm only training 30 minutes a day, which is enough. So it's everything is counterintuitive. So that's why you have to do what works best for you. And for me, doing every day for 30 to 45 minutes is enough. Yeah, today it's going to be more like an hour and a half. But I'm not like grinding in a gym. Like, I'm doing mobility training. I'm just like, I'm taking breaks in between. I'm not going and doing all kinds of random ass shit. So it's 2 o'clock now. I'm gonna challenge myself by lifting 5 extra pounds. So this is gonna be cool. So this is 35 pounds now. So we're gonna see how I get on with 35 pounds. Proper form, more weight, pushing myself. It's time to get this show on the road. Mr. T-Bray, if you're back, sir, welcome back. If you're not here, then no welcome back. Keep the ball in the background for aesthetics. How many steps have we taken? 13,015 steps. 13,015 steps, not bad. Okay. Today's upper body, so if you don't have dumbbells, then you will be doing push-ups. So anything with chest, outer chest, you're doing wide push-ups. Look at my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. If you're doing anything with your shoulder blades, not your shoulders, your shoulder blades and your mid-back, you're doing standard push-ups. Wide, standard, wide, standard. And then if you're doing anything bicep, tricep related, narrow. Now, triceps you can do standard, you can do narrow, and you can do diamond, which is focusing on your inner chest, but also targets your triceps. So you have 3 push-ups variations for triceps. And then for shoulders, these, you're doing pike push-ups. And the closer you bring your hands in towards your feet, the harder it gets. So, no excuse. All right, I'm gonna get rolling with my 55 push-ups, 55 squats, 55 ab pull-downs. I do like the fact that there's this black like floor mat thingy here now, and I like the fact that it is more neater. So good job, Mom, on that. Okay, put that to the side. Put these into the grass. So this play out that we're going to be doing is going to be 30 minutes. It's going to be starting with shoulders first, and it's going to be 3 exercises per round, and there's going to be 2 rounds, or I should say there's 2 sets, and there's 3 exercises per set, and then we switch to the next body part, which will then be back. Then it should be biceps, then chest, and then triceps. Triceps will be the end. Like I said, I'm giving myself a challenge. It's just 5 pounds more. It's nothing major. And we'll see how I get on with it. We'll see. I'm gonna push myself. Because, it's interesting what he said. For growth, you gotta push yourself. And it's true, you do have to push yourself. But like, I'm in good shape. I'm not here to kill my body. Like going into a gym right now and then crushing 400-pound deadlift, like I'm not here for that. Like, it's great to have the strength, but like if you cannot sit in a squat, if you can't sit like this for more than a minute, there's a problem right there. So I personally prefer being more agile and flexible and be able to do stuff like this. Strength is great, but like, I'm not going around fighting people. I'm not lifting heavy things all the time. So, like I'm not lifting like 90 pound, like 1,000 pound like things. Like I have the strength and I keep it going, and I challenge myself as much as I can with my playouts. But yeah, again, what works for some may not work for you, and I know what works best for me. So, okay. And for proof that I did switch the dumbbells to 35 pounds, it's set to 35 pounds. Both sides. I know it's inverted, but both are set to 35 pounds. I'll grab the other dumbbell for proof, because you know, just so you all know, there goes the planet. That's not a plane, that's a planet. All right, 20 wide, 20 standard, 15 narrow. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And yes, I can do more push-ups if I really desire to, but 55 is enough for me. I mean, I do 22 in the morning, so it's technically I'm doing 77 push-ups a day. Just so you all know, I used to keep a log of how much push-ups I did a day, and I used to do 600 push-ups a day. This was like early 2020. I actually had like a tally log. I'd do a little, what do we call it? You know how in Dead by Daylight to do the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5? I did that. I would do like that. So you see a bunch of lines on a piece of paper. Okay, squats are next. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So a couple things. So one, I notice when I do a meditation or a sit and I be before I do my play out, I feel a little bit more non-energized. So I know I'm just like kind of like observing things. I should always do my play out, or sorry, my meditation after my play out. So we'll do another meditation or another play out or another sitting and being later on while we watch Nero. I'll just kind of like keep my eyes closed and for a moment I felt like Steve Urkel. That's funny. I gotta remember rule 2. The desires of your desires. Your desires of your desires, remember that. Not your wants of your wants, your desires of your desires. Desire is the highest order from God's energy. Your wants are your third dimensional requirements, third dimensional like wants, and your desires are actually from God. And what's in God's desire for you is going to manifest, and it is manifesting in the physical. You just have to be aligned to receive it by being it in the now. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Wait, 20? It's okay, I'll do 20. I'll do 10 more. 2, 3, I lost count. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, it's 2:15. I got leg raises to do, and then that completes the the warm-up. I'm gonna go downstairs quickly and get a bottle of water after this. And then I'll do my dips. My 55 pull downs and curls will be done after the abs. And then after that, grab protein. I'll be done probably by like 3:30. Grab a little snack. And then do mobility training, which I'll do shoulders. It's upper body today, so shoulders. Spine. I'll do neck. Actually, I should do neck right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2. Whew. My neck is done. I can do wrist quickly. 1, actually I'll do wrist after. Let's not focus on that right now. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whew. Whew. Let's go. All right. I'm gonna go get a bottle of water. Use the bathroom quickly, and we're gonna start.
And here I would have went outside without the mic on me. Okay. All right, y'all. It's almost 2:22. So let's quickly do some arm circles. We're starting with shoulders, so you're going to be doing pike push-ups for those without dumbbells. Okay. Let's put on some music. Let's put on some music. Okay. So 5 sets, 3 exercises per set. Repeat it twice. 40 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest, and drink water in between. So we're starting with shoulder press. Very good. So you're doing upright rows next. So you're going to be bringing the dumbbell up. You can do one at a time or both. Totally your call here. So I'm going to opt to do both. Very good. So we're doing 45-degree shoulder press now. You're gonna grab one dumbbell. Very good. Repeat. Shoulder blades, or shoulders again, shoulder press. Oh my God. Feeling it. Oh, feeling it. And that's just 5 pounds. Anything shoulder lifting above is a little challenging for me, but I'm good. Upright rows are next. Very good. "45-degree press," and then we move on to back. So you'll be doing standard push-ups. Very good. Shoulders complete. Bent over rows now are next. So you're moving on to standard. So wide, standard, narrow. So standard. So we're doing very good. I'm gonna normalize 35 pounds. Renegade rows are next. So renegade rows, you're gonna go down, do a push-up, come up, and then pull up one dumbbell. So keep your legs wide here. Go down, come up, go down, come up. That's a jet. Yep, there goes a jet, but it's on the other side. Dumbbell swings are next. So be careful when you're doing this. Don't bring it too high up, because if you do, it could ricochet and hit you in your face. That almost happened to me one time before. All right, bent over rows again. Very good. Renegade rows are next. So the goal here is to keep your gut sucked in while you're lifting the dumbbells. So bringing your belly button, contract your core. Okay. Dumbbell swing is next. So the jets are not flying on behind me, they're flying on the other side of the house. That's why I wasn't hearing them. Like I wasn't seeing them yesterday. They're flying on the other side. I'm like, how come I can hear them but I can't see them? Because they're on the other side of the house. Because I got so used to the planes are flying behind me. So I was expecting that the jets are gonna also fly behind me. And some did, but some chose to fly over that way. And planes do fly over there, but I don't pay attention to those. I pay attention to the ones behind. All right, back is done. Narrow push-ups. You're doing bicep curls now. So you're doing standard curls. Very good. Hammer curls are next. So you're going to be doing the same thing. Instead of your palms facing up, you're facing to the side. Hammer. After this will be chest. So chest you can do diamond push-ups and wide push-ups.
One dumbbell curl next. A little bit challenging because of the new plates added to the side there, but I got it. Standard curl is next. Ooh, feeling it. Hammer curls are next. Let's go. Oh my God. Ugh. Ooh. Hands are getting it. Arms are getting it. Feeling it. Okay, we're doing chest now. We're doing twist press. So you can do wide push up here, then diamond, and then wide, and then you can do diamond, then wide, then diamond. So you can do 3 of each. Ah. Dumbbell flies are next. So you bring the dumbbell like this. Hey, monarch butterfly. How you doing, Bubba? It's flying above me. Oh yeah. Okay, we're doing diamond press. Okay, cool. If you have a chair, a sofa, a coffee table, a bed, the stairs, you're gonna go near it soon because you're gonna be doing dips. So if you have something nearby, go grab it or be near it because we're gonna be doing dips as the first exercise for triceps. And as you know, I have my dip bar, so beautiful weather, beautiful weather. Not a cloud in, well, actually there are clouds in the sky. Oy. I hope you all are doing great with push-ups. We're doing dumbbell flies next. I'm gonna normalize 35 pounds soon. This will become my default. Every time I lift, I win. Every time I'm lifting, I'm winning. After the next chest exercise, we'll be doing dips with triceps. So make sure you're near your chair or sofa or coffee table or bed or stairs or something that you can do dips. Diamond chest press here. Hey, Bubba, get the heck out of here, B. Damn, Bubba, fly out of here. Ah, it screwed me up. It like came flying at my hand. Ah, get out of here. Well, that's okay. Okay, we're doing triceps. We're doing dips. Okay. Overhead extension. All right, right elbow. I know the last couple times we've been doing this move, my elbows got locked up, so let's go. Very good. Oh. I have to Wolverine there. I just realized that. See, even though I did it yesterday, there's still parts I still have to un-Wolverine. Tricep press. It's like a chest press, but for your triceps. So you're holding the dumbbell like this. You're not holding it like this, you're holding it like this. Dips. We're almost done. Wow. Feeling it, y'all. Let's go. Remember to breathe through that nose. Damn. One more, and then we have our finisher. Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay, plank rows to the left and the right. So you're gonna be doing standard push-ups, or you can do standard, diamond, you're gonna do narrow, and then you're gonna do wide at the end. So all of us with the dumbbell, follow me. Or just look at what I'm doing. Keep your legs wide here, 30 seconds each. You're just bringing the right dumbbell up. Okay. The only reason why I'm shaking my hands out because I'm putting a lot of pressure on my palms, on my other hand that I'm holding. I have to like shake it out. It's like digging into my palms. I swear this one feels longer than the other one. Okay. We're doing narrow push-ups now with the dumbbell. Okay. And now, wide push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Give yourselves a round of applause. This was a win for me. 35-pound dumbbell instead of 30s. It's been a while since I used 35. Good job. First day of the month. Up the weight. Good job, me. Celebrate that win. That's a win. That right there was a win. I mean, it's only 5 pounds, but still, you can feel the difference between 30 and 35. Okay. Great job. Give yourselves a round of applause. Pat on the back. Pat on your chest if you want, if you desire. That was great. I'm gonna stretch for a moment. Just remind myself to do neck. I cannot not do neck every day. Neck and spine has to be done every day. And hips.
All right, cool, y'all. Go ahead and do crisscross. $257. Okay. Yeah, we'll be done. We should be done by 3:30, depending on if I start talking or whatnot. Poor Bubba, that poor bee got killed. It got hurt. See, there goes a jet. Nope. There it is. There it is. There's a jet. You saw the jet. I'll zoom out or zoom in more. Well, we caught one. Where are you, jet? I still hear it, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. There it goes. There goes a jet. It's very tiny, but you can see it. There it goes. We got to see a jet. We got to see a jet. Nice. Not bad. We caught one. Told you. I told you. I told you. I told you. I told you. All right. No, I'm gonna do that afterwards. Grab your elbow. Give yourself a pat on the back. So grab it with your other hand. Okay, same thing. Crisscross. Go ahead and grab. Oh! Look! Wow! We caught 3 of them. Where are they? Aw. That was pretty badass. We're going to see them. That was pretty badass. Is there 3 more coming? That was pretty cool. You can still hear them. That was cool. Well, we caught that on the live stream. We caught the 3 of them, at least. Even if it was for a short moment, we caught them. Nice. Cool. All right. Nah, ha, ha, yeah. There should be more flying around. Okay, so we're gonna be doing 10 minutes of abs in a moment. Let me just pause the music. Let me pause the music for a moment. Oh. You can get down on your back and do a cradle. It's nice. I'll put back on the music in a moment. That was nice. We got to see 3 of them on the live stream. 3 flying together. Even though it was for a short moment. Would love if they fly like right here. It'd be so awesome. Okay. With my live streams, I'm synonymous for airplanes. I'm synonymous for the airplane bubbas. This is a good pose, by the way. Just being like this. You don't even have to keep your arms up, like out like this. You can, but this one's even more like. This is like a meditative pose. You can just like be like this. So what we're gonna do after is watch Nero's video after I'm done all my playouts, and I'm just gonna close my eyes and take a moment to just like absorb information through my senses. So I'm like, when I say absorb, I mean I already have it. It's just more so be more present. So I'm gonna drink my protein shake, have a quick snack, and then put on the video and watch it. And I won't be I will not be in that meditative state for the entire duration of the video because it's an hour and like 11 minutes or some shit like that, or something like that. But I will be, yeah, I'll be closing my eyes for a bit. Okay, time to get the abs done, and then got the 55s to do. The 55s, I have 3 55s to do, and then that's about it. Okay, so ab exercises do not give you abs. You already have them. They're hiding under a layer of fat. Look, I've been doing my abs for years, and I still have. See, look at this meat suit. Look at this. Look at this meat suit. It's very whoever's watching, you're probably laughing. Yeah, they're hiding under a layer of fat because like if you were to come and like hit, you're gonna see how yeah. You'll see that they're there. So it comes down to nutrition, rest, stress management, hydration, fitness, what you do in fitness, what you're eating, how much rest you're getting. It comes down to a lot of things: your environment, your mindset. It also comes down to your mindset, believe it or not. If you tell yourself, I'll never get abs, I'll never get my 6-pack abs, well then guess what? You'll never get your 6-pack abs. Because what you tell yourself is what you're going to get. And what you're going to get is what you expect. And what you expect becomes normalized. Because it's building energetic momentum with the frequency that you're building. Because you're putting yourself in that frequency of like, I'm never going to get my abs. And because if you keep doing that, you're focusing with concentration. Concentration turns into vibration. Vibration with energetic momentum turns into frequency. And frequency, after a sustained period of time, becomes your materialized or immaterialized version of reality. See how it's all interconnected, y'all? When you start thinking multidimensionally, you start seeing things differently. When you think third-dimensionally, and you're not aware of third dimensional thinking, well, guess what? You operate like every other human on the planet. Don't be like every other human on the planet. It's time for everyone to evolve and start tapping into their higher perspective. That's the reason why it's important to see beyond 3D. That's all. Be in the now, stay 3D, or sorry, be in the now, see multidimensionally, stay in joy, and know that you're a creator. Capiche? Cool. All right. When you're doing these abs, make sure you keep your lower back flat to the mat. If anything with legs you're lifting, you're going to put your hands underneath your butt. Unless you can keep your lower back flat, then you keep it to the side. But other than that, keep it underneath your butt. Anytime you're lifting your torso, which we're going to be doing too, exercise where you're lifting your torso, make sure that when you're coming down, that your lower back is touching the mat first before your shoulder blades. Because like, for example, when you are doing, because you're going to be doing sprinter up, and you're going to be doing a move straight leg sit up. So when you're coming up, right, that's great. But when you're coming down, make sure that this doesn't touch first. Because if you let this touch first, before your lower back does, you're gonna miss out a lot of stuff. But if your lower back touches first, like this, you will feel it more. So, just a little FYI, little tip. Let's go. Let's go. Back to music.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
50 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. So we're starting with reverse crunch. So you're bringing your knees towards your chest. The sun is just beaming down on me. What kind of information do you got for me, son? We have the infinity symbol with dichotomy, indivisible, and paradox. So we're doing a leg lift with the hip lift. So I'm gonna put my hands underneath my butt for this one. There we go. Cool. Scissors crossover is next. So you're gonna put your hands underneath your butt for this one, or you can keep it to the side, totally up to you. If you can, bend your legs if it's too much, or just keep your legs straight. Totally your call here, but make sure your lower back is flat. I'm gonna actually switch to my I'm staring at the sun right now while I'm doing this. There's a plane above the sun in the sky. That's funny. So we're doing slow bicycles. So you're gonna put your hands on your head, left elbow to right knee and right elbow to left knee. There's a little bulge in my pants at the back, and it's like hurting my spinal cord. So I'm like, I have to fix it there. Or my tailbone, sorry. It was where my tail used to be, by the way, just so you know. Before they removed my tail. So mad that they removed my tail. They chopped off my tail. I'd have all my powers right now. When I get back my tail, it's over. It's over, damn it. You know, when I first started looking at the sun, I actually started putting my hands into heart form, and I was able to look at the sun. Because it's when you put your hands in a heart form, it blocks out the rays, and you're able to see the sun easier. But don't go doing it, because if you're not a 99 dimensional being like I am, it's going to hurt you. The sun's like a portal. Okay, so we're doing straight leg sit up with the twist. So you're gonna go and touch your elbows, or sorry, touch your knees with your elbows. Make sure your lower back touches. Now you can start with your left knee and then go to your right, and or your right to your left, or you can start where you last left off. So I left off at my right on this one. So I'm gonna start with my left, or sorry, with my right and then end with my left. I'm gonna go down, come back up, start with my left, go with the right, and then start with the right, end with the left. This is training the mental with hand-eye brain coordination and body coordination. All right, so we're doing butterfly crunches next. So you're gonna put your feet together. Perfect. So we're doing cocoon, which is also known as hollow to tuck, also known as extended tuck. So you're gonna extend out like this, bring your knees up towards your chest, tuck your face to your knees, and bring your hands under your knees. So a lot going on here. Keep your lower back flat. Remember to suck in that gut as well too. Mr. T-Bray's on. We're gonna be doing 2v8 later if you have time, if you desire to. 2 more exercises. Heel taps. If you're having a hard time with this one, bring your feet together and touch between your toes and your heels. Contract your obliques here, but you're basically reaching for your heels. Now, if you're more a little advanced, reach for your heels. Bring your legs out wider and reach. Funny, the last word that I left on the live stream was meditation, and that's exactly what I'm going to be kind of doing during Nero's video. All right, we're doing sprint rub. So you're gonna come up, touch your feet or your knees, and come back down. Same thing applies for the other, like what we did with the other one. Make sure your lower back is touching the ground first before your shoulder blades do. My pants are getting in the way. Like the waist, it's like hurting my tailbone, so it's like blocking my lower back from properly going down. So I have to fix my pants there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done. We're done. So, congratulations, we're done. We're done. Good job. Take a moment to pause. You did great, y'all. I'm gonna pause the music for a moment. I wanna see this video with Goku and Wheat. Come on. Why does it do that? It won't play a sound. They're playing music. Zamasu.
Why doesn't it work?
Never complain and never explain.
Never complain, never explain.
In these words lies the key to true awareness and creation. The moment you complain, you declare to the world that you are powerless, that life happens to you and not through you.
Bar.
The moment you explain, you give away your authority, seeking approval for being exactly as you are. But when you stand still in the awareness of who you are, you need neither complaint nor explanation.
Exactly.
You are the creator of your reality.
Yes, you are.
Everything you experience is the outpicturing of your inner conversations, your inner assumptions, your inner state. If you dwell in the feeling of lack, then lack must follow you.
Exactly.
If you dwell in the feeling of being misunderstood, then misunderstanding surrounds you.
Yep.
Complaining and explaining are nothing but fuel for the very state you wish to leave behind. Awareness alone creates. To be aware of yourself as the one who already has, the one who already is, the one who already lives in the end. That is enough. You do not need to justify it.
Exactly.
You do not need to shout it. You do not need to prove it. The world will mirror your state, and the mirror requires no explanation. Imagine for a moment that your every word plants a seed in the garden of your life.
Exactly.
Would you plant weeds of complaint? Would you water them with endless explanations? Or would you silently sow seeds of joy, peace, wealth, and love, trusting that in their season they must appear? Silence is not weakness. Silence is creation. When you stop scattering your energy in defense and justification, you gather it into power. So I urge you, carry yourself with quiet certainty. Stand in the awareness that your inner reality is more real than the opinions of others, more real than the appearances of today. When doubts arise, return inward, not outward. When challenges appear, shift your state, not your words. For when you know who you are, when you live from that knowing, the need to complain or explain vanishes like mist before the morning sun.
Oh, I'm not going to finish at
Never complain.
3:30. Oh, well.
Never explain. Simply create from awareness, and the world, without fail, will rise to meet the image you have conceived in the silence of your own heart.
Bar.
Lady.
That's a bar, bro.
Would you mind going a quick round with me, just for fun? You want me to fight you? Oh, come on, pretty please. I came all this way just for that. Show respect. Oh, just go ahead and spar with him. Master Gosu, Now, Zamasu, of course, you would have to pull your punches. Hold on! Nobody's pulling anything, okay? Excuse me, you should listen to the saying. Don't hold back even a little bit. Are you mad? Why would you say that? Because if you hold back, you'll die. You know what? I haven't fought a deity since Lord Beerus. You fought a destroyer?
It's not a plane, it's a planet. There's a planet flying right now.
Would you mind going a quick round with me?
That's not a plane, that's a planet. Okay. Nothing lasts. Your name, not your past, not the noise in your head. You're the quiet awareness. A soul attempting to remember itself through the chaos of being human. We got Mexican music, yo. We got some San Diego going on here. We got some San Diego going on.
We got the San Diegos going on. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Cool. Let's do some ab stretches here. We're doing cat-cow. Then we're gonna go ahead and do child's pose. We're gonna wobble, wiggle. And now we're gonna go ahead and do our favorite pose, our favorite one where we go back on our back like this and lay down. So we're on our shoulder blades and we pull in our, suck in our gut. It's pretty awesome to do that. Okay. Welcome back, whoever's here. There's our neighbors listening to some Spanish music. So I'm getting to hear some San Diegos right now. I call us the San Diegos. Okay. We got our 55 dips to do. 55 resistant band curls, and then 55 tricep pull downs, and we're done. Well, we're done with fitness today, except for mobility training. Mobility training I still got to do, but I'll do that later. I'll do that during Nero's video. I'll take a moment to eat a snack, pause, and then yeah. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh my God, 21. Oh, I'm gonna switch microphone and for this quick little intermission.
because it's going to start to die soon. Listen to this. I'm gonna play Neville's thing again. Neville Goddard, Mr. OG of the OG. Ooh, it's 333. Look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, never complain and never explain. For in these words lies the key to true awareness and creation. The moment you complain, you declare to the world that you are powerless, that life happens to you and not through you. The moment you explain, you give away your authority, seeking approval for being exactly as you are. But when you stand still in the awareness of who you are, you need neither complaint nor explanation. You are the creator of your reality. Everything you experience is the outpicturing of your inner conversations, your inner assumptions, your inner state. If you dwell in the feeling of lack, then lack must follow you. If you dwell in the feeling of being misunderstood, then misunderstanding surrounds you. Complaining and
I'll keep this on loop.
nothing but fuel for the very state you wish to leave behind. Awareness alone creates. To be aware
I'm at 32 right now.
who already has, the one who already is, the one who already lives in the end. That is enough. You do not need to justify it. You do not need to shout it. You do not need to prove it. The world will mirror your state, and the mirror requires no explanation. Imagine for a moment that your every word plants a seed in the garden of your life. Would you plant weeds of complaint? Would you water them with endless explanations? Or would you silently sow seeds of joy, peace, wealth, and love, trusting that in their season they must appear? Silence is not weakness. Silence is creation. When you stop scattering your energy in defense and justification, you gather it into power. So I urge you, carry yourself with quiet certainty. Stand in the awareness that your inner reality is more real than the opinions of others, more real than the appearances of today. When doubts arise, return inward, not outward. When challenges appear, shift your state, not your words. For when you know who you are, when you live from that knowing, the need to complain or explain vanishes like mist before the morning sun. Never complain, never explain, simply create from awareness, and the world without fail will rise to meet the image you have conceived in the silence of your own heart. Ladies and gentlemen, never complain and never...
Bar.
95% of humanity dies without ever discovering this inverse sequence of creation, remaining enslaved to a fundamental illusion. The belief that the physical world is the primary reality. This perceptive inversion keeps billions of people trapped in loops of frustration. They wake up, work hard, apply force to the material world, try to manipulate external circumstances, and wonder why nothing changes substantially. It is the equivalent of spending an entire lifetime trying to alter the reflection in the mirror without ever changing one's own face. The mirror always faithfully reflects what stands before it.
42.
The material world
Actually 43.
faithfully objectifies the sustained subconscious states. Ray Stanford, one of the few who understood these mechanics, taught that external results are merely objectifications of internal subconscious states. But Stanford was only rediscovering what had already been codified in ancient texts and validated by modern physics itself. The law of reversibility, fundamental to understanding how consciousness creates matter, operates in all observable phenomena of the universe. For centuries, humanity...
Funny thing is, the answer was already there in the beginning. It literally said that 95 or 98% of the population
billions of people are attempting to change reality in the physical. It's mental and emotion. It's mental and vibrational and spiritual first before physical. Cause and effect.
He produced electricity through friction without imagining that friction could be produced by electricity. Mechanical movement caused sound vibrations long before anyone conceived that sound vibrations could cause mechanical movement, until the phonograph proved reversibility. Heat produces mechanical movement. Mechanical movement produces heat. Magnetism generates electrical currents. Electrical currents generate magnetism. Cause and effect are interchangeable. This universal law of reversibility reveals something extraordinary about the nature of reality. If a physical state can produce a psychological feeling, then inversely, a psychological feeling must produce a corresponding physical state. Quantum physics would later confirm what mystics always knew. The observer collapses the wave function, consciousness precedes manifestation, and the interior determines the exterior. But there is a specific hierarchy in this manifestation process that needs to be understood. The human being operates simultaneously on 3 distinct planes. The spiritual, which is pure consciousness and infinite possibility. The intellectual, which is the organizing mind.
The mental, that is.
Direct.
And then the physical.
And the physical, which is the consolidated material manifestation. The body you inhabit, the circumstances that surround you, and the events you encounter, all are the third and final stage of a creative process.
55 tricep pull downs now.
And finally materialized in the physical world. Thomas Edison did not invent the electric light bulb in the conventional sense. The light bulb first existed as a possibility in the field of universal consciousness. Edison accessed this possibility, allowed it to take form as a detailed mental image through his intellect in a state of controlled reverie. And only then did it materialize as a physical object. The same pattern governs all human creation.
So there's a comment that someone left earlier about the Edison thing. Yeah, Edison did not invent the light bulb. It was someone else who did. Yeah, this person who left the comment here is spot on. Isn't it true? Question mark. If all creation is finished, then everything already exists. We access it through the unified field. That's why people get ideas in different parts of the world without any communication amongst them. That's why people can access information remotely, and they can predict events and so much more, because we are all limitless. We are all limitless, and we all required to do is tap into the information, the field we are all a part of. Yep. Someone knows what they're talking about. This person knows what they're talking about. Good job. Too many humans like to, regardless, it always existed. Everything always existed. Who cares who brought it into existence? Just like Tesla. All right.
From the symphony that first resonates in the composer's mind to the skyscraper that first exists in the architect's imagination. The massive failure to understand and apply this sequence has deep roots. From childhood, we are conditioned to react to the physical world as if it were the causative source of our experience. We learn to fear poverty, to fight against diseases, and to compete for scarce resources, always trying to manipulate effects without ever addressing their causes. It is a battle lost before it begins. This conditioning is so pervasive that even when exposed to the truth, most people instinctively reject it. After all, accepting that you are the creator of your reality means accepting total responsibility for everything in your experience. There are no more victims, there are no more external culprits, and there are no more excuses. There is only the sober recognition that the world around you is the perfect objectification of the states of consciousness that you have been sustaining. The question then is not whether you are creating your reality. You are whether you know it or not. The question is whether you are creating consciously or remain an unconscious creator, manifesting by default the same limiting loops inherited from those who came before. The difference between the 5% who live extraordinary lives and the 95% who die with their dreams unrealized is not luck, privilege, or circumstance. It is applied knowledge of the laws that govern consciousness. Neville Goddard dedicated his life to teaching something that mainstream psychology would take decades to scientifically validate. The subconscious does not distinguish between a vividly imagined experience and a physically lived one. Both create identical impressions in the fabric of consciousness. Goddard, a mystic born in Barbados, who taught in New York between 1930 and 1972, called this the law of assumption. You assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and the subconscious, which reasons deductively without questioning the validity of the premises, develops that assumption to its logical conclusion in the physical world. Dr. Maxwell Maltz, a plastic surgeon who noticed that many patients continued to see themselves as disfigured even after perfect corrections, discovered what he termed
This book is called Psycho-Cybernetics, by the way. Very powerful book.
Self-image rigidly regulates what you allow to enter your experience, exactly as a thermostat maintains temperature within predefined limits. You can temporarily exceed these limits through conscious effort, but you invariably return to the subconscious set point. This is why the lottery has destroyed so many lives. The external wealth exceeded the internal thermostat, creating unbearable psychological pressure until equilibrium was restored through loss. Napoleon Hill spent 20 years interviewing the most successful men in America and identified a disturbing pattern. Educational institutions teach how to accumulate knowledge, but deliberately or through ignorance, they never teach how to organize and direct that knowledge through the power of the subconscious. Hill understood that the subconscious is the executive power that performs all real work, while the conscious mind only selects and imprints the patterns to be executed. But there are two fundamental barriers that prevent conscious access to this power, and both are installed before the age of 7. The first barrier is childhood conditioning, an insidious programming process that occurs when the critical mind is not yet developed. The infant subconscious operates like a hypnotic sponge, absorbing without filter all the limitations, fears, and beliefs of those around. Consider this thought experiment. If 10 different languages were spoken consistently in your home during your first 7 years, your subconscious would process them all as valid premises. You would grow up naturally mastering all 10 without conscious effort, without learning in the conventional sense. But because only 1 or 2 languages were spoken, you internalize the premise that learning languages is difficult, that you don't have talent for languages, that you can barely master a second language even with years of study. The limitation is not in your neural capacity. It is in the subconscious programming accepted without question. The second barrier, even more pernicious, is the continuous environment of telepathic suggestion in which we live. Earl Nightingale, known as the Dean of Personal Development, who influenced millions through his audio recordings, understood that we are in a relative hypnotic state to one another constantly. When 95% of the people around you live in limitation, their minds incessantly transmit these limiting convictions as psychic radio waves. If you accept them subconsciously, and most do, you are compelled to express them objectively in your life. The moment of greatest vulnerability to this environmental programming is precisely when you are most relaxed. Casual conversations with colleagues, moments of daydreaming on public transport, and the semi-hypnotic state in front of the television. In these moments, your critical mind is partially subdued, exactly the state that professional hypnotists deliberately induce to implant suggestions. But unlike the hypnotist who needs your consent, the environment implants suggestions continuously without your knowledge or permission. This mechanism of telepathic transmission of beliefs operates through what ancient texts called the universal subjective mind.
See that?
Substrate of consciousness that connects all.
That's why I gotta break it all. I gotta break it all.
Your unexpressed convictions about others are transmitted to them without your conscious knowledge. If subconsciously accepted, they will influence their behavior. They will act in conformity with your unverbalized expectations about them, then rationalize their actions as free choices, never suspecting that they were compelled by your mental projections. The 17th century philosopher who first mapped these dynamics observed that we do not know the causes that determine our actions. We believe we choose freely, but we are constantly responding to subconscious suggestions, ours and others. The only real protection is to maintain conscious vigilance over which premises you allow your subconscious to accept. But this requires first understanding that the subconscious more easily accepts suggestions presented through mental images, charged with emotion, than through empty verbal affirmations. Imagination, therefore, is not childish fantasy, as the educational system has conditioned us to believe. It is literally the beginning of all creation.
Bar. Imagination is the beginning of all creation. I'm gonna go get my protein shake. You all can listen to music that they're listening to. I'm gonna be right back. We'll continue.
I'm back. I went to make a peanut butter slice and get some yogurt again. See? Yeah, the peanut butter slice. I'm gonna sit on this side. I'm gonna let you all watch the video as well. Cause like, a lot of it, what it was saying, I mean, it's a bunch of AI like imagery, but you know, better to son of a, there's a bunch of cables that are tangled. There. We got some classic like rock music going on. Too close to me.
Edison deliberately entered states of controlled reverie, a state between waking and sleeping where the objective mind becomes partially passive, allowing mental images to imprint deeply in his subconscious. The subconscious then worked deductively, accessing the infinite wisdom of the universal mind to materialize those images accepted as true. This understanding changes everything. If imagination is the beginning of creation, and if the subconscious does not distinguish between the vividly imagined and the physically experienced, then conscious control of imagination is control over reality. But this control requires understanding the precise mechanics of how consciousness transforms into matter. Consciousness functions like light passing through a prism, and your beliefs are the facets that determine how that light refracts into the material world.
Bar.
Poetic metaphor.
That's a bar.
It is the most precise
That's literally a bar.
available of the mechanism through which thought becomes thing. When you construct a mental image and sustain it with genuine feeling, you are literally modifying the vibratory pattern of consciousness that must, by physical necessity, produce its material correlate. The process operates through 3 distinct stages that can never be skipped or reordered. First, there exists the field of pure potential, the undifferentiated consciousness where all possibilities coexist simultaneously. Quantum physicists call this the probability field, mystics call it the creative void, but both describe the same reality, an ocean of potential waiting to be collapsed into specific form through conscious observation. Second, there is the act of mental selection and organization. Here, the mind functions as a lens, focusing the infinite into something finite. You are not creating anything new, you are selecting from the infinite menu of possibilities that already exist. When Edison invented the light bulb, he did not create the possibility of electric illumination. That possibility.
So a lot of debate just now was happening in the chat about Edison not creating the light bulb. Notice that she put that the text said created, or sorry, invented. When people pay attention to words, they wouldn't miss a lot of these things. That's why I don't entertain third-dimensional nonsense on like chat. I just don't have time. I won't squander my energy on stuff like that.
Always existed in the field. Edison simply tuned his consciousness to that specific frequency through sustained imagination until it materialized. Third, there is the precipitation into the physical world. This is the most misunderstood stage because it seems to happen magically or through coincidences. In reality, It follows precise laws. The subconscious, once imprinted with the feeling image, has access to resources and connections that the conscious mind cannot perceive. It orchestrates chance encounters, inspires spontaneous actions, and creates synchronicities, all the means necessary to realize the accepted end. What makes this process so elusive to the modern mind is that it operates inversely to material logic. In the physical world, you need the means before achieving the end. In consciousness, accepting the end automatically summons the means. This is the fundamental reason why empty affirmations don't work. They try to force a material, logical sequence on a process that operates by completely different laws. Consider how the photophone, invented by Alexander Graham Bell, perfectly demonstrates this principle. A ray of light is reflected by a mirror and projected to a distant receiver. When you speak into the mouthpiece behind the mirror, your voice causes vibrations in the mirror. The vibrating mirror modifies the reflected light. The modified light carries your speech, not as sound, but as light modulation. Upon reaching the distant receiver, it perfectly reproduces your voice by decoding the modifications. Your consciousness operates by exactly the same principle. You are the light. Your beliefs and feelings are the vibrations in the mirror of the mind. These vibrations modify how your consciousness projects into space-time. The material world is the receiver that decodes and manifests these modifications as physical experiences. There is no direct transmission. There is modulation of consciousness that must be decoded into form. This is why feeling is absolutely crucial. Feeling is the modulation language of consciousness. You can visualize $1 million intellectually, but if the feeling accompanying that visualization is one of lack, it is lack that is being transmitted. The subconscious responds to emotional modulation, not intellectual content. This is why people in panic about diseases frequently manifest exactly what they fear. Fear is a more powerful feeling than 1,000 positive affirmations without emotion. The kingdom of heaven is within you was not a spiritual platitude. It was a technical statement about the location of the creative mechanism. All the power of manifestation resides within, in the subconscious field that connects your individual consciousness to universal consciousness. Trying to create change by manipulating the external world is like trying to change the movie by changing the projection screen. The screen only displays what the projector transmits, but there is an even deeper secret here. You are not really creating or attracting anything. You are selecting which version of reality to experience from the infinite
You're
version
revealing.
that already exists simultaneously. Quantum physics confirms this through the many worlds interpretation. All possibilities exist in superposition until observation collapses one into experience. Your sustained imagination with feeling is the act of observation that collapses potential into reality. This understanding completely eliminates the question of how something will happen. The how is the work of the subconscious connected to infinite intelligence. Your job
You gotta let go of the how.
the what through imagination and feel the result as already accomplished. Any attempt to figure out the how with the conscious mind is an admission of doubt that cancels the process. You must operate with the same certainty as someone who plants a seed. You don't dig up the seed daily to see how it's growing. You trust the process. The word education derives from the Latin educo, to draw out from within, but the modern educational system does exactly the opposite. It pours external information inward, creating walking warehouses of dead data, instead of human beings capable of conscious manifestation. Napoleon Hill documented this paradox after interviewing 500 of the most successful men in America, including Andrew Carnegie, Henry Ford, and Thomas Edison. All of them, without exception, attributed their success not to accumulated knowledge, but to the ability to organize and direct that knowledge through what Hill termed the mastermind, conscious access to the power of the subconscious. Carnegie, who began as a telegraph operator earning pennies and built the steel empire, revealed to Hill that he maintained an imaginary board of directors. Every night before sleep, Carnegie conducted vivid mental meetings with 9 men he admired, including Lincoln, Napoleon, and Darwin. He presented specific business problems and literally heard their imaginary responses. The solutions that emerged from these sessions, Carnegie insisted, were superior to anything his conscious mind could produce alone. Edison took this practice even further. He developed a specific technique he called sitting for ideas. Holding metal spheres in his hands, Edison would relax in an armchair until entering the hypnagogic state, the twilight zone between waking and sleeping. When he began to fall asleep, the spheres would drop, the noise would awaken him, and he would immediately record the images and insights that arose in this state. More than 1,000 patents were born from this systematic practice of mining the subconscious. Earl Nightingale, who became the only survivor of his detachment in the Pearl Harbor attack, and subsequently created the first personal development program to win a gold record, identified the common denominator. Success is not the result of hard work or superior intelligence, but of maintaining a clearly defined, worthy ideal in the subconscious mind. Nightingale discovered that the subconscious, once imprinted with a clear image of the desired result, works 24 hours a day to realize it, using...
For whoever's watching, look at the timestamp. It's 2225, and when I clicked the video just to see how much more, it was at 2222. Tell me you can't make that shit up. I didn't go purposely see, it must be 2222. I literally stopped. I literally pressed the screen. You saw me, and in the bottom corner it's 2225. I stopped it 3 seconds after I went to click the video. So whoever's here, this is how this shit works. You defy logic. This is my frequency, defying logic. And if T-Bray's here, he's gonna be like, but you can't be. No, I'm kidding. I love you, bro. I didn't go to click the video to see what timestamp it is. I went to stop. I went to see how much time is left, so I can just go into a meditative state. So I can just close my eyes and just listen in. So, yep. 2225. It was 2222 when we clicked it. So, yeah.
A day to realize it.
I'm going to close my eyes
resources
and listen.
That the conscious mind doesn't even know exist. But it was Dr. Maxwell Maltz who provided the inadvertent scientific validation of these principles. As a plastic surgeon in the 1960s, Maltz observed a phenomenon that defied all medical logic. Patients with perfectly reconstructed noses who continued to see the old nose in the mirror, and people with removed scars who still felt them on their skin. Conversely, he documented cases where patients experienced dramatic personality changes and success after minimal surgeries that barely altered their objective appearance. Maltz's conclusion was revolutionary. There exists a subconscious self-image that functions as a cybernetic mechanism, constantly adjusting your external experience to correspond to the internal model. When the self-image changes, everything else automatically changes to conform. But, and here is the crucial point, the self-image cannot distinguish between a real experience and a vividly imagined one. Both create the same type of psychic scar or synthetic memory that the subconscious uses as a template for future action. Maltz documented specific cases that validate this mechanics. A salesman who couldn't earn more than $5,000 annually, regardless of how hard he worked, changed his self-image through systematic visualization. Within a year, without changing jobs or territory, he was earning $20,000. When questioned about what changed, he couldn't identify anything specific. Opportunities simply appeared, customers became more receptive, and deals closed by themselves. The explanation lies in the law of polarity that governs all manifestation. For every negative state, there exists a corresponding positive one occupying the same space. Poverty and wealth, disease and health, failure and success are poles of the same phenomenon. The question is never about creating the desired state. It already exists as potential. The question is tuning your subconscious frequency to the pole you wish to experience. Goddard demonstrated this principle through an experiment that anyone can replicate. Before sleep, when naturally in a receptive state, relive the day's events not as they happened, but as they should have happened. If you had an argument, relive the ending in harmony. If you lost a sale, relive it as if it were successfully concluded. Do this with total sensory conviction. Hear the voices, see the faces, and feel the emotions of the revised outcome. What happens next defies the linear understanding of cause and effect. The people involved in your mental revisions begin to act differently toward you without any external communication. Opportunities that seemed lost reappear, modified. The past, somehow, reorganizes itself to support the revised version. This is not mysticism, it is the practical demonstration that time, as Einstein proved, is not linear, but relative to the observer. IQ tests provided inadvertent statistical validation of this phenomenon. Children labeled as gifted consistently exceed their actual IQ, while those labeled as slow consistently perform below their measured capacity. The label becomes a subconscious suggestion that modifies the self-image, which in turn governs actual performance. IQ doesn't measure intelligence. It measures the child's conformity to their programmed self-image. This understanding has implications that the educational system prefers to ignore. If self-image governs capacity, and if self-image can be consciously modified through systematic imagination, then the limits we accept as fixed are merely crystallized mental habits that can be dissolved and reformed. The systematic method for reprogramming the subconscious requires surgical precision, not because the process is complex, but because the conscious mind will sabotage any vague or poorly defined attempt. First absolute requirement, total specificity. The subconscious does not respond to nebulous desires like I want to be rich or I want to be happy. It needs exact coordinates. How much money, by what date, through what means. Write the goal in obsessive detail, carry the paper with you, but not as a superstitious talisman. Use it as a trigger to repeatedly enter the mental state where the goal has already been achieved. Goddard developed a technique that completely bypasses the rational mind's resistance, the nightly mental conversation. Enter the liminal state before sleep, that moment when you're still conscious but the inner critic has already disarmed its defenses. Now, construct a specific scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire. Don't visualize the process, visualize the consummated result. If you want a new job, don't imagine yourself in the interview. Imagine a friend shaking your hand and saying, "Congratulations on the promotion, you deserved it." The key lies in a detail that most ignore. You must mentally hear the specific voice of the person with total clarity, the timbre, the accent, and the particular cadence of speech. The subconscious responds to sensory specificity, not abstract concepts. Feel the handshake, the temperature of the skin, and the weight of the hand. Hear the sounds of the environment, the noise of the air conditioning, cars passing on the street, and the rustling of clothes. The more sensory details, the more real it becomes to the subconscious. When contrary thoughts arise, and they will arise with violence proportional to the magnitude of the desired change, don't fight them. Fighting is acknowledging their power. Instead, gently return to the scene, like someone guiding a distracted child back to the task. The secret that Goddard discovered is that gentle persistence beats force. It is the water drop that pierces the stone, not the hammer that breaks it. Van Gogh intuitively understood this creative process when he declared, "I dream my painting, then I paint my dream." He wasn't being poetic. He was literally describing the manifestation process. First, establish the complete reality in the invisible through sustained feeling. Then, watch as the subconscious orchestrates its precipitation into the visible through means you could never have anticipated or planned. The reason people read Think and Grow Rich dozens of times is not a lack of intellectual understanding. Each reading in a receptive state deepens the subconscious impression of the principles. It's the difference between knowing that water is H2O and having water when you're dying of thirst. Intellectual knowledge is useless until it's metabolized into subconscious conviction through emotionalized repetition. But here arises a disturbing implication that few are prepared to confront. Your assumptions about other people compel them to express those assumptions in your presence. If you subconsciously believe your partner is unfaithful, you are literally programming them to manifest infidelity. If you believe your children are lazy, you are installing laziness in them through continuous telepathic transmission. Every person in your life is partially acting out the role you have subconsciously written for them. A documented but rarely discussed experiment demonstrates this phenomenon. Teachers received fake lists indicating which students were gifted, chosen randomly. By year's end, these random students showed significantly greater IQ gains than the control group. The teachers swore they treated everyone equally, but video recordings revealed thousands of different micro-behaviors. More eye contact, longer wait for answers, and a more encouraging tone of voice. The teacher's subconscious transmitted elevated expectations that the students subconsciously accepted and manifested. This means you are partially responsible for the behavior of everyone around you, but it also means you have the power to elevate others simply by maintaining higher assumptions about them. When you see the best in people, not superficially, but with genuine subconscious conviction, you activate the best in them. They won't even know why they suddenly feel more capable in your presence. Goddard's most advanced technique was what he called revising the day. Before sleep, mentally replay the day's events, but revise them to conform to your ideals. The argument ends in an embrace. The rejection becomes acceptance. The failure transforms into success. Do this with total sensory conviction, not as fantasy, but as definitive correction of the record. The results of this practice violate all logic of linear causality. The people involved in your revisions inexplicably begin to act as if the revised version had actually occurred. Seemingly extinct opportunities resurface transformed. The very fabric of the past seems to reorganize itself to support the revised present. Not because time reversed, but because your subconscious relationship with the events changed, and the subconscious can only manifest what it accepts as true, reorganizing even memories to conform to the newly accepted narrative. You have spent your entire life operating a mechanism of infinite power without ever having read the instruction manual. Now that you understand the sequence, consciousness organizes itself through the mind and precipitates into matter. The question is no longer whether you will create your reality. You have always created and always will create. The only question is whether you will continue unconsciously creating the same limiting patterns you inherited, or assume deliberate control of the process. Think about how many lives remain unlived, how many geniuses die as failures, and how many masterpieces are never created because their potential creators never discovered that the physical world is effect, not cause. They fought their entire lives against shadows on the cave wall. never realizing they themselves were projecting those shadows. Every limitation you accept as real, every impossibility you assume as fact, is just a hypnotic suggestion you never questioned. The labels you received in childhood, smart or stupid, talented or mediocre, lucky or unlucky, were psychic prison sentences you have been voluntarily serving. But here's what no one told you. The cell door was never locked. You can leave at any time. The jailer is yourself, and the key is the understanding that self-image is malleable, that the subconscious doesn't distinguish between memory and imagination, and that you can literally rewrite your past by revising your subconscious relationship with it. The evidence is everywhere for those who have eyes to see. Why do identical twins with identical DNA raised in the same house develop completely different lives? Why do some people survive devastating traumas and emerge stronger, while others are destroyed by minor inconveniences? Why does every saint have a past and every sinner have a future? Because identity is not fixed. It is a subconscious assumption that can be altered through systematic imagination combined with feeling. But there is an urgency here that needs to be confronted. Every day you postpone the conscious application of these principles, you are reinforcing the old patterns. The subconscious doesn't differentiate between an experience and its mental repetition. Every time you recall a failure, you are literally practicing failing again. Every time you imagine catastrophic scenarios, you are rehearsing catastrophes. You are constantly instructing your subconscious, whether you know it or not. The global elite has always known these principles. Why do you think symbols and rituals are so important to secret societies? Why do corporations spend billions on advertising that barely mentions their products? Why do religious leaders insist on specific visualizations during prayers? They understand that the subconscious responds to symbols and feelings, not logic. They have been using these techniques to program the masses while keeping the knowledge of deprogramming for themselves. Consider the final thought experiment. If you knew with absolute certainty that your sustained thoughts and feelings would inevitably materialize, what would you choose to think and feel? If you understood that every person in your life is partially responding to your subconscious expectations about them, how would you see them? If you accepted that the past only has the power that your present attention grants it, how much time would you spend dwelling on old wounds? Transformation doesn't require years of therapy excavating traumas. It doesn't require permission from anyone. It doesn't require favorable external conditions. It requires only the persistent application of controlled imagination with corresponding feeling. Edison had no laboratory when he began imagining the light bulb. Van Gogh was in misery when he dreamed up his paintings. They understood that creation flows from inside out, not from outside in. Knowledge alone, however, is insufficient. You can intellectually understand every word of this text and still continue living exactly as before. The difference between knowledge and realization is the same as between reading about swimming and diving into the water. The subconscious only responds to experience, real or imagined, not to abstract concepts. This is where meditative practice becomes indispensable. Not meditation as escape or relaxation, but as a systematic method of accessing the state of consciousness where subconscious programming can be altered. In the deep meditative state, the critical mind relaxes its vigilance. The veil between conscious and subconscious becomes permeable, and new impressions can be installed without resistance. All change begins with understanding your role as co-creator, and the only way to connect with that divine intelligence is through meditation. We have developed a set of audio tools to help you access this higher state of consciousness. To learn more and get immediate access, click the link on the screen or in the comments. If this video resonated with you, write in the comments, "It made sense to me."
just realized the video finished. Well, time to watch some Nero, and I'm gonna close that. That was a good video. It's all about the subconscious, y'all. Here we go. There's Mr. Nero.
Reality is a game. But see, unless you know the rules of the game, you won't have the potentiality to create your desired reality. And as I always say, spirituality without the ability to control your reality is nothing but vanity. And I have 5 rules that over the past year of working with professional American footballers, helping them get signed to teams, shout out to TG, working with Hollywood actors, helping them secure contracts, working with 7-8-figure entrepreneurs, and being hired by professional football players, I've concluded that there are 5 rules that are completely paramount when it comes to creating your desired reality. Because the truth is, only 2% of people actually have the ability of winning the game of reality, because it is a game. But if you don't know the rules of the game, it's like being in a chess game and not knowing that your pawn can only move 1 step forward, and then someone comes and eats your ting. Pause. So it is of the highest of importance that we go through these 5 rules. But before we get into those 5 rules, there's one foundation that I need to set. And it's important that you understand them, because one thing that you're going to realize is that these rules, your reality, your universe, your world completely revolves around them. So let's get into it. Girl, what the hell is on your mind? Speaking of which, what do you think is a better I Need a Girl? Part 1 or part 2? What do you think? I think part 1. I need a girl to ride. I need a girl to make my wife. Bro, I definitely think so.
I think part 2. But you know what? It's a good debate.
Part 2?
Yeah.
What's part 2 go like again? That one, innit?
Listen, the beat is just iconic.
It's that bounce right here. He's doing the Diddy ball. The best part of that song is like when the guy's like, girl, what the hell is on your mind? I may be dumb, but I'm not blind. There's something leaking in your mind. Nah, he was cooking.
He came out of nowhere.
Nah, he did. He did. He really, really did. Okay. So, as I said, in order for you to win the game of reality, and the way that I conclude winning is nothing more than being in your desired reality, because spirituality, as I said, for all its theatrics that people want to do in order, dressing up that they do and changing the way that they talk, if your reality staying the same, then that's the indication that your state of consciousness internally is exactly the same. Now, when I say state of consciousness, frequency, the first thing that I want you to understand is that whether I'm saying frequency, whether I'm saying your state of consciousness, whether I'm saying your self-concept, these terms are all directly interchangeable. Your imagination. And it's made up out of a few components that if you don't understand the components that it's made out of, you won't possess the ability to truly create your reality. And I say that because most of you actually have an incorrect definition on manifestation in of itself. And if you have an incorrect definition of manifestation, how the fuck could you ever manifest, right? Because that's almost like you're heading in the wrong direction. And the more that you walk or run in that direction, the further you stray from the truth. And some of us are so far from the truth that we don't understand that why, despite all the reading that we're doing, despite all the meditation, affirmations, visualizations, nothing's changing. And it probably comes down to the foundations. And the funny thing about it is that people tend to be like, oh, I've heard this before. And in the most respectful way, and the honest question you really need to frame to yourself, something that I had to frame to myself, and I say this as somebody who's read hundreds of books, even has his own book on manifestation. And it's the question of, if you already know this shit, then why the fuck isn't anything changing? And that's an honest question. And it comes down to the fact that if nothing's changing outside of you, then that's because nothing's changed inside of you, despite you thinking otherwise. And that's what barring that down. So when I say frequency, consciousness, imagination, self-concept, they're all interchangeable terms for the same thing. And it's made up from a few characteristics or a few components. So one is your expectations, your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts, your focus or attention. feel like someone's missing. Focus / attention. Your reactions. And the convictions that you hold, which is nothing more than what you deem to be the truth. Perfect. So, if you're ever to dissect what's your consciousness, your frequency, or your imagination, it's the totality of each one of these components. And manifestation is simply this. Most people would describe manifestation as changing reality. But once again, if your definition of manifestation is changing reality, then you still have the wrong definition because your focus is still on reality. But reality is an illusion. So if you're focused on an illusion, then you're focused on something that doesn't truly exist. And if you're not grounded in the only thing that truly exists, which is the internal, then you will fall at every degree of reality. And this is why Matthew 6:33, esoterically, Christ said, seek ye first the kingdom of God and righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Because the true understanding that when you dwell in the state of consciousness of unification with the infinite intelligence, whether you want to call that the source, God, Allah, Yahweh, Jehovah, all interchangeable terms for the same thing once again, unless you're grounded in that eternal truth, you're going to be subjected to an illusion. So if your manifestation is about changing things outside of you, getting more money, getting that person, getting that career promotion, if that's what it's about, then you still don't understand this fucking game. And because you think that's what it's about, you centralize all the attention towards there. And because you centralize all the attention towards there, you begin to neglect yourself. And because you neglect yourself, you don't realize how aspects of you still haven't changed. And because you're unaware of how aspects of you still haven't changed, you then look at your reality in confusion as to why it hasn't changed. That doesn't make any sense. How can we be dissatisfied with reality but satisfied with ourselves? And you have to go across each one of these components to come to a true definition that whatever your desired reality is, whether that's to make more money, whether that's to get a career, to be employed, to be, promoted in that career, to manifest the person, all your expectations, your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts, your focused attention, the way that you react to reality, and what you believe to be the truth and have conviction in, all of that has to be in direct alignment. It all has to be synchronized into one thing, because each one of these things lead to what we were just talking about, which is your frequency, state of consciousness, imagination, which then seeks to materialize that into reality. Now, it's imperative that you step away from that definition of manifestation to the true definition of manifestation. And so long, if you can just remember this definition of manifestation, and this is so funny because I was talking to somebody and somebody must have DM'd me and they were like, hey, I appreciate all the work that you put out. You really impacted my life. And I said, okay, that's cool. First of all, you impacted your life. Don't project that onto me for any particular degree, because I could be the worst nigga that you know. You don't know me. But I said, whoa, how has your life been impacted? And funnily enough, they reverted back to this definition of manifestation, because I don't mean it lightly. I'm not exaggerating when I say, if you can come back to this definition, if you can keep this definition at the top of your head, you'll be closer to materializing your desired reality more than you ever have been. And even me saying closer is still an indication that you still haven't done it. But as I said, we'll get into the rules. But I just want to drop this definition real quick.
This is one of the funniest, outrageous DMs I've seen you receive.
Okay.
Dude, I've been following you for a couple months now. And dude, you're an effing sick C-U-N-T.
C-U-N-T?
I was like, damn.
C-U-N-T?
I'm thinking it's going to be a hate message. You know what I'm trying to say? Everything you said works so well. I'm getting modeling jobs. My TikToks are blowing up.
So wait, why am I C-U-N-T? What am I doing?
I was just like, what? And my mental health is improving more and more every day. Thank you again and again. I hope calling you a sick C-U-N-T wasn't rude. Sorry,
yeah,
it's just a term of endearment here in Australia.
Oh, it's a term of endearment?
Yeah.
That's what they call each other over there.
Crazy, right?
Just like yeah,
Crazy. Have you heard the conspiracy theory?
New Yorkers say my heart to each other.
Oh, yeah.
And it seems as though Australians call each other C-U-N-Ts. I need someone to actually verify that.
Have you heard the conspiracy that Australia don't really exist?
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. So, okay.
She said, I hope you have the best life, man. You're changing lives every day. I hope you know that. I'm getting money randomly too. Always now. It's crazy how well switching your mindset in how you said works so well. Thank you.
Of course. It's a pleasure, my sister. And it all comes down to this definition. This is the definition that she probably came to the conclusion of. Remember, if you can remind yourself of this every single day, I promise you, this will begin to unlock a deeper understanding into manifestation. Oh my God. Purple just died on me, bro.
Damn.
Crazy. We appreciate your services, my friend. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. Meaning, most people's definition when it comes to manifestation is still a hyperfixation on seeing what they want outside of them as opposed to acquiring that inside of them. And that's where the real shift takes place. The real shift takes place when you begin to relinquish this dependency that you have on reality emotionally by coming to the understanding that emotion is energy emotion, which then turns into a vibration, which then turns into frequency, which then becomes reality. But so long as you're focused on internally shifting, then you're focusing on what truly exists. And when you're focused on what truly exists, you're no longer caught up by the illusion of reality. Because, and I know this because here's the thing. Before you are confused as to why you haven't materialized what it is that you want, I want you to ask yourself, am I actually good with making more money? Probably yes. Am I good with getting that career promotion? Most definitely. Am I good with getting that person? 100%. Am I good with getting employed? 100%. Now ask yourself, are you good without those things right now in this moment? And I say right now in this moment because time is an illusion that only exists within this third dimensional realm due to time-space constraints. But as we transcend the third dimensional realm, going into the fourth dimension and outside of it, everything's happening at once. So even when people talk about past lives, that doesn't make any fucking sense because when you go outside of our reality, there is no past. So technically it's only parallel lives, which is the conclusion that quantum physics has come to, right? The idea of parallel universes, we see this, shown in the film industry as,
Started mobility training.
to revert back to my original question, are you good without those things right now? And I mean, is your state of being great without those things? Do you feel great without those things? Do you feel amazing without those things? Or you feel like you're missing something? And if you feel like you're missing something internally, if it's as within as without on earth as it is in heaven, then you're missing something externally. And you have to be really, really honest. But the beauty is, if you're honest and you're like, you know what, I'm actually not good without those things. I actually do want more money. I actually do want that person. I actually do want that. Not having that's making me feel some type of way. If you can come to that honest conclusion, then you can be helped. Because that is what we're going to get into with the 5 rules of reality. And as I said, these are the rules that my clients literally pay me to go through with them, right? Like I said, one of my clients recently got signed to the Ravens, Baltimore Ravens, NFL player. Another one of my clients, just moved to a new football team in the UK. Another one of my clients is positioning himself to go to another football team. It's, you know what I'm saying? Entrepreneurs, like the entrepreneur things, like that's normal, right? But these are the most important things. So please, make sure you take notes and leave them in the comments per usual.
After watching this video, I had my first 2K trade the next day. That morning, I wasn't looking at the charts, first thing, but the charts within myself. Big ups to both of you for real.
That's real.
I'm finally aligned with my SP, the bag.
That's fire. I like that. And it make me feel so good inside in my life. Wait, are we allowed to sing that?
You're allowed to sing it.
I just
Bro thinks he's gonna get copyrighted for sounding.
No, I'm talking about because it's a Diddy song, right?
Oh. You'll be alright.
I need a girl. Cool. Rule number 1. And in case you haven't noticed, this is a part 2 of my first video, how to outsmart the game of reality. AJ actually urged me to make a part 2, so he is who you should thank for this. Rule number 1. Attention is more powerful than intention. What do you mean by that, Nero? Relax, you're gonna get some. And I say that for the mere fact that, let's actually think about this. Who the fuck doesn't intend for a better life? You know what I'm saying? Like, who doesn't intend for more money? Who doesn't intend for better and more advancement in their career? Who doesn't intend for healthy love? Who doesn't intend to get the person that they want to sleep with? Who doesn't intend for these things? There's not a single human being that doesn't actually have some intention for better. Not a single human being. It's naturally within us to intend for more, for better. Yet, despite all our intentions, despite all our studying, despite all our meditating, despite all our dieting, despite all them green juices, despite all them... despite all the shit that the spiritual niggas tell you that you need to do so you can be one with the universe, despite all of that, the truth of the matter is, your attention is more powerful than your intention. And please remember that. Please remember that. You can intend for better, but if your attention isn't aligned to your desired reality, then you're going to continuously experience a reality that you don't want to experience. So what do I mean by this? Remember these three words when we talk about attention. And attention is of the highest importance. I believe even Neville Goddard in Power of Awareness has a whole chapter on it, on attention. Remember these three words. Your attention is alignment. Attention is alignment. Attention is alignment. Attention is alignment. Say it with me. Attention is alignment. Wherever the universe has the capability of getting you to center your attention towards will be the reality that you're aligned to. Despite all your intentions of doing better. What do I mean by this? I mean, even if you want to make more money, if the universe can capture your attention on the aspects of your life that shows that you don't have enough money, then guess what? You're going to be aligned to that reality. Why? And it all comes down to the fact that, and this is spoken about in the Kabbalion, right? There's a law in the Kabbalion in one of the chapters, I believe, when it's in the Hermetic law of rhythm, there is a small section on something called the law of neutralization. And the law of neutralization is just nothing more than how to shift from one particular state to another. And that's all reality is. Your capability of shifting to the mental and emotional equivalent of your desired reality is all it takes to get to that reality. Let me say that again. Your ability to shift to the mental and emotional equivalent of your desired reality is all it takes to get to that reality. That's all it takes. That's it. But if we reverse engineer reality, reality is over here. What is reality? Reality is nothing more than a reflection of frequency. Frequency, imagination, state of consciousness, self-concept. What is that dependent upon? Frequency is dependent upon vibration. Because when vibration builds momentum, it becomes frequency. Frequency then alters its state into reality. In the same way that frequency is like steam, reality is like ice. But what is vibration dependent upon? Vibration is dependent upon concentration. Because understand, your concentration is a centralization of energy. Centralization of energy. And energy precedes matter. If concentration is a centralization of energy and energy precedes matter, meaning energy eventually becomes matter, then that would mean that concentration equates to matter. And this is why your attention is your alignment. Because here's the thing. In reality, you always have an option to focus on one of two things. This is all reality is. It all just comes down to these two things. When we're talking attention and focus, it all comes down to one of two things. Nothing more, nothing less. It all comes down to a desired reality and a undesired reality. That's all it comes down to. Nothing more, nothing less. Everything in your life that has the capability of getting your attention is nothing more than a choice between these two energetic polarities. And the polarity that you feed is the polarity that you set into motion to gain momentum based on concentration, which then equates to vibration, frequency, and then reality. And you always have the choice between a desired and an undesired reality. And this is so funny, because think about it. When you experience negative emotion, all negative emotion arises from one thing. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this. And if you actually sit there and think about any time that you begin to feel worried, scared, frustrated, anxious, it all comes down to one thing. One thing. One thing. It's just one thing that got me true.
It's one thing I'm so new.
Focus on an undesired reality. When you're beefing your girl, why are you fucking mad? It's because there's an aspect of you that is concentrating on a reality that you don't want to experience, which is this disharmony. Vice versa. When you're worried about not having enough money, what are you focusing on? An aspect of reality that you don't want to experience. When you're getting frustrated that you're going to be late, why? Because you're focusing on an aspect of reality that you don't want to experience. All negative emotions are built upon your focus on an unwanted reality. Bear in mind, that negative emotion is the largest shareholder of your frequency. Remember, one of the components of frequency was emotionally charged thought, and that's due to the fact that the energy of emotion adds a different vibration to thought energy, making it more likely to materialize into reality. Just like Job showed you in the Bible, God's most loyal servant, God's best servant, kids killed, crops gone, animals killed. Why? As he says, for what I have greatly feared has come upon me. Why? Because fear is a powerful emotion. It's faith in ignorance. It's faith in reverse, right? Esoterically. And here's the thing. Anytime that you experience a negative emotion, whether you're beginning to just be scared, worried, anxious, paranoid, stressed, think to yourself, what am I focusing on right now? It's going to be something you don't want to experience or something you don't like experiencing. And so long as you're still centralizing energy towards there, you're still allowing for these chain of events to come through. You're still allowing for the cycle of concentration to vibration to frequency to be reality again and again and again. And you're perpetuating your own cycle without coming to the recognition that your negative emotion is actually an indication that you're focusing on something you don't want. So what do you do? What do you do? Tom, what do you do? You simply focus on what you do want. Not only do you focus on what you want, you shift that wanting to already possessing. For example, let's say that right now you're unemployed and you want to manifest a career. It's easy to get frustrated, disappointed, apathetic, annoyed at the fact that you're unemployed, but that's the indication that those emotions are predicated on your misdirected use of attention, which is a misdirection of energy, and that's a borrow that down. Misdirected attention leads to a misdirected reality. And what you need to do is shift to what you do want. You want to be employed. Now that you know you want to be employed, now you also need to know that so long as you want it, you don't have it. And that's another one I'm going to get into shortly. You need to shift to already having it. So when you think to yourself, damn, I don't have enough clients in my business. I don't have enough clients. Your focus is in the wrong place, mate. Still focusing in the wrong place, mate. You need to shift to what you do want. What do you want? More clients. Then you already need to be in a state of having more clients. Reality doesn't change before you do. And that's a borrow that down. What you need the world to prove to you is what you need to prove to yourself. What you're seeking for reality to give you is what you need to give yourself. You need to shift from wanting to already be in a state of consciousness where you possess that, because you can have the best intentions in the world. But if your attention is geared towards an aspect of reality you don't want to experience, then you set yourself in motion to experience that reality. Because when you're focusing on an unwanted reality, you're saying internally, I'm undesired state, undesired state, undesired state. So then reality, being nothing more than a mirror reflection or a delayed degree of consciousness, then materializes that undesired state through more and more and more and more and more and more stress. What do you want? Focus on that, then shift to being in a state where you already have that. How do I do that, Nero? Literally just declare it internally. It feels more complicated, Nero. It's not that easy. It really is that easy. And the belief that it's not that easy is actually what's perpetuating that degree of complexity. That's the only thing that's making it more complicated. The belief that is complicated. And that belief comes from the aspect of reality that doesn't want you to progress. It comes from the aspect of your old frequency that is making it seem more difficult, and it's obfuscating how simple it actually is, because it really is that simple. It really is that simple, from shifting to, going on a date with a fucking arsehole and you're like, oh, all men are dogs, they're terrible species, to then shifting to a state of consciousness of, I'm so happy to be in a healthy relationship with this type of individual. Internally declaring that, saturating your mind with that consciousness. And that is rule 1. Attention beats intention. It's no good having good intentions if your attention isn't aligned. The whole thing is this: you want to make sure that your intentions and attention are aligned, not against each other. Aligned, not against each other.
This comment sounds wild. They said, I started watching Nero in 2024. I was homeless, living in a transitional shelter with my 6-year-old daughter at the time.
Aww.
That's some tough times. The 3 T's was the first video I watched.
Great video. Highly recommend that video.
Fast forward, me and my daughter have our own room in a 1-bed apartment. I just came back from New York from a business trip for my rap career. I signed to an indie label. I have 23.
Congratulations on the signing.
Crazy.
Yo, make sure you put us in the tune or you fly us out to one of them parties.
I have 23,000 followers on IG, 10K on TikTok. My music is becoming more successful, and my daughter and I are safe. So grateful to my past self for staying dedicated and doing my homework. I recommend everyone to watch Nero whenever they tell me they're going through hardship.
That's so sweet. That's so sweet.
Amazing.
That has literally melted my heart. That's so sweet.
That's amazing.
Congratulations to you. What's her name?
Tokyo Renee.
Shout out Renee, man. That's so sweet.
I need to go.
It's nice to get heartfelt comments in all the degeneracy of some of these comments.
It's funny because a few comments down, you probably see some guy saying, bro, I finally manifested the girl I wanted.
Yeah, in another video, brother was talking about how he manifested a threesome, and he was like, now I'm going to start manifesting money. Priorities is just completely back to front, bro. But hey, the truth is, the channel's a reflection of us, innit? Like, clearly we got that seriousness and with degenerates too, so. I'll use orange for you, mate. Rule number 2. Rule number 2. It's a question, actually. What I really want. Make sure you write that down. What I really want. So tell me what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what I want, what I really, really want.
I wanna.
Rule number 2. What do you want? What do you want? You're probably thinking, Nero, come on, like, I already know that. Like obviously, baddies, number 1. Because that's all niggas seem to want to manifest here. Money.
Money specifically from the casino.
Yeah, because we have a lot of gamblers that watch this account too. Career, abundance, love, career plus promotions, money, sales, more clients. I want to manifest a big house. But the irony is, when I ask you what you want to manifest, if everything that you just described to me, and if everything that came to your mind is tied to the physical plane, then guess what? You still don't know what you want. And because you don't know what you want, you're deviating from how to get what you want. And that's what, bar that down. Write that down. If I don't know what I want, then I deviate from what I want. In fact, you make what you want deviate from you. When you don't know what you want, you don't have the capability of having what you desire chase you. And that's the irony of it all. We feel like we're on this perpetual treadmill of running after our desires. I want more money, you run after it, it runs away. But last time that I checked, it's easier to make a cheetah come to you than it is to chase a cheetah.
Yep.
Unless you're Jamaican, them man are fast. You lot are fast.
I'm going to pretend you never said that.
Actually, you don't even know Marcus Garvey. I can't even say that you're a proper
Fake
Jamaican.
news.
You didn't know Marcus
Fake
Garvey.
news.
I had to educate him.
No proof.
Anyways, it's easier to make a butterfly come to you than it is to chase a butterfly. It's easier to make a fish come to you than to chase a fish. Last time I checked, niggas go fishing. They throw their little hook into the water and the fish comes to them, innit? They don't go chasing after the fish in the water. Because that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. That fish analogy is really good.
But so long as you don't know what it is that you really want, so long as what you want is a physical explanation, you don't know what you want. And because you don't know what you want, you're chasing your desires. And because you're chasing your desires, you would only run after something you don't have, which is the indication to reality that you don't have, which then that state of consciousness of lacking then materializes that reality where you lack what it is that you want. So what do you want? You're like, I don't know. What do you want? If more money, if more sales, more clients, more career advances, being employed, being in a healthy relationship, abundance, more people. If that's not what you want, then what do you want? And if you don't come to this conclusion, which bear in mind, like I said, only 2% come to this conclusion. 98% of people never come to the conclusion. They'll think to themselves, now I want an E-class Merc, I want an apartment, you know what I'm saying? I want a yacht, you know, baddies, money. Girls will think they want some nigga to trick on them. You're still not understanding. You're still not getting it. It's not clocking to you.
Clocking to you.
And the truth of the matter is, so long as you haven't come to this one conclusion, then you'll never understand. See, as opposed to chasing your desires, you have the capability of making your desires chase you. But the only way your desires are going to chase you is when you become worthy of being chased. And that's a bar, write that down. The only way you're going to make your desires chase you is when you become worthy of being chased. But the only way you can become worthy of being chased is knowing what your desires want. So as opposed to thinking, what do I really want? What does what you want? And it wants one thing.
Frequency.
Why do you want what you want? Why do you want more money? Probably to feel secure, probably to not have to worry anymore, probably to not have to live in a state of stress, probably to not have to constantly overthink about money. Why do you want a career? A degree of security, similar to money. Why do you want that career promotion? Degree of status, recognition, appreciation, and all the money. Why do you want that person? Because you want to be cherished, because you want to be appreciated, because you want to be loved. Why do you want that person? Maybe you want to be sexually satisfied. Why do you want a toothpick? It's because you want your teeth to be you want comfort. Why do you want a drink? Because you want your thirst quenched. Why do you want a burger? Because you want to be satisfied internally. Everything that I just described is nothing more than a different state. And a different state is what you truly want. That is what you truly want. You want nothing more than a different state. You want nothing more than a different state. Say it with me. I want nothing more than a different state. But if you haven't come to the conclusion that you want nothing more than a different state, then you're still going to be centralizing your attention to the wrong place. You're still going to be focused on the wrong thing. And if you're focused on the wrong thing, how could you materialize the right thing? And that was a serious one. Might want to rewind that one. If you're actually focused on the wrong thing, how can you materialize the right thing? Because when you really break it down, if nothing in reality can offer you a different state of being, you don't want it. There's things that you don't want. Why? Because you know they wouldn't do anything for you.
Exactly.
I used to want Rolexes until I came to the conclusion that it's not going to do anything for me. And because this doesn't do anything for me, I don't have that desire to go and get it. If something doesn't do it for you, do you have that desire to go and get it?
Nope.
If you don't like some food, do you want that?
Nope. Sushi.
And this is the conclusion that you need to come to.
Your desires. Your desires are your desires.
Yeah. If the state isn't missing, you don't want it.
Yeah.
And if the state is missing, that's the only reason you want it. And I truly mean this down to everything. Think about everything in life that we desire. Think about new clothes. Think about these shades. Think about a do-rag. Everything that we want can be broken down to just wanting a feeling. Wanting a feeling that we're missing.
But you can only have what you already have. So you must have that feeling within. You must have that feeling.
And I truly mean this. So let's think about it. Let's say this is you over here. And you desire more money.
More money. More money, more money, more money.
Upon getting more money, how would you feel? You'd probably feel secure. You'd probably feel safe.
Happy.
You'd probably feel free, stress-free. You'd probably feel great.
Wonderful.
But the irony is that because we want a feeling that is missing, our very desire is an indication that we're missing it. And because our desire is an indication that we're missing it, if we don't have it within, we don't have it without.
Why?
If we don't have it internally, we don't have it externally. But the irony is, how you would feel upon getting what you want is what your desire wants for it to come to you. See what I mean when I say you got the game fucked up? You're thinking, I want more money. Your desire, money is thinking, I want safety, freedom, and security. How many times have you jumped to acquire this to get this? Because here's the thing. You can't chase a butterfly. If you don't have what the butterfly wants, it's not going to come to you. If you don't have the state that money wants internally, the state of consciousness, the frequency, the self-concept, the mental attitude of money, if you don't already have that as something you already possess internally, then money isn't going to come to you. Because the only way that you can make your desire come to you is by acquiring the mental attitude, state of consciousness, self-concept, frequency of it. That's all it wants. And see, you need to shift from thinking I have desires to what do my desires desire? What does my desire desire?
What does my desire
What does a partner? What does the universe? And bear in mind, and this is what I mean. A lot of us have a physical explanation of what we want without realizing that a physical explanation is tied to the illusion of reality. And because it's tied to the illusion of reality, we end up chasing our desires. But our very desire to chase is the indication that we don't already possess it. And if you don't already possess it within, then how can you already possess it without? But then, on a deeper level, everything we want in reality, everything down to a light right here, to the light right there, to the camera right there, is because acquiring these things would make us feel a different way. If they didn't make us feel a different way, we wouldn't want them. But ironically, feeling a different way is how we get those things to want us. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you dwell more in a state of desiring, or do you dwell in the state of what your desires desire? And I mean this every day. Do you dwell in a state of desiring more money? Or do you dwell in the state that more money desires? See, it's completely different. It's crazy when you think about it like that, isn't it?
Yep.
Crazy light bulb moment. Do you desire that career promotion? Or do you dwell in the mental, emotional equivalent that a career promotion would desire?
That is a light bulb moment.
Because see, your desires are nothing more than energy. It's nothing more than frequency. And frequency, it likes itself, so it wants itself. And wherever it isn't, it will not go to. But wherever it is, it will go to.
That's a mark.
Do you want a healthy relationship? Or are you dwelling in a state of consciousness that the materialization of a healthy relationship will seek out? The desires of your desires is of the highest level of importance. The highest level of importance, because we get it backwards. And we get it backwards because we spend so time encapsulated within the physical plane. Because we spend most of our time in the physical plane, we don't come to an understanding of the fact that we're conditioned to desire everything physical and to only be able to perceive reality physically without taking into consideration that there's not one plane of existence, there's 3 planes of existence: mental, physical, spiritual. But then we also see a very small fraction of reality because we only see 0.0035% of what actually exists. I repeat, we only see 0.0035% of what actually exists. So naturally, our ego is conditioned to only see all of this around us to be all that exists. So then our desires become reflective of all that exists to us without coming into consideration that this is a materialization. And if it's a materialization, then what is it before it has condensed itself in the same way that steam condenses into ice? You see, you're too focused on getting the ice as opposed to getting the steam first and then allowing reality to materialize that. Because when you possess the steam, when you know, nothing can tell you otherwise. And here's the thing. The reason why in life, the only thing you want is frequency. The only thing you want is frequency. The only thing you want is frequency. The reason for that is because, you see, coming from the infinite, all of us are nothing more than droplets from the universe or the infinite intelligence of God. Think about us like clouds. We're all in the cloud of God, and then when our souls want to incarnate on this physical plane, like rain droplets, we drop down to the physical plane. And when we've dropped down, we've now separated from the infinite that we once was part of. And because we've separated from the infinite that we were once part of, we now spend our whole lives trying to get that feeling of interconnectedness and fulfillment and wholeness again. But we project that into the external reality. We project that into the illusionary reality. We project that into thinking, I want more money, I want that car, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want that, as opposed to coming and seeing it from a God's eye view, beyond transcending the illusions of reality and coming to an understanding, what does the universe want? What does my desire want? And your desire is only going to want something that's real. And there's nothing more real in reality than energy. And because you understand that nothing is more real than energy, then seek to acquire the mental and emotional equivalent reflection of whatever it is that you want before reality shows it to you. So this isn't about thinking to yourself, I will make more money, because that's still an indication of the fact that if we take into consideration that the past doesn't exist and the future doesn't exist in the subconscious mind, the only time that exists right now is the now in the subconscious mind, which is where you materialize reality from. Saying I will is an indication that I am not.
Yep.
So the only thing that you must do is declare that you are already that. You are already making more money. You are already in a happy relationship. And then allowing yourself to go through the components of what frequency, state of consciousness is made of. Make sure your beliefs contribute to that. Make sure your perceptions contribute to that. Make sure your emotionally charged thoughts reflect that. Make sure the way that you react to reality reflects that. Your expectations and your reactions are all in alignment of that, or your focus, sorry. Make sure they're all in alignment of an individual who would see reality from that particular perception, because then reality will see you through that lens. And that is rule number 2. The desire of your desires.
I've bought 5 copies of your book.
Wow.
And have given them all away.
By the way, Outsmarting Reality, Amazon bestseller in all 3 categories in less than 24 hours. Also, #1 gifted in the categories of mysticism and spirituality.
Nice. I bought 5 copies of your book and given them all away.
Wow.
Every time I buy a book to keep for myself, I always find myself in a cycle of thinking, I'm going to keep your book and always give it away. Laughing my ass off.
I've given so many books away, I don't even realize it. I went down to this nigga's house the other day, Asia, and I saw my book there, and I completely forgot that I gave it to him. He had it on his bookshelf. It's not my book. People do not return books. So if you're giving someone that is good, it's gone.
And it was like a free library. Come here and just select a book and leave.
Nah, bro. I need a Girl Part 1 that's better.
Ding, ding.
I just want you to be my baby. I just want you to be my lady. I just want you in my life. You make me feel so good inside. I'll use brown, why not? Cool. Now, rule number 3. Bear in mind, you're not going to hear these rules anywhere else because these are things that I've come to a conclusion of myself working and being hired by the individuals that I've been hired by. By the way, if you're a 7 to 8 figure entrepreneur, an actor, or a professional athlete and you want to enhance your performance and not work hard or smarter but work multidimensionally to have people confused as to how you're doing these things, make sure you check out the link in the description. But you can only have what you already have. Now, this is what I call the annoying law of the universe. And the thing about the annoying law of the universe is that if you haven't properly allowed the annoying law of the universe to marinate or come to a true conclusion of it, then life is going to be a bit annoying for you. And that's the truth. Because here's the thing. You can only have what you already have. You can only have what you already have. You can only have what you already have. Thinking, what the fuck? You can only have more money if you already have more money. You can only have that career promotion if you already have that career promotion. You can only have that employment if you're already employed. You can only have that person if you already have them. You're like, what? But I don't understand. I'm essentially saying to you that you can only have your desired reality if you already have it. Probably still not making sense. And it all comes down to incorrect definitions once again. You see, in the universe, there's 2 chairs. And you can't sit in 2 chairs at once. There is wanting, and there is having. And the thing about wanting or having is that, like I said, there are 2 chairs in the universe. You can't sit in both at the same time. And the one that you spend more time in is the one that you allow momentum to be built up. So if you're allowing the momentum of wanting a reality, then you're indirectly not having that reality. And if you can only have what you already have, these are the 2 choices. Now, once again, this is about your ability to introspectively come to a conclusion, honestly, on which one it is that you spend more time doing. Do you spend more time wanting your desire or having your desire? Because if you can spend more time having your desire, then you will have your desire. But it's still like, what do you mean have it? Of course, if I'm checking my bank account and I got no bread, what do you mean? Once again, there's 2 definitions of having. There is the human definition of having, and there is the universe definition of having. So long as you have the human definition of having, you will lose the game of reality and end up with the 98% every single time. But with the universe's definition of having, you will win and join the 2%. So what is the universe's game of having? Well, what's the human one? Human definition of having is probably some degree of physical possession. Physical possession. But once again, physical possession is an effect. Remember, in the Hermetic traditions, there's the Hermetic law of cause and effect. Reality is an effect. The world around you is an effect. The physical plane is an effect. Your world is an effect. Your universe is an effect. The cause is the mind. The cause is the subconscious mind. The cause is the mental plus emotional equivalent. That is the cause. The cause is your state of consciousness, your frequency, which is made up out of those characteristics of, remember, your perception, your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts, your expectations, your reactions, your focus, and I don't remember what the other one is. You do, so it's fine. Should have that written down. The universe's definition of having, which is the only one that matters, is vibration position. That is the only definition that matters. Vibrational possession. Vibrational possession. Vibrational possession. And remember, go back to the very first law, the very first rule that I gave you in this video. What is vibration dependent upon? You should remember this.
Concentration.
Your concentration. Concentration plus emotion. concentration to already possessing your desired reality, you're being separated from it. And see, that's the thing. So long as you vibrationally possess, what you vibrationally possess is what you have to the universe. So if you're vibrationally, which is the mental and emotional equivalent of possessing poverty, then by the universal definition, you're going to have poverty. So then by the human definition, you will also physically possess. Because remember, before anything can exist physically, it first must exist vibrationally. So, what is having? Having is already possessing what it is that you desire in reality. But by whose definition? The universe's. And by the universe's definition, that's nothing more than a mental plus emotional equivalent of already being in that reality. So long as you mentally and emotionally possess whatever it is that you want, by the universe's definition you have. But here's the thing. If you're focused on the physical definition of having, then wanting is always going to reflect what you don't have. And that's what it truly is. When you get caught up in wanting, and bear in mind, wanting is nothing more than a feeling of lacking. And having is a feeling of, once again, having, but so we don't get caught up in the semantics of it all, possessing. The more that you can focus on shifting your attention to mentally and emotionally coming to a conclusion that you already possess what you want, then you're not lacking and you're in possession. And when you're in possession of your desired reality vibrationally, it then materializes physically. When you're in possession of the mental and emotional equivalent of your desired reality vibrationally, it then becomes physically. But if you're still looking and focusing on what you don't have, then that is wanting. And that's what wanting is an indication of. You don't want anything that you already have. I don't want to wear shades right now because I'm wearing shades. I don't want to wear a do-rag right now. I don't have a desire. Let me put on a do-rag because I'm wearing one right now. You understand what I'm saying? That's not something that I have. It's not something that I desire, sorry. And if I did desire it, it would almost lead one to think that I don't have it. Because the only time I want to put on shades is when I'm not wearing shades. The only time you want to put on more money is when you're not wearing more money. The only time when you want to put on getting more clients is when you don't have more clients. The only time that you want to put on a healthy relationship is when you don't already have a healthy relationship. The only time that you want to put on a career employment is when you don't have career employment. The only time when you want to put on a career promotion is when you don't have a promotion within. Are you understand? Are you getting what I'm saying? Good. Which is an indication that every time you catch yourself thinking, that's a moment for you to recalibrate and shift to, I already have it within. I already have it within. I already have it within. And then you must begin to think from the position of the attainment of that desired reality. So if you had more clients, you wouldn't be thinking, I want more clients. You'd probably be thinking, I have too many clients right now. That's probably something you'd be thinking. If you was in a healthy relationship, you wouldn't be thinking, man, where have all the good men gone? I don't make women like they used to. You wouldn't be thinking any of those things because that's not your fucking problem. But because it's your problem, it's your reality. You understand? You getting what I'm saying? Yeah? You wouldn't be thinking to yourself, man, I need to get a job right now. If you had a job, you'd probably be thinking, I wonder who I'm going to see at work tomorrow. And it's almost delusional to do that, right? It's almost delusional to be in a state of consciousness before reality's proved it to you. But it's also not delusional because reality is nothing more than a state of consciousness. So if your internal state is going to be reflective of it, then this is what you need to come to a conclusion of. You can only have what you already have. You can only have what you already have. You can only have what you already have. And you need to make sure that majority of your day is spent in a state where you are occupying having what it is that you want. Because when you have what it is that you want, that is the mental act of already possessing what you want. And that then leads to vibrational possession, which is the true universe's definition of possession. And that leads to physical possession. But if you're focused on physical possession, then you're focused on an effect. You're saying to yourself, man, I don't like the song that is playing right now. And you're just complaining about the song that is playing instead of just changing the song. But when you're watching something on the TV that you don't want to see, you change the channel. When you're hearing a song that you don't want to hear, you change the song. At what point are you going to get to the, at what point are you going to come to the conclusion that you need to change the vibration or the state of consciousness that you're mentally declaring and emotionally declaring to then change what you declare physically, to change what you possess physically? At what point are you going to come to the conclusion that you can only have what you already have? And that's the annoying law of the universe. It doesn't make any sense. It's quite annoying the first time hearing this, right? Because it's quite backwards. But it's not backwards, it's actually in the correct order. You've been playing the game of reality backwards. We've all been taught that reality works in a certain way. But the way that we've been taught reality works isn't how the secret societies, the elites, and all the people that you see being extremely successful, and I know because these are my fucking clients, this isn't how they see it. So you need to understand this very, very quickly. Mobbing in the Bentley smoking moon rocks. Pockets full of mother blue guap. Half an ounce in my Gucci tube socks. For the summertime, got a new drop. Trapper slash rapper slash bad bitch snatcher. Baby mama, man, she said you live like a bachelor. Sold 100 pounds and gave 10% to the pastor church. You know, I've had bare people hit me up about the How to Love Yourself video, saying that video hit different and how they were crying. Numerous amount of people have even messaged me personally like, yo, that video was the one.
Crying?
Yeah.
First.
It's quite a deep topic.
Yeah, there's even a comment here saying, new subscriber, Nero, your video on self-love convinced me you know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome to the cult, in case you did. I'm fucking with you. Cool. Rule number 4. Remember how to get to your desired reality. What the hell does that mean? Remember how to get to my desired reality? That don't make no sense, enough. It don't make no sense. If it don't make dollars, don't make sense. See, wake up like I gotta get it. Don't know that song, AJ?
I do.
What song?
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
I really believed you.
I actually do know the song.
If it don't make dollars, don't make sense. Z, wake up like I gotta get it. And I gotta end it for a trunk.
Space, I get money 2 ways. Fucking missions 2 ways. Beyonce.
I think it's Ayo. Cool. Remember how to get to your desired reality. Nero, what do you mean? I haven't got to my desired reality. How can I remember? Well, you can. In fact, you already do, and you already have began remembering how to get to your desired reality. Because here's the thing. Ooh. If your intuition is calibrated to the frequency/state of your desired reality, then your intuition is nothing more than another version of you reminding you how you got to that reality. And that is a bar. What do I mean by this? Let me explain something. If we see reality over here, this is your world, that is your reality, that is where you are living, your finances, your relationship status, your career, all of that. Reality to the average human being is nothing more than a product of action, even though action doesn't actually lead to creation unless you believe it does on a subconscious level, due to the fact that we make the laws of our reality and there are no truths in the reality you experience other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. I actually have a client, shout out Jessica Divine. We was on a session and she said something so beautiful, and I was like, damn, that's crazy. She actually has the belief that the more money she makes, the easier life gets, which is absolutely phenomenal. I think she says the more money I get, the more I rest. That's her belief, and that is a subconscious belief that she's quite literally seeing as a 7-figure business owner. But you know, most people believe that action leads to creation, as opposed to action just being a facilitator of energy into existence. Action is very important, but more important than action is action preceded by the right state of consciousness. That's more important. Your action is dependent upon the mental nudges that you are geared towards. So your mind might say, take a left today. You know what? Go talk to this person. Go reach out to this person. Change this. Update your CV. You know what? Go approach that person. Say this, do this, do this. Your mental nudges is dependent upon your intuition. And your intuition is dependent upon your frequency, your self-concept, your imagination, your consciousness. Remember, all the same thing. Now, here's the thing. If the state that you're in is your desired reality, and I've already showed you how to get to that state, if you're already in the state that you possess what it want, that you already possess what you want. So let's say you're in a state of having more clients, more money, more sales, whatever, then your intuition is going to be nothing more than another version of you that exists in another universe, reminding you how you got to that reality. But you need to have the capability of being able to hear your intuition and execute upon it quickly. See, when there's something you know that you need to do, and it's come out of nowhere, do this, and you know you need to do this, you need to have the capability of executing on that quickly, because your intuition is fucking useless if you don't capitalize upon it. Because what you're not capitalizing, or what you're capitalizing upon, isn't intuition. It's the materialization of your desired reality. You see, if your frequency is in the state of your desired reality, if you're living in the state of your desired reality, then guess what? When you have that sales call, or you go for that meeting, or you go to negotiate that deal, if you're already in a state of existence that you've already closed that deal, then your intuition, the mental nudges that your mind gets to you on what to say, how to say it, the things not to say, it's going to flow naturally. And it's going to flow naturally because it's coming from another version of you that was already done it, and it's reminding you how you got there. I remember I was having a call with one of my clients, Ethan, professional football player for Arsenal. And I said to him, how many times before you step on the pitch have you already scored a goal? He was like, what? But I said to him, if you're already in a state of existence of already having scored the goal, then the way that you run, where you run, the speed that you run, the moves that you make, the way you move your feet, it's naturally going to flow, because you're going to be reminded of an aspect of you that has already scored. You see? But sometimes our intuition actually works against us, because if you're calibrated in a wrong state, if you're calibrated to a state that is self-destructive, right, then your intuition is going to reflect another version of you that has been destroyed, reminding you how to walk into your own destruction. So it's paramount that you have the capability of, one, making sure that you're calibrated to being in that state. Then when you're in that state, when mental and nudges rise, make sure you execute upon them quickly, because what you're executing upon is the collapsing of that reality into your present reality. But here's the thing, for some reason, we don't do shit that we know we need to do as quickly as we should. You know you don't. Fucking bullshit me. There's stuff that you know you need to do, and there's stuff I know I need to do. There's stuff that sometimes I'm like, why haven't you done that yet? Why have you done that? And I'm saying this as a nigga who has wrote a book, works with, you know, some of the best people in the world at what they do, the best entrepreneurs, the best athletes, even the best actors. And I still, even me, I'm like, damn, why didn't you do that? Go through the same shit as you lot. I keep telling you niggas this. I'm no different. I can just talk real nice. But it's the truth. We need to execute upon our intuition quickly, because that leads to a quicker materialization of our desired reality. People talk about how to manifest instantly. You can't manifest instantly if you're not executing upon your intuition instantly. Because when you execute upon your intuition instantly, you're executing upon your desired reality in message form. That's real.
Someone said, "Hey Nero, I've been watching you for a couple months now. I know you're no boxing coach, but I implemented your teaching and knowledge to my training, and fortunately, I've got my first amateur win."
Congratulations.
He then quotes, "Spirituality without the ability to control your reality is vanity."
Real talk.
I appreciate you.
Because some niggas would have told you to, you know, drink smoothies and, you know, walk on grass barefoot and change your name. As opposed to just entering the state of consciousness or whatever it is that you want and still doing all the shit that you want to do. It's okay. It's not.
I will be honest. As an occultist, I thought you were one of the scammers.
Wait,
however,
what?
Someone commented, "I will be honest. As an occultist, I thought you were one of the scammers. However, after I read your book, it changes my opinion. Dude, you know what you are doing. Very impressive. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Appreciate it, bro."
Well, from one occultist to another, thank you. See, here's the thing about me, people don't realize. See, most niggas that you see talking about manifestation, that's all that they know. Manifestation was one of the last things that I studied. I was studying the occult, the arcana, the inner and the outer. I was also diving into the esoteric. I was also diving into ancient spiritual systems. So I can talk to you about some shit that you niggas probably wouldn't even be able to understand that you know that. And I have these conversations with people like offline. When people are like, "You know about this?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know about this." And they're like, "Why don't you talk about it?" Because there's no practicality in it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we can talk about it, but if it doesn't give somebody the ability to control their reality, then it's vanity. And that's the whole point. Because a lot of people will have this deep information and their lives are still the same. That's vanity. There's no point in that. You understand what I'm saying? Who knows? Maybe one day I might make another channel where I'm diving into all these esoteric deep concepts, you know, alchemy and all of those type of things. But hey, for the time being, just take over the manifestation game, which is already done, to be fair. And see, the reason why I clocked it is because if you read my book, even if you listen to the things that I say, you'll hear a multitude of school of thoughts. You'll hear stuff from the esoteric, you'll hear stuff from the occult, you'll hear the law of focus, you'll hear the law of assumption, you'll hear all of these, like, you'll hear all of these things, but you just have to know it. Like, when I talk about egregores, that's an occult concept. You understand what I'm saying? And bear in mind, like, yeah, but anyways, it's nice that people recognize. I mean, if you know, then you know enough.
Game recognizes game. And yes, I am here. I'm just closing my eyes and just taking it in. For the second time.
Rule number 5, treat your current life as if it's your dream life. Until you have the capability of treating your current life as if it's your dream life, you won't be able to set into motion for your reality to alchemize itself into actually be your dream life. You need to relax. And when I say relax, bear in mind, I'm not one of them.
Relax. You gon' get some. Watch. So he says nothing, but then he'll say nothing later.
When I see people spewing out that garbage of, you need to do nothing, because that's just absolutely ridiculous. There's 3 planes of existence. If you did nothing as a human being, you would die.
He will mention that you have to take time to do nothing, though. So that's. So you got to be mindful of words.
Do take action, and you need to take
semantics of words.
Consciousness. When you're in a state of relaxation, relaxation is the state that the world wants to take you away from, for a multitude of reasons. 1, Psalm 46:10. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Only in stillness can you know God. And guess what? The world wants you to be the opposite of still. The world wants you to be restless. And when you're restless, you're opposite from God. And when you're opposite from God, you then descend into hell. They say that hell is eternal separation from God, but God is omnipresent, so you can't be eternally separated from God because God is everywhere. But in the esoteric occultic side of things, that means to understand it's a misalignment of being restless. Because if you're in a restless state of consciousness, then you're far away from God. And if you're the closer that you are to God, the easier it will be to materialize your desired reality. When I say God, I don't mean in a religious sense where you have to do these things to appease some type of God. I mean a degree of stillness, because that stillness is what places you close to the consciousness of God. Because here's the thing, when you're in a state of stillness, technically in your dream reality, in your desired reality, you'd probably be relaxed. If you're making the money you wanted, you'd probably be relaxed. If you're with the person, you'd probably be able to relax. If you was in that career, you'd probably relax. If you had that promotion, you'd probably relax. So relax. Because you being in a state of relaxation indicates to the universe that you are in your desired reality. But you not being able to relax is an indication that you're restless. And if you're restless, you're separated from your desired reality. The other thing is this. Esoterically, it says in John 3:27, a man cannot receive unless it's given to him from heaven. Heaven is that reflection of consciousness of stillness. So when you're in heaven, you're able to receive heaven on earth, because on earth as it is in heaven, it's as within, as without, as above, so below. It's the same thing, just said in a different way. And then it's about coming to the understanding that when you're in a state of relaxation, your brain waves are calibrated to theta and alpha. Theta and alpha are literally the gates to the subconscious mind. And people want to talk about, my reality doesn't seem to change. It's because you're probably in a restless state of consciousness and you're actually not being able to relax yourself. You relax yourself by sitting and just doing nothing, making time to do nothing, making time to do things that relax you as a priority, as opposed to what life wants to get you to prioritize upon. Because when your subconscious mind, theta and alpha is open, then your mind is
This is why you got to be mindful of the words you speak.
forever being moldable. Ladies and gentlemen, then you possess the ability to outsmart reality for the second time.
Thank you again, Mr. Brother.
She sent me a text, don't answer her call. She love when I flex.
And the boopers.
Boy, stop playing. Grab my. Why you acting not to shine? Baby, hold me, cause I like the way you do. I like to say, what if, but if we could kiss and just cut the rubbish.
Your brain produces monthly a substance that the Vatican calls holy chrism in secret rituals. You waste.
We already listened to that one. What's up, people? I finished my mobility training while we were listening to him as well, too. So whoever was here listening, the sun is burning my skin right now, and I like it. I like feeling the heat of the sun. I'm taking the power of the sun. Feel it as you already have it. This is a recap of the video. And I talked about it earlier. Your desire, know what your desires. So a relationship, it desires appreciation, love, care, be it. Because he was saying, if your desires don't see what you have if your desires don't see that you desire it or you have it within, it'll be pushed away. So like money desires fun, security, safety, calm, relaxed. If you don't have that inwards, then money won't go to it, because money doesn't come to something that it's attracted to. It gets repelled. Because if it doesn't have, it wants more of what it is. The money is just energy. A partner, a business, a car, a job, ice cream. Ice cream, I can just go to the fridge and get it. But once you have it, you don't want it because you already have it. Like this tablet, once upon a time, I didn't have a tablet. I desired a tablet. I desired it to have a tablet so I can utilize and draw and make notes and stuff. And now that I have it, I don't want it. It's not that I don't want it. I don't have this urge to go get another tablet, right? For the longest time, I was like eyeing an iPad. I desired an iPad for a long time. But the thing is, with an iPad, I'm stuck with the Apple ecosystem fully, and I know with an Android tablet, I can do a lot more. What's up? Yeah. These bubbas are just flying around me now. They're like, they're just zooming around. Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Good to see you. The previous video that, if you were here watching that, I don't know if you came during that video or you were watching the Nero one. I know you saw a little bit of the Nero one because, you know, I was just looking at who's, like, it doesn't tell me who's here. It just tells me a number, and a number doesn't really tell me anything. In the previous video, it was talking about, you know, the same thing, vibrationally, like feeling, like the subconscious mind, you always had access to the infinite inside of you. You just didn't have the instructions on how to use it. That was a bar, by the way. When I heard that, I'm like, yep, that's a bar. That's definitely a bar. All of us have the access to the infinite. We just don't have, we forgot the manual. It's not that we don't have the manual. We have the manual. We just forgot to read it. Or another way of saying this, we have the manual, but we lost the manual somewhere within ourselves and we went to go find it. Now we're finding the manual within ourselves because we're always creating our reality, or I should say revealing our reality, because we don't create, we reveal. Creating implies that you're bringing something that doesn't exist into existence, but vibrationally it always existed now, so you're just revealing what already is here. That's all it is. A partner, she or he is already here. Money has always been here. And like he was talking about your desires. Look, this is seeing it backwards. Like we've been seeing it so backwards. Because he asked, well, what is it that you want? And if it's like money, partner, fame, car, he calls them baddies. That's the first time, you know, I'm like, baddies? What the hell is baddies, women? Man, them want baddies. That's their priorities, baddies, as he calls them. I don't give a shit about new age words, baddies and all this stuff, but whatever. Then that rule number 2 was the one I had to really stop my mobility training and just lock in for a moment. And I'm aware of it, but like how he worded it, it was nice because like my brain, my particular consciousness currently is able to decipher a lot of confusing paradoxical things because the universe has granted me the awareness of paradoxes. If this was back in January, not so much. I'd be like, huh? What? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I was listening to him back then, but he wasn't saying stuff like that either. So he as well has been evolving and stretching as well. So his consciousness is matching where I'm at right now. And I'm matching where he's at. And all of you are matching where I'm at. But yeah, if your desires, I like the way he worded it, so that's why I'm doing my best to word it in my own way. That's why I look at words that he says and kind of implement my own way of saying it, so I fully embody the words. But essentially, if Lindsey Sterling, what would Lindsey Sterling want? Like, I desire Lindsey Sterling, but what does Lindsey Sterling desire? Safety, unconditional love, trust. For her specifically, it's trust. Her last boyfriend cheated on her. I don't know who her boyfriend was, and she made even a song about it. And it was a big deal for her, a big deal. She got cheated on. Whoever that fool was, I mean, thank you for screwing up, because what you did just opened the door for me. And whoever, if she doesn't end up with me physically, that's okay, because I have her vibrationally. And when you have something vibrationally, you let go of the physical. And basically all we really desire is frequency. It's a state of being. It is a different state. It is a feeling. Like when we desire, like he was saying, if you wanted something to eat, would you go have something to eat that you don't desire? No. Like for me, I don't ever desire to have sushi, so I'll never go get sushi. That's the very last thing I would ever entertain in my reality is sushi. That stuff for me is disgusting. I don't like it. So why would I go after it, right? And that's the thing he was saying, like, if you don't really desire something, you're not gonna go like after it, right? So like what you desire, like let's say ice cream, for me, I like bubblegum ice cream. That's not everybody's favorite thing. Bubblegum ice cream and cotton candy ice cream with sprinkles. That's not everybody's favorite flavor. That's why there's many different flavors of ice cream, because everyone has their own taste. For me specifically, if I desire bubblegum ice cream, what I have to do is be in a state of I desire bubblegum ice cream now, and I can just drive to the store and go get it. Right? It won't fly to me, but I know what to do. I can just drive and go get it. I'm not chasing it. It's just like right there. I just gotta go to the store, put on some clothes. Here you go. Exchange energy. Give me ice cream. If I desire pizza, right? Like I have pizza. I'll desire it. I'll have it. But if it's like sushi, or for me, this is the other one I will not eat. There's a trend here that I'm noticing. It's not really tied to Asian specifically, because I like Chinese food. I like fried rice. I like the thin noodles. I like orange chicken. I like when they cut up the steak into pieces, or the chicken or whatever. I go to a Chinese buffet. So, but there is the other thing I don't really particularly like is pad thai. That is just by far absolutely just blah for me. So do I desire to have pad thai? Pfft, no, that's the last thing on my mind. So why would I go after something I don't desire? Right? So you must know what your desires. Food is maybe not the food is not really the it doesn't have a sentient to itself, so it's like other things like money. So this is where our brain has to like really take a moment to lock in what does our desires desire. Because no one talks about that like what he just mentioned. Nobody mentions that. He's the only person I've ever heard him talk about. What does your desires desire? Money desires for safety. So if you're not safe, it won't come to you. It desires for you to have fun. If you don't have fun, it won't come to you. It desires for you to feel secure. If you don't feel secure, you won't have it. And if you do get it, you will lose it. Because in the other video, it talked about the lottery. And it was saying, if a lot of people they energetically don't know how to hold that energy because of the subconscious program, believing that they only believe that they can only hold so much. So when they do finally get all this money, they subconsciously self-sabotage, and then they get broke ass, and they go even more into bankruptcy or something, because financial literacy is a real thing, or illiteracy is a real thing. A lot of people just don't know how to use money. Let me see what you said there. I wonder why it... Oh, you said that... I thought it was something you said twice. I thought it was a duplicate. Because I see the YouTube thing tends to duplicate some people's messages. But that's slightly different. I am the essence of your goodness. My goodness has nothing to do with... My goodness has nothing to do with my actions were the actions of anyone else. I am the essence of pure goodness, and I am the essence of pure good. I'm going to read the second one because you finished. I am the essence of pure goodness. My goodness has nothing to do with my actions. Exactly, because you're pure. You're whole and complete, basically. For my actions of anyone, the sun is in my eye right now, so I'm kind of like dealing with it. It's okay. I don't require sunglasses. My actions. Okay, sorry. I am the essence of pure goodness. My goodness has nothing to do with my actions. Right. It has nothing to do with your actions because you are perfect and complete, like I just said. For my actions of anyone else, that's what yeah. To simplify that, I am good, and that's all that matters. That's a simplified way of saying what you said. To take what you said and make it even more simplified, my goodness is pure, and that's it. Nothing else is necessary. But to add context, yes, your actions don't they don't imply your goodness because you already have goodness. Hence why, like, you are infinite without having to become infinite. Is why I was saying you don't have to become anything. You don't have to chase anything. You don't have to go acquire anything, and you definitely don't have to identify anything because you are the I am, the infinite, the all that is, and you have it all. But our world has been really programmed backwards. And while Nero was talking, I was like, universe, I see why you brought us to the earth now. I really do see why you brought us all to the earth. You desire us to really get locked in to know so that we can all spiritually evolve with you, because you desire for us to up level. That's why you made this so-called world tough. It's not really tough, that's a perception, of course, but you made it the way you made it, and not like just having things just like handed to you. Yeah, purity is even more simpler. Quintessential purity, wholeness, divine. I like that word, quintessential, which, by the way, it's 555. I'm gonna go get my dinner quickly. Phew, sun is killing me right now, but it's awesome. I love the heat. I'll take this all day, every day. I will take this all day, every day. I'm back. Spinach and roti. So yeah, if God made this easy for all of us, like, yeah, you can just have everything you desire, what would be the purpose of being here? There would be no purpose to being here whatsoever. Because you'll have everything. I mean, once you figure it out, you can have everything. But it's that figuring out piece. It's truly that figuring out piece that everyone has to get to. Nero had to struggle when he was a child. He spent years reading books. It's interesting. Now I have a contrast relationship between like the negative and the positive. He gave the answer as well. He mentioned you have to have your desires of your desires, and you can only have what you only have right now. Not some future, not some past, but right now. Once upon a time, my eyes are a little bit closed. They're not as wide because the sun is like in my face, but I used to be like, oh my God, the sun's like hurting my eyes. I can't see anything. I have to go like this. My eyes used to be like this all the time with the sun. Now, I neutralize the power of the sun. Hello, sun. And I neutralize it. Right now I'm solar flared, but my vision will be corrected in a moment. My powers are too great. You cannot conquer me. What's up, brother? Good to see you. You good? It's like 2 something in the, wait. 9 hours, 9.5 hours. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's 3:30 in the morning, bro. What are you doing up at 3:30 in the morning? What are you doing up, bro? Mr. Night Owl right here. You good? I'm good. The sun is in my face, but I'm good. Ah, you're creating a landing page. You know what's funny? I still remember what that is. I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten what landing pages or squeeze pages are, or what else? What's the other one? We have landing pages. We have squeeze pages. Squeeze page is the page before the checkout page where you add a little bit of like a little deal. Like if you add this to your cart now, you'll get like X amount of dollars off of it. That's the squeeze page. See, I haven't forgotten, bro. Well, isn't sales page? Oh yeah, you have the opt-in page. Yep, opt-in page. Yes, where you like opt in for like email or some shit like that. Like if you sign up to my newsletter. Yeah. OTO, what's OTO? One time opt-in, I think. No. That's what OTO is? One time opt-in? Yeah. Yeah, those are all landing pages. I know because I see them all the time. I'm aware of when someone's like on YouTube and like, if you would like me to show you how to do this thing, well, click the link below and I'll show you how to do it. If you would like a customized like detailed schedule of how to do like fitness things, click this link and I'll have something just for you. I know because I used to do it. We still have to collaborate. With my beyond exceptional wisdom. Yeah, send it to me. Show it to me on Facebook. I'll take a look at it. Send me the link. I'll take a peek. I'll open up Messenger right now. There's a Bubba here. I have to keep like swatting them away. I'm not hitting them, but like gotta like make them like go away. Leave me alone. Stop. You have all over there to go fly. Go. Oh. Here we go. I'm clicking it. Ooh, from invisible to in demand. The website that wins you bigger projects. I like it. Yes, I want. So this is that button. Yes, I want my premium website. There's that magical button. I'm just scrolling through, and then you have the button again at the bottom. Yep. And then there's like proof of concept. The Why Work With Me page. Yep. And there's a button again. There's calendar. Yep. Good job. I like it. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Soji is really good at landing pages. He's good at this stuff. You and I have to collaborate. Well, not you and I, but all of us have to collaborate. My wisdom far exceeds any human on this planet. I am a 99th dimensional being, so you all do the technical stuff. I will handle the people. Bring them. I will serve them. Bring them here. I will serve them. Literally. I'll serve them a cold serving of whoop ass in their mind. This landing page plus ad will be visible in Canada and US. Wasn't it always going to be visible regardless of demographic or like geography? It's not like I can't click I clicked the link, so it didn't block me. I could see it. Unless you're targeting like unless you're targeting like American, like North Americans with this.
If you are an interior designer or an architect with amazing work but no website to show it, you're basically invisible to
Oh,
high-paying
okay, got it.
clients.
Got it.
Because high-end clients don't buy from the best designers. They buy from the designers who look like the best online. Right now, your design might be
paradox.
selling themselves in person as your work is really, really great, but in online, they're costing you opportunities every single day. If you look the same as every cheap designer, every normal designer, clients may compare you with 10 other architects or interior designers in minutes. The cheapest win, not the best. Imagine waking up with new client inquiries on autopilot. Your website and automation system is doing the heavy lifting for you. Yes, it is possible just by showcasing your best projects like a luxury gallery on your website. Create the automation system that keep your prospects in loop. Capture new leads automatically even when you are sleeping or doing something else. Imagine this: a client visiting your site fell in love with your work and calling you for service. This is not a dream.
I like the fact that with the video that you have posted, that it's not one of those videos that you can't stop and pause and listen. Like you can actually go back and listen to it, because you know there are some squeeze pages out there where the video will play and you can't stop it. Or sorry, it's not that you can't stop it, you can't rewind back, or you can't fast forward. It's one of those ones where like you have no control over the video, and you have to, once you hit play, that's it. Like if you miss out, then you either have to like go through the entire thing again, if it doesn't disappear, because you know sometimes there are things like that. Once you watch the video, it kind of like disables the video. I've had squeeze pages like that, where once you listen to the video once, you can't watch it again. Yeah, I hate those pages. I fucking hate those pages. See, I'm aware of all these things because I've been through so many of them. I don't like that. So I'm glad you left the video where I can pause it. There's a bar that I can control, and I can also do 2x speed if I really desire to. The only thing I don't have control over is, well, actually I have control over everything. I have the pause, I have the volume, and I have the speed playback. So the one thing about the accent, it depends on like, were you reading from a script when you were doing this video, or was this off the heart here? I mean, it's good, but I just want to know, were you reading off a script? Because if you were, I could tell. No? How were you reading? Was this off the heart? It's good. I'm just wondering if it was a script or not. That's all. Because you sound clear. I understand what you're saying.
Just for you. We don't make website. We make client getting system. And here is the thing. You always get dedicated focus because we only work with 2 architects per month. No rush, no chaos, 100% focus on you so that you get the best thing out there. Every day without a strong side is a day lost, because a person who might be thinking about the work,
So basically, slide deck.
Website and
it's a slide deck that you have.
Not from you. So every day without a proper good website and automation system is a day lost. So let's build your digital masterpiece so that people can come to you, book a call with you, purchase from you, and give you the projects. I invite you to book a free strategy call with me today so that we can discuss that how we can implement these things for you and how you can get the exact benefit and how it will change your business drastically.
Suggestion for you. I know you're more into sales, so you know what works more, because this is your realm of expertise. And this is just my thing. So like, for me, what I would do at the end of that video was like, if you feel interested, if you feel called, or if you feel aligned, click the link and book a call with me, or something like that. Something along those lines, because like I know you're inviting them to like book a strategy session if they, but like for me, it has to like, I have to feel like, how do I say this? It doesn't feel like I'm being forced to make a like, you must like book with me kind of thing, right? It's not like I'm like forced to book a strategy call. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said, if you feel aligned to, because you're giving somebody a choice now. And in that choice, they're more likely to like, you know what? I like the fact that this person gave me a choice. Bubba, stop flying on my tablet. You're giving them the choice, and that power, you're giving them the power, right? So look at the scenario here. Yours is great. Listen, Carrie, I'm not, remember, you were just showing it to me, but this is just what just came through. So like with your current one, there doesn't feel like a choice. Meaning like, book a strategy session with me, right? And it's just a simple shift in words. If you feel aligned, book a strategy session with me. Stop flying around here. You have all over there to go fly. Yeah. If you feel aligned, or this feels right for you, use whatever word feels good. If this is aligned, if this feels right for you, if this works for you, go ahead and book a strategy call session with me, and let's do this thing, or whatever you would say, or let's take care of this. That's what I would say. So like for me, I know sales is that's okay. I wasn't saying like this is bad, this is great, but I was just giving a like suggestion, only because like you know, if you really desire them to like if you really desire them to, you know, sign, like, you know, book with you, right? Have that ability to give them the power of choice, because everything comes down to choice. Because like when someone's like I used to do it, bro. Remember in my YouTube videos, I'd be like, if I would say, how did I used to say it? Click the link below to book your free strategy session down below, and remember to subscribe to my channel for more tips to keep moving your needle forward. So I used to say stuff like that. Now, it's not giving them the incentivization. It's not giving them the incentive to like, well, click the link and book, right? Like what, you know, why are they booking? Like, I know you explained it, and your explanation was perfect. But like the ending, like on my videos, like what was the reason why someone would book a strategy session with me, right? I didn't say, if you feel called and this feels aligned with you, there's a link in the description. If you feel called, let's jump on a strategy session and let's see how I can help you. And then subscribe for more, and then it'd be like, and also hit the like, comment, and subscribe button for more tips to keep, like I don't do that anymore. I don't have time for that. Like, it's not necessary. If someone's gonna subscribe, they'll subscribe because they choose to. It's based on frequency. So like for me, with sales, right? You know, I'm going to the end of mine. Like, I don't care if you sign with me or you don't sign with me. Like, let's say, should I do coaching? You know, I'm beyond a coach. I'm a fucking mirror. I'm the best damn mirror on this that the planet ever has. And yes, I have put myself above everybody in this aspect because I am the best. If someone's coming to me on like a strategy call, right? And I'm having like a Zoom call with them, this is what else I would do. All right, so I see you came on call. What is it that you desire help with? I'm gonna give you everything you require. Then it comes up to you if you're gonna sign, because like the thing is, like for me, I'm gonna give so much value that it's actually ridiculous to say no, but I'm not gonna give them all of it. I'm gonna give them a taste of what I have, because I don't think third dimensionally, I think multi-dimensionally. While most people are thinking third dimensionally, playing third dimensional chess, I'm playing multi-dimensional chess, or whatever game is beyond chess. If there's a harder game than chess, that's what I'm playing. Let me see what you said. If you were an architect, technically I am, to some degree, I am an architect of metaphysics, because I build shit. What are the things will stop you to take action? Let me see. I'm gonna put myself in the shoes as an actual like architect. What are the things that will stop you to take action? The first thing is the illusion of time would stop me. You know, we're playing the third dimensional game, so people will say, I don't have time. So that's the number one aspect. Usually it's always wrapped up with time. It's time or not seeing the value in doing something. So like, for example, when the only reason why someone doesn't take action is because they don't see the value in taking the action, because they're not seeing a return on investment. So like if they're not getting some physical like thing out of it, which by the way, that's the wrong way of looking at reality. You have to vibrationally, this is not, we're not doing metaphysics on your thing, but I'm just saying like from a metaphysics standpoint, this is all vibrational before physical. You must have it first vibrationally before you can have it physically. But as an architect, like, well, why will I not take action? Well, could be time, even though time doesn't exist, it's an illusion. What else would force me to not take action? Not seeing the value in something. Why most people don't take action is because they don't see a value in doing it. So like, for example, I'll use another example. Why do people sign up with certain coaches? Because it invokes a feeling, and that feeling feels valuable, and they want to feel that feeling, because everything in reality, if you break it down, is based on a feeling. It all stems from a feeling. So it's a feeling of, is this worth it? Is this worth my time? Is this valuable to me? For me specifically, I always take action on what I'm supposed to do, but when it comes to things that doesn't align with me, I will not take the action because it's like irrelevant. But if it's like procrastination, it's simply because I'm misaligned. Because I either don't have discipline right now, or I'm lacking focus, which by the way, you are never lacking focus and you're never lacking discipline. You always have them. It's just misdirected to something else, like Netflix. You can take that same focus and attention that you're putting on Netflix and redirect it to something else. So whenever someone says they don't have discipline, I switch it, because I'm like, yeah, you do. I bet you have discipline to play a video game. I bet you have discipline to go sit down and eat that food, because you're aligned to that. So once you're aligned to something, you will take action. But if you're not aligned and you're misaligned, you will never take action because it doesn't feel aligned to you. So you have to get into alignment, and you have to place your attention. So these three words, remember it, bro. Attention is alignment. When you're aligned, you're unstoppable. Attention, not intention, but attention. So like attention is alignment. Attention is alignment. So like if you're not aligned with something, let's say, you're not going to take the action. But that doesn't mean you're not disciplined or you're lazy. Some people are quote unquote lazy, but they're not lazy to that aspect, because they're not lazy to pick up a controller and play video games, because they're in alignment to play video games, because they know what it's giving them a feeling. You know what I'm saying? So that would be really the only thing that would stop me from taking action, is not being in alignment with the thing that I'm supposed to take action with. So like, for example, why do a lot of people not go and work out, or they go to the gym? Because currently right now they have habituated themselves into, you know, staying at home and eating junk food. And look, nothing's wrong with this stuff, right? Okay, so I'm going to answer that question in a moment. Let me finish my train of thought and I'll get to that question. If I was like habituated with like eating junk food, and again, don't feel guilty. The last thing is to not feel guilty about these things. But you know, I've habituated myself to like, I'm not moving my body, so like I'm currently not aligned to going to the gym. So now it's going to take me real conscious effort to put on my shoes, get in the car, and go to the gym, and then overcome some fear of like other people looking at me and like I can't do this thing, or I'm like overweight or some shit like that. But like once you do something over and over consistently, you're building momentum and you'll just do it, and it becomes like a new habit. Now, to answer this next question, what if you book a call as an architect? What will you what are your expectations? Well, number one, result. Like what are you guaranteeing from me? Like will you help me get aligned, clarity? Thing is, it's actually not you giving it to me, it's me giving it to myself on these calls. You're just a mirror. That's what a coach is doing. But as an architect, right, I'm expecting that you're helping me to get clear on like managing my time. What else? Architects focus on building and planning. So helping me stay focused on planning. What else? Having tools at my disposal. And you may not know how to use the tools, but like, it really boils down to, will they take action in as a, like it comes down to discipline and following through. Hopefully you didn't disappear. You're still here. I hope you're still here. I'm basically just seeing what an architect would do. Okay, so an architect. So only because the YouTube number keeps going up and down. That's why. So I'm like, yeah, it doesn't tell me if you're here or you're not here. It's random. So anyways, an architect requires planning, focus, discipline on everything. Everybody requires discipline. Anything else that might stop me. The only thing is that the only objection from stopping me from taking action is lack of confidence in myself. So it's confidence or lack thereof of confidence, time, and if it feels in alignment. Those are big ones. That is actually can be taken for anybody, for any industry, just so you know. If someone's confident, do you think they're gonna be stopped? That's a question for you. If someone is super confident in themselves, do you think they're gonna be stopped? No. They won't be stopped because they have so much confidence and conviction. That's a fuel that they use to propel themselves. Nothing stops them. They're basically unstoppable. But if they don't have confidence, that's going to... Actually, we'll add to this. So lack of confidence, doubt, worry, and fear. That's what would stop me. Doubt, worry, and fear. Or uncertainty. Or, this is a big one. Feeling unsafe for some reason. You're going to like this. I came up with this. It goes with the 7 it goes with the 7 chakras. You're going to love this. Listen to this. I know you're a little behind, a little delayed with it because you just responded with no, but it's okay. You'll catch up. Everything stems from feeling unsafe. Let me repeat that one again. Everything, and I mean everything, in any, it doesn't matter what industry, coach, fitness, money expert, blah, it's always rooted in unsafety. And unsafety then leads to uncertainty. Uncertainty leads to not being clear, and not being clear leads you into not being confident. And being confident, not being confident doesn't give you conviction. Conviction feels like you have doubt, and then doubt creates this like fear of like, well, I don't know. So I came up with another thing. I wish they were all seven C's, but 7 letter C's, but they're different letters. The first, at the root chakra, this is where I link metaphysics to it, or I should say spirituality, is safety. So your root chakra, safety. The second chakra is certainty. So this is sacral. The third is the second chakra, my bad. The second chakra is clarity. So your sacral is clarity. Your third chakra, which is your solar plexus, is certainty. And your solar plexus holds your emotions, generally. So if you have certainty in your emotions, guess what? That feeds into your heart. That heart leads into confidence. Confidence then speaks into conviction into your throat chakra. Then you go into your third eye, which you go into knowing, and then you go into embodiment, and that will never stop anybody. Once you embody all of it, you're unstoppable. I'm glad. So take everything I just said there. It's all linked to what I just said. If you don't feel safe, that in alone will stop everybody 100% of the time. 100% of the time. Because everybody wants to feel safe. And when they feel safe, they'll have clarity. And when they have clarity, they'll be certain. When they are certain about something, even if they're, the fear of the unknown is basically because you're uncertain. But even when you walk through the unknown, then it becomes known. So eventually it'll become known. So if you become certain of being certain in the uncertainty, which is that's a paradox in itself, resting in that uncertainty, being certain about the uncertainty and knowing that you're going to be okay, it will build confidence. And you'll see it time and time again, the confidence in your heart will then pump energy to your throat to have conviction that you speak with such intensity, which then you'll take action through your words, and then you will tap into knowing that, like, I know I can handle this. And that knowing breaks through all of the other bullshit, and then eventually, embodiment. Embodiment is knowing plus feeling. And that, brother, is how anybody can do anything if they know. But the thing is, it comes down to their beliefs in themselves. And that's another one, belief in themselves. But belief in themselves is nothing more than not feeling safe. So everything starts with being unsafe, technically. So the only reason why someone would not take action is if they don't feel safe. They're afraid, and that afraidness is because they don't feel safe. Like, for example, like why people don't invest in like coaches. Like when when people are like, okay, this coaching program is going to cost $10,000, right? The person's being like, well, I don't have $10,000, right? Then a coach will say, well, you can find a way, be resourceful. What you think can make them safe? Good question. they have to know that you got their back, and that no matter if they're gonna fall, that you're gonna get them, and that they're gonna be okay. That you're not gonna abandon them. Yeah, I'll continue with that example as a 10K. I'll continue, but I'm gonna answer that question with the safe. If, for example, they don't feel safe while you're helping them, then they're gonna feel like, and that's gonna cause them to not feel confident, not be clear, not have certainty, because then they'll feel like, ooh, they'll feel scared. But the thing is, like, it comes down to everybody feeling safe. So like, if they don't feel safe in the beginning, then nothing's gonna work. As for this 10K thing, right? So like, if somebody's like, I don't have 10K to invest, right? And the coach tells them that they have to go find 10K, right? And it pushes them out of their comfort zone. That being out of their comfort zone, they have to find the inner power within themselves to feel safe, that they know that they can do this. Because if they don't feel safe that they can do this, they will not do it 100% of the time. They will not feel safe. Because that's what it comes down to, feeling safe. It all stems from being safe. When you're safe, everything's good in life. When you're not safe, nothing's good in life. Everything on the planet is designed to destroy you, if you think about it. So that's why so many people live in fear. I'll give you an example. I'll use a different example. You're going to jump out of an airplane. You're scared shitless. You've never jumped out of an airplane before. So there's a little bit of fear, uncertainty. You don't know if you should do this thing. Right? Accidents can happen. I jumped out of an airplane. Why did I do that? Because I knew that I was going to be tethered to another person who's been doing this for years. So that created safety. And because I was safe, because I was safe, I was able to take that leap of faith and jump out of an airplane. And guess what? I was the first person out of my group to jump out of the airplane. I had no fear. I had a little bit of pain with the parachute hiking up my balls, but like that was for 10 seconds. That hurts, but like that's the harness pulling up with force. But after that, you know, I was floating in the clouds. And he allowed me to, you didn't see all that in the video, but I was like we were in the air for like 35 minutes and I was like guiding us around, and he was showing me like what I should do, like grab this string and turn this way, and if you grab this string, it turns you this way, and it changes the direction. So that's an example. But if I didn't know beforehand that I was going to be tethered to somebody, would I jump out of the airplane? No, because I don't know. I've never practiced. So just like blindly jumping out of an airplane, what do you do? Like, you have no training, right? Why do you think people get trained? They get trained to know to be safe. That's the whole reason why people go and do anything, because they're training to know so they can be safe in knowing how to do it. So it all comes down to safety. And I came up with that answer 2 Sundays ago. That everything in life is rooted in either feeling safe or unsafe. In the now, that is. Because remember, the now is the only time that matters. Did I show you the now clock? Did you see my now clock that I built? You'll never see time again the way time doesn't exist. Have I showed you that clock? I think I sent it to you. Actually, I'll send it to you right now. You have to see it. It is imperative that you see it. You're never to look at time the way you see time. Your watch, your phone should not show the time. It should always say the word now. The universe desired me to build this clock. I'll send you the clock without the writing that I made on Instagram, and then the one with the writing. So that's the now clock. This drawing is probably the most important drawing you will ever see, next to my Synergy of Trinity, which I think I sent to you. Yes, I did send that to you. That is probably going to be one of the most important drawings you will ever see in anything you ever see on the earth. It's now. And let me add the wording that I sent to Instagram. So this is the version I sent to Instagram. So I sent you another version. It's the same clock with wording. Read it carefully. The answer is right there. The answer is just that simple. It's the now. And if somebody does not feel safe in the now, nothing matters. So the goal is to make someone feel safe. In everything you do, it's to root in safety. Safety creates certainty. Certainty creates confidence. Confidence creates conviction. Conviction creates knowing. Knowing creates embodiment. That's how I said all of it is tied. So technically, safety creates clarity into being certain. Into certainty, it creates confidence. Confidence into conviction. Conviction is like speaking with such power, and then conviction leads into knowing. Knowing leads into embodiment. That's why I said it's all linked. As below, so above, and as above, so below. As within, so without. So if they don't feel safe in that now with that clock, doesn't matter. You can have the greatest sales page, you can have the greatest pitch in the world, but if someone does not feel safe and secure or confident, any one of those things, if they do not feel any of that, stuff, it won't matter. That's why I said, bro, bring your people here. I will serve them. We have to. I know it's changing your mind because I'm a multi-dimensional being. I'm an alien, bro. I tapped into my alien powers. That's the power of when you're in the now. You think that drawing came from this? No. Guess where it came from? In the now. I didn't think about that drawing. I didn't think about those words. That was the universe. And it desired me to share it with the world. That clock is to be shared with the world. To build the now clock. Imagine for a moment, bro, you take away the word time from your vocabulary, from every language in the entirety of humanity. How do you think the world will operate? There'd be a lot of things that it'll break. I am you, by the way. If I were you in this case, like when you say in this case, what are you referring to? What you mean in the sales page? Like the video? Or something else? It means you... Yeah. Well, I'm not doing anything by myself. I'm collaborating. So you're joining me, and I'm joining you. And we're doing, you, me, and everyone else that I choose to collaborate with are going to do something epic. This is the be all and like end all of like, it's going to change the world. But it's changing the world by changing ourselves first. I've already changed the world with what I've brought to the world already. But anyways, to get back to your question, just make it clear to them that they know that you have their back, and that, because you mentioned 100% focus in that squeeze in that video. So besides that, they have to know that they feel safe, that they can invest. And they have to feel safe that you've got their back. You don't tell them about safety because that has, but deep down in the subconscious and the unconscious is about feeling safe, rooted in safety. Is this person trustworthy? That relies on being safe. Yeah. More safer? That's a great question. Definitely making sure you listen to them. That's step number one. To give them space, let them express themselves when you're on like a call, right? You're on a call with someone. So like, they booked the strategy call and now they're like, okay, am I going to invest with this person? You're listening to them. You this part you already know. It's all about listening. Listening and mirroring back to them what they just said. I see that you just mentioned da 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 da. So that means that like you're building trust with them, and that trust and that rapport, right, is inadvertently is starting to create safety. This person's like, he's not after just my money or something, right? He's not gonna like scam me or something. Because a lot of people are like, they're wary about their money, because money is tied to their identity. Their money is tied to their identity, and their identity, if their identity feels threatened, it feels that they're unsafe. Do you see what I'm saying? It's all linked. It's all intertwined. Because trust is one of those big things that a lot of people may or may not have. So it comes down to building that rapport with safety in mind, that you got their back, that you will do whatever it takes to support them, and they know that. And I know this is you've done it already. That your catchphrase, "I'm with you," right? That's not just a catchphrase. That's a way of being. Just so you know, I am with you. I'm with you. Right? I am with you. I am with you. That means you're walking along the journey with them. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and knowing that they are safe. Whatever it is that their journey. It doesn't matter what. It always will come down to trust. Trust then leads to, if there's no trust, then there is no safety. Because trust is always a big thing when it comes to these kinds of stuff. So that's what I was saying. Safety is the root cause of everything. Now suggest with me communication improvements after this answer. For you specifically, because I've known you for a while, you already listen. Like you don't, like when I'm sharing something, you're listening. So like I know when we've had our Zoom calls in the past, you've listened and you've given perspective. So you're doing great on that. You can always improve for sure, but do your best to like really like listen with your heart, not with this. People care about, like they want to know that, like the reason why somebody invests in someone else is not because of what they provide, it's really who they are and what they're about, right? And most people want to know, like, you know, why somebody buys something is because, or they invest in something is because, what is it going to do for them in the end? They don't care if it's you or some other person or something else, right? Right, for the communication piece, okay, so for the video specifically, let me play the last little bit of the video. Hold on. Well, I actually have to re-click the link because I closed the link, so let me reopen it again.
If you are an interior designer or an architect with amazing work but no
Let me
website
listen to it.
you are basically invisible to high-paying clients because high-end clients don't buy from the best designers. They buy from the designers who look like the best online. Right now, your design might be selling themselves in person as your
One thing I would suggest, slow the pace down a little bit. Like slow, like we can hear the enthusiasm and keep the enthusiasm, but slow it down a little bit. It's a little too fast. Because like, you know, there's a lot being said, but like, pace yourself when you're talking. Like keep it, like, I'm not saying you must speak like, don't do that. But have a little bit slower pace of talking. Like, you know how I'm speaking right now? Speak something of this kind of like, you can put the energy and speak very, very loud, and you can do all that, but you can also speak very loud and also speak with like this kind of energy. You see what I'm saying? So like, just slow it down. So instead of like, you're adding, let's say you have 50 words in like 10 seconds, you're speaking like 30 words in like 10 seconds. Yeah, you can mix it up. Let me see what else.
your work is really, really great, but in online,
So like,
costing you up.
okay, so you see where he says your work is really, really great, but online. So there was no pause. So that's what I was saying. When you're saying like a sentence, take a moment to pause. And then, like, when I say pause, I don't mean like 5-second pause. Like when you're speaking like this, and then you have to do the almighty pause. And then you start talking. We're not here for that. But what I'm saying is, like, whatever you just said there, we're going to speak right now, and we're going to do the almighty pause. And now that we can, so you see, it's the pace. Just slow down the pace a little bit.
Opportunities every single day. If you look the same as every cheap.
You see how you kind of like stopped and paused? What you did there, that's perfect. Because I'm listening. You're not speaking fast, but you stopped for a moment and then you continued. So that right there was good. So it's that piece like there. Do more of that. Let me see what else.
Designer, every normal designer, clients may compare you with 10 other architects or interior designers in minutes.
Okay. You see how you you see how you, yeah, exactly. That's the whole reason why when you pause, you're getting them to think for a moment. When you listen to a speaker on stage, they're not speaking because everybody's gonna be like, what the fuck is this person saying? When you see a speaker, they say some stuff and then they pause for a moment. And then they'll continue to talk and share something, and then they'll pause again. Right? You see what I'm saying? Right? Like when someone's talking at 1,000,000 miles a second on stage, like nothing is coming through. Like nobody's like taking that in. But like when you're sharing something so passionate, and this is one other thing, vocal cadence and tonality, there's the up and the down. So like imagine you're speaking like this all the time and you're just yelling at the world and you're speaking like this all the time throughout the entire video. That would not come off good. But if you're excited about certain spots, like I'm really excited to hop on a call with you and let's do this thing or whatever you would say, like you would add the enthusiasm there. Because if you're just like, yeah, let's just book a strategy session and you see what I'm saying? Some vocal cadence. What's up, bro? That's because it's not sudden? Yeah, sure. Damn guy. Yeah, so it's pacing and like tonality. Yeah, you got to talk a little bit slower. Just a smidge slower. That's why I'm saying pacing. Pacing is important. I know because I went through a professional speaking thing, and though I don't really practice it much on the live stream because I'm just like getting blah, 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 blah out, I know when I'm like, I can do the almighty pause, and I can raise my voice like this, and then drop it down like this. And then I can do this thing. And then I can raise my voice again and then drop it back down again. I mean, it depends on like what I'm sharing, of course, but I'm just giving a random example. Let me see what else. Hold on.
The cheapest win, not the best. Imagine waking up with new client inquiries on autopilot. Your website and automation system is doing the heavy lifting for you. Yes, it is possible just by showcasing.
So I'm watching the video too, just so you know. I'm not just listening to what you're saying. I'm also watching this video. So let me scroll back a little bit.
Client inquiries on autopilot. Your website and automation system is doing that.
So again, that part, there's no pacing. It's just like you went from one thing to the next right away. You went from one thing to, like, I didn't have time to like take in what you just said to then jump into what you're now saying. You see what I'm saying? So like you're going from one thing to the next. Right? That's why I said pacing, slowing it down a bit. And I'm looking at the slides.
A heavy lifting for you. Yes, it is possible just by showcasing your best projects like a luxury gallery on your website. Create an automation system that keep your prospects in loop. Capture new leads. Automate.
Okay. The slide transitions, like for the video itself, is fine. It's good. It has good pacing because it's not flipping from one thing that I only see for 5 seconds and then like what I just missed. What, like, you have enough, you're giving people enough time to kind of like analyze and read. So like the video part is fine. So I was just seeing if there was anything with the video aspect, but the video is fine. So I'll continue.
When you are sleeping or doing something else. Imagine this. A client visiting your site fell in love with your work and calling you for service. This is not a dream. This is what it does for you. We don't make website. We make client getting system. And here is the thing. You always get dedicated focus because we only work with 2 architects per month. No rush, No chaos, 100% focus on you so that you get the best thing out there. Every day without a
Yeah.
strong side
Okay.
is a day.
So with the pacing, you'll also have to slow down the transitions of the video slides because I know they're matching the slides. Because like there was like when you were saying something, it didn't give me enough time to read like fully because like I'm a person who likes to analyze what I'm reading. Like I'm seeing the words on the screen. I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm also looking on the screen. So I'm getting two inputs, right? I'm getting two kind of inputs, a visual and an audible. But the visual was a little too fast for me on some. So you just slow down the slide transitions a bit. So like maybe put like a transition thing between the slides. You know the transition stuff, right? You know how to do that stuff. Put like a transition between the slides. So like it has like something where it's not going like blip blip, right? It's going that and then like that. You see what I'm saying? Like instead of going dit dit, it goes dit and then it kind of like transitions to the next slide without being, it doesn't seem like super fast. You know what I'm saying? Because it's going with your pace of your speaking, right? So that's why I said when you slow down your speaking, it'll also force your slides to have to slow down as well. So when you're doing the transitions between your slides themselves when they're watching the video, put a transition so it doesn't go blip blip, like slide to slide. It goes slide, a little bit of a transition into the next slide. I don't know, like a fade in slide or a fade out slide. Yeah, so basically just put like a transition between the two. So like it's a nice smooth transition between what you're sharing.
They lost because a person who might be thinking about the work and going to your competitor's website and purchasing from them, not from you. So every day without a proper good website and automation system is a day lost. So
Okay,
let's
I like that. You see when you said a day without proper things is a day lost and you slow down there, that's the pace. If you can talk at like that pace, kind of like what I'm doing right now, to like talk at that pace. Like I can scroll back a little bit. Let me go back again.
a loss.
A day
So
lost.
let's
Not
build
a day
your
lost. A day
digital
lost.
masterpiece so that
Because you did
people
also
can come to you, book a call.
you also did vocal cadence there, where like a day lost, right? So people like the vocal cadence because if you're talking one tone all the time, monotone like da 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 da, and there's no da and da and da and like you'll know where to do. You're kind of elevating, but then you kind of like slow it down to more like a day lost. And we don't desire for you to have a day lost. You see what I'm saying? If I said, we don't desire for you to have a day lost, versus, I don't desire for you to have a day lost. I don't desire for you to have a day lost. I don't desire for you to have a day lost. Notice the difference? It's like saying, I love you, Soho Jeep. 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 It's the same thing, just different ways, and you can feel the difference between them. Or it's like, I love you, Soho Jeep. I love you, Soho Jeep. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. You see? Like, vocal cadence is important. Because like you can say something, and you know, I've done it in the past where I may have said something, maybe it didn't align with someone, but I didn't mean it that way. But the way it came off, it came off as not in alignment with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Don't call me sweet anymore. I won't call you sweet. I'll call you vile. Yeah. Let me see what else.
Call with you, purchase from you, and give you the projects. I invite you to book a free strategy call with me today so that we can discuss that how we can implement these things for you.
So I do like the word. I do like that you used the word invite there, because it is an invitation. But before you say that, I would say, if you feel aligned, or if you feel called, or if this resonates with you, that would be a good one. If this resonates with you, I invite you to, you know, whatever, click the link, or book the call by clicking the link down below, or the button down below. My sweet bro. Let me continue. It's almost done. I have 12 seconds left.
You and how you can get the exact benefit and how it will change your business drastically. I've given in the calendar below. You just book a call. See you there.
Okay.
Cheers.
So when you said I've given you the calendar below, book the call and I'll see you there. So that right there, that's why I was saying, if somebody's telling me that, I'm not gonna book the call. Me personally, I'm like, yeah, I don't take orders from anybody, because I'm very you don't tell me what to do. I don't take orders from any of you third dimensional humans. I don't listen to any of you third dimensional humans. Unless you're a 99 dimensional being like I am, I don't take orders from any of you. Right? So like, basically what I'm saying is like, that's why I said, if this resonates with you, here's the link down below to book the strategy call, and let's jump on the call, and you know, you'll figure out the wording. But yeah. Hey man, 10 minutes, book the call. You could be direct as well too. You'd be like, book the call, I'll see you there. That, you know, it comes down per person, right? Like, I don't take orders from third dimensional beings personally, so unless you're a multi-dimensional being like me, I don't take orders from anybody. So, and I don't listen to many people who are third dimensional. Anyways, I trust that what I shared made sense, bro. I know it did. I know it did. So, yeah. That's going to be my response going forward. I'm not going to listen to you. You're a third dimensional human. Why should I listen to you? You don't know anything beyond third dimension. So awesome. Man, I rock. Other than that, bro, that's it. Just so you're a length and width dude that lives on a piece of paper. So that means you have no depth, so you can't even turn the page. So that means it's basically flat. Oh, I have a picture to show you. It's not, I don't think you saw it earlier, but this is basically me to you every time. Look. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. Come here, boy. That's Mr. Naruto. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. That's the best picture. Look at that. Look at that face. Look at that face. He's basically saying, bring it on. Let me show you what true resolve is. But I added the word boy. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. I should edit that and put boy at the end of that. I should take that photo and edit it and put the word boy. That's what I should do. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. If you're wondering where this scene comes from, I'll show it to you quickly because this is what where are we? I have to go to my history. There it is. Come on, Otsutsuki, let me show you what true resolve is. Hold on. Let me play the scene quickly so you all can see it. I know I'll get copyright, but whatever. I don't care. It's just too good. He's like beating him up. Look at him walking to him. Oh. No, that's not it. Yeah. No, I'm missing that part. Oh, where's that? I'll show you true resolve, boy. There. Nope. I have to go back. I have to go back even more. Where's the scene? What the hell? There it is. There we go. Koi, come here. Come here. Let me go back to that. 1 second. Anyways, that scene is the badass scene. That's where that comes from. And look, there's Goku pointing at you. Do you see that? He's pointing at you. Let's see what's going on in the chat here. You cannot see the chapel is coming as your 2D. Yes, I mean, I'm 99th being, so I mean, like, I see beyond all that. Anyways, Mr. Bro, I trust that that came in handy. My intention was not to. I was just like, I'm gonna go check your video out, but you asked for feedback, and I was like, I'm gonna give you that feedback. And of course, I know what I said is spot on because, like, the universe always works through me in very interesting ways because I have tapped into a non-3D human version of myself now. I'm gonna kick the soccer ball. Bring it on, Otsutsuki. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I gotta read what you just said there. I'm gonna move you all over on this side. Stop flying. Mr. T-Bray, do you want to play Dead by Daylight just out of curiosity? Because if yes, I'll go shower shortly. The stream's gonna end in like 40 minutes, but I will keep it on going. But if you desire to play, we'll play. If not, no big deal. I'm just gonna kick the soccer ball for a moment. Let's see. Chappal is regular shoes. Is someone... You're here for me? What do you mean you're here for me? You're here for yourself. Yeah. Ah! I had no idea what Chappal was. I had no idea. Yeah. I had no idea what Chappal was, or if I'm saying that even correctly. That was I thought it was like some person or something. Dude, it's like it's like 4:40 in the morning for Sohoji right now. This guy's relentless with his not sleeping. Bro, one day that's gonna catch up to you. I know your clients are more in America, but like, I don't know, you're gonna have to figure out a way to like sleep during the day. Sleep during the night. Like, that sleep is gonna get you, bro. I'm telling you. It's not normal. But eventually you'll get that sorted out. Just remember, health is priority number one, always. Don't ever let that one disappear. Yeah, we'll play Dead by Daylight. But I have to go shower first. I'm gonna go take a shower quickly, and I did my mobility training. I feel like a Power Ranger. Hoo-ah, 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 hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, yeah. Let me see. Good night, bro. I love you, dude. You sleep well. I go to church, but I also go to temple. Ah, I see. Interesting. So in a temple, you can't wear shoes, right? If I remember correctly, you have to be bare feet. I think that's correct, right? Educate me on the third dimension of the third dimensional human stuff. I only know of fifth and beyond. Well, I know of fourth and beyond, really. Come, boy. Let me show you what true resolve is. Come, Otsutsuki. Let me show you what true resolve is, boy. Come here, you third dimensional human. Let me show you what true resolve is. Oh, man. I'll go on stage with that outfit, and all these like third dimensional humans will be arguing, be like, come here, you third dimensional human. I'll show you what true resolve is, boy. Freaking Naruto. So good. Let me see. I do talk to God, that is me, and Buddha, and all the other gods and deities, because we're all one. They're just they just take in the form, and they just are at higher spirit. Let me say, not say higher. They're not higher. They're just more aware. They are aware of the oneness because their consciousness is not separated. Our consciousness has been separated until we return back to the oneness. I do talk to the creator. I kind of put the creator still like to a sense of like, not outside, but you know, like just as like a guiding point, but I know in the end it's me and everyone, and it's been guiding me like, my son, you have all the answers, and the answers are you, and you are here to share it with the world and help people free themselves of their mind trap. That's why it granted me some awareness to paradoxes. Slaps. Okay. I'm gonna go inside. I'm gonna turn on the laptop. But I am going to go shower first. Come here, Ototsuki. I'll show you what true resolve is. I've seen that scene before, but like today, for some reason, it just came to me like, go look at that scene, and you'll feel the power. Come here, boy. I'll show you what true resolve is. It's like the best damn line I've heard, and of course, it's from Naruto. There's another character in Naruto named Rock Lee who used to do that, and Might Guy. They bring their fist up like that, and they would be like, they kind of look like Bruce Lee, in a way. And they would do that, like, come here. But the way Naruto did it was just peak. That's what the new gen people would say. Everything's peak. That's peak. All these new gen third dimensional humans with their third dimensional languages of NGL and peak and Riz and all kinds of stuff. Of course, I've been catching myself saying like, that's a bar. That's a verse. That's a damn verse. Take note of that. I came up with that one myself. That's a verse. Make note of that. I saw on a Instagram reel somebody was talking about something, and then he said, that's a bar, you should write that down. Like, you narrow follower. I caught it right away. I'm like, that guy watches Nero. That's a bar. Write it down. Wait a minute, did I get bite by mosquito just now? What the hell? I got bit by a mosquito. Well, that sucks. I got one on my hand. I know, and I'm aware of that, and I am very fortunate. I said that earlier. You weren't on when I said that. I'm like, universe, thank you so much for granting me this paradoxical mindset that has helped me to even blast through what I was at a year ago, even beyond the creator perspective. It's the paradoxical thing, yeah. No, that's like 1D, if anything. that's more like one dimensional. My poor hands. Okay. Did Dad avoid? Yeah, he did. I'm like, why did he walk that way? He didn't walk that way because the camera's right there. He didn't want to walk in front, but he does it all the time. It's kind of weird because he just walked right by my door just now, and that's not normal. I'm like, what the heck is he doing? Why is he walking here? Is he coming into the room? So the question is, do I leave you outside and you can just watch outside, or do you want to see the computer screen? Because you have a choice. You have a choice of looking outside or just looking at the computer screen. Take your pick. You can watch either Sexy Kate or you can watch the outside. I'll just put on music. Take your pick. You have a choice. I'm giving you a choice. While I go take that shower. What would you like, sir? Would you like to be outside here, or would you like to be inside looking at Sexy Kate? Looking at the computer screen. Pick your poison. I know. Kate? Kate it is. I'll put on music. Would you like regular piano music? Would you like that Final Fantasy piano music? Would you like Dragon Ball music, or would you like... I would love to see if the live stream just allowed me to play any kind of music. I mean, I can, but then I have to then I have to go and remove it, and I have to edit it out. Like that day when we were singing, like all the songs we were playing, like I left it. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna leave that one with copyright on it. It was too much. Even the one with Hulk, all Hulk's music was copyright. Like, I am a real American. Like, all that stuff, all that stuff was copyright. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. We're celebrating Hulk, and this is the treatment that I get to, respect Hulk. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. YouTube. Like, no music should be copyright because nothing belongs to anybody. Imagine I bring that law to the universe or to the world. Nothing belongs to any of you because nothing comes from any of you. It comes from the creator. So you just so happen to tune into that frequency that allowed you to bring it in, but it's not yours because it never belonged to you specifically. Now that's a perspective that nobody's gonna like, because nothing belongs to you. You can't take ownership on anything because it doesn't belong to you. What the hell happened here? Oh yes, I'm well aware, bro. I'm well aware of. I know everything about Lindsay Sterling. That's wife. Wife with, like, Lindsay Sterling with Lord of the Rings. Oh yeah. I can't play her stuff because her stuff gets copyright. No, that's called third dimensional nonsense. Because when you die, you'll see like, this was all just an illusion. Yep. But yes, you're right. It is called socialism. You're right. You're right about it. I would love to play her songs. Just so you know, I would love to play her songs, but her songs are also copyright. Like, my favorite song, Shatter Me, of course. I love Shatter Me. I love it. I love Shatter Me. I love, what's the other song? Wow, the names are not coming to me. Come on. We have the names. Come on. Oh, yeah, Heist. When you say next time, I mean, I could play her stuff while I go shower. It's not a big deal. I don't really care if I... Off to York we go. Viking music? Sure. I'll play that. Is that a track? Do you have a playlist? If you can get me a quick playlist, I can click it so that you can listen to it, because, you know, I'm not going to be done in one song. So, and then I don't know what YouTube will play after the next song. So, bro, go get me a playlist quickly on YouTube if you have one. That way you can just listen to whatever you like, and I'll just mute this Dead by Daylight stuff. There's Kate, and just so I know, change it to that. I'll wait a moment. If you can get me a playlist of something you want to listen to, I'll put it on and you listen to it. Let me see. What do you mean not fast enough? Like, is that a song? Is I Care Off to the York We Go and Not Fast Enough all songs? Because if they're songs, then I can attempt to make a playlist. Yeah, I remember you sent me them, but like, if you have a playlist of him, you know what? Screw it. I'll just find him again. And I'm sure somebody made some playlist of his stuff. What's this mix? Mix of what? His stuff? His stuff got copyright, just so you know, but I don't care. Yeah, I'll just play this. Here. There's a bunch of his stuff that's going to be playing, so I just clicked the quick playlist, so I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I just realized the live stream's at 695 minutes, so I gotta be back in I do have to be back before it ends.
Rage of As I plunge the knife into life's fiddle bag. If I'm doing wrong, who am I to say? What have I become? The voice outside my heart. Tell me who you wanna be. 'Cause I can't to ash, raise the fields and burn it all. Up to York we sound the horns, the enemy shall fear. Unleash your war cry. The battle for York is ours.
you did send this to me, but I had to go refine it again. I don't save links. Not always. I'm gonna go brush my teeth quickly. Oh shit, the live stream's almost done. Why did the volume go down? Yeah, God of War is playing. Live stream's at 713 minutes, so I'll have 2 minutes. So I'm just gonna chill for a second. Brush my teeth, that'll take like 2 minutes. Come back. And I gotta wash out my protein shaker as well. I just rinsed it out earlier, but I have to wash it. So 5-10 minutes more. I should be ready to rock and roll. I'm gonna do my ending. I like the God of War song, by the way, yes. All right. Well, y'all, thank you so much for coming on today. I'm not ending the live stream, just so you know, but I am going to do the wrap-up now. It's kind of dark, but it's all good. Tomorrow's lower body day, and yeah, tomorrow's lower body day, so it's gonna be another beautiful day. Temperatures are climbing again, which is good, but it'll plummet on Thursday. Yeah, arrival in the now. That's all you have to know. Now. What did I say? I said now. Now. Anyways, for those of you, have yourself a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow. And may your heart be your guiding king. You are the ultimate revealer of your reality. And everything you desire is truly here and now. And creation's finished. I love you. Bye. All right. Now that we're done, now these copyright stuff won't matter. So I will play Lindsay's stuff once I get back.
I can feel it inside. Virar 3 drug boom, virar 3 drug